I've been stuck in this world for half a month now. I used to be a professional gold farmer, someone who makes real money grinding in video games. I was pretty well known in that line of work. But I got bored with the routine, so I decided to try a new fully immersive game called Divine Domain, just to relax. Big mistake. Once I logged in, I couldn't get out. And this place feels completely real. I can feel pain, I get hungry, I need to sleep. Even the NPCs act like real people. I almost starved to death at first, until I got captured and put to work as a miner. Now I spend my days in a massive open pit mine, swinging a pickaxe at something called fire crystal rock. It's incredibly hard stuff. Every swing has to be full force or nothing happens. But here's the thing. Every time I strike the rock, a cool energy flows into my body through the pickaxe. It eases my tiredness and builds up my stamina. That energy is experience points, and when I collect enough, I level up. Today I finally hit level 3 and got a free attribute point. My stats aren't great. My strength started low at just 4, though my agility and spirit are decent. I put the point straight into strength because it makes me mine faster, which means more experience points. The moment I added it, warmth flooded through me. All my soreness vanished, and my health jumped from 50 to 60. Health matters a lot here. A few days ago I fell and hit my head, and lost 20 health points just like that. I had to buy a healing potion to recover. I've wondered whether dying here would send me back to the real world, but I'm too scared to test it. What if dying here means dying for real? So my plan is simple, grind as hard as I can. But there's a problem, a guy called Fifth Brother. He's the big shot among the miners, tall and strong with 7 points in strength. He came up to me today with his crew and told me to stop working so many hours. Normal miners work 5 periods a day, but I've been doing 8. He said I was making everyone else look lazy in front of Supervisor Wu, and threatened me if I didn't stop. I checked his stats. He's still stronger than me, and he has people backing him up. Fighting him now would be stupid. So I played nice, agreed to his terms, and even handed over half my mind crystals. He took them and left, warning me he'd be watching. But I'm not actually going to stop. I'll just have to be smarter about it, avoid him, and keep grinding in secret. Once my strength hits 10, a small-time bully like him won't be able to push me around anymore. I found another vein of fire crystal rock and pulled out my pickaxe. Time to get back to work. After 5 hours of mining, I'd managed to make back the half I lost to Fifth Brother. The other miners were heading out, all looking exhausted. I faked being tired too, even though the experience energy had taken care of most of my soreness. I spotted Fifth Brother near the exit, scanning the crowd to make sure nobody was working overtime. Good. Let him think I'd fallen in line. We all lined up to turn in our fire crystals. That's when I heard shouting up ahead. A skinny young guy was getting beaten by the mine guards on orders of a supervisor called Manager Nyo. The kid hadn't even managed to collect half a tael of crystal in a full day's work. Then the kid started screaming something that made my heart skip. "You damn NPCs. I'll sue you Divine Domain developers when I get out." I immediately checked his stats. His name was Wei, and he had a level and health points. He wasn't an NPC. He was a player, just like me. I'd spent over 2 weeks checking every single person I came across, and this was the first one. But his stats were terrible. Level 1, only 2 strength, and his health had dropped to just 1 point from the beating. He was in real danger. Luckily, the manager called off the guards before they killed him, but told Wei he'd get no money and no food today. If he couldn't meet the quota tomorrow either, he'd starve to death within days. I turned in my own crystals, just 1 tael since Fifth Brother took the rest. Manager Nyo noticed Fifth Brother's gang watching nearby and seemed to understand the situation. He handed me my 10 copper coins without fuss. On my way out, I grabbed Wei and dragged him back to my place, a crappy little shack that leaks when it rains. He was unconscious. His health was down to 1 point, and it seemed like being that low put him in some kind of coma state. I dug out the healing potion from under my bed. It cost me 5 coins, and I'd been saving it for emergencies. But I couldn't just let the guy die. I fed it to him along with some water and watched his health slowly climb, about 1 point per minute. Once it passed 10, he started waking up. The first thing he asked was how to leave the game. My stomach sank. He'd been trapped here for 2 weeks too, with no way out. He had no answers either. Then I noticed something strange. He didn't know my name. He couldn't see my stats. I asked him about mining, and he confirmed it. The fire crystal was impossibly hard for him, and he could barely scrape any off. It all made sense now. Zhang Wei couldn't see the attribute panel, which meant he probably wasn't getting experience points either. Without that cool energy to ease the fatigue and soreness, a normal person simply couldn't mine properly. No wonder he failed to meet the quota. He just kept cursing the developers. I couldn't blame him. Zhang Wei asked me what we should do next. I told him the priority was simple: stay alive. We can't gamble on anything in this place. The rules of the mine are clear. Turn in at least 1 tael of fire crystal per day, get 10 copper coins. 1 coin buys a steamed bun. 3 coins buy half a pound of rice. No crystals means no money, and no money means starvation. Zhang Wei panicked when he heard that. He could barely scrape together half a tael, even working himself to exhaustion. So I made him a deal. I'd help him meet the daily quota, but the extra coins I earned were mine. He agreed right away and called me his lifesaver. Over the next few days, I brought him along and showed him the ropes. I kept watching his condition closely. He had to rest after just a few swings. No experience points, no stamina recovery, no stat changes at all. Meanwhile, because I'd been leaving on time for several days in a row, Fifth Brother had relaxed his watch on me. The mine is huge, over 1,000 workers, so as long as nobody was specifically looking, I could sneak in extra hours without being noticed. 5 days after my last level up, I heard that sweet chime again. Level 4. I dumped the point into strength immediately. Warmth flowed through me, washing away all the day's fatigue. My stats now read: Strength 7, Agility 5, Spirit 10, Health 70. Strength 7, same as Fifth Brother, and my agility is 2 points higher than his. If I caught him alone, I could probably take him in a fight. As a professional gold farmer, I've got solid game sense, and that translates even to physical confrontations here. At this rate, with my strength boosting how fast I mine, I figured I could hit the next level in 5 or 6 days. Once I reach 10 strength, I'll finally have some real ability to protect myself. Then my pickaxe broke. Durability hit 0, but I'd saved enough money by now to buy a better one, so it wasn't a big deal. I headed to the entrance with Zhang Wei to turn in my crystals. Manager Nyo came out and weighed my haul. 3 taels. He looked impressed and handed me 30 coins without any fuss. I took a chance and quietly asked him why nobody stops Fifth Brother from bullying miners into working less. He shrugged it off. As long as everyone turns in the minimum 1 tael, his job is done. More crystals don't benefit him, so why would he pick a fight with Fifth Brother? Then he gave me a warning. Fifth Brother has a sister who's a concubine of Supervisor Wu. That explained everything. Fifth Brother had real backing. I thanked Manager Nyo and kept that information filed away. Zhang Wei was still holding a grudge against Nyo for the beating he got, and I could tell he wasn't happy about me being so polite to the guy. But survival comes first. Grudges are a luxury I can't afford right now. On the way home, Zhang Wei complained about me being polite to Manager Nyo. I told him Nyo wasn't actually a bad guy. That beating was his way of showing Zhang Wei what happens if you can't pull your weight here. I'd been watching Nyo for a while. He acts cold, but he's decent underneath. He lets overtime miners trade crystals at night, and the tip about Fifth Brother's sister was valuable information. The next day, I skipped mining and went to the blacksmith shop in the southwest corner of the village. I'd saved up 240 copper coins after covering food and expenses, enough to buy a better pickaxe. The blacksmith, Old Wong, pointed me to 3 iron pickaxes on the wall, 200 coins each. But while I was looking them over, I noticed something incredible. One of those 3 wasn't actually an iron pickaxe, it was a steel pickaxe. It looked identical to the others, but the stats were completely different. Strength +3 and attack power of 8, same as a proper iron staff weapon. The iron pickaxes only gave +2 strength and 1 attack. The blacksmith thought they were all the same. Same price too, 200 coins. I kept my face calm, pretended to compare them casually, then grabbed the steel one, paid my 200 coins and walked out. Once I was far enough away, I let myself get excited. That pickaxe was worth at least 2 silver taels to another player. What a find. Then Fifth Brother appeared with his crew and blocked my path. He knew I'd been sneaking in overtime shifts. My stomach dropped, and then I spotted Zhang Wei in the crowd, face bruised and swollen, trying to hide behind the others. He'd told them. Zhang Wei had ratted me out. Fifth Brother rallied the other miners against me. They were angry, saying my extra work might lead management to raise everyone's quota. He ordered his men to break one of my arms. Break my arm? That would end everything. No arm means no mining. No mining means no leveling. That crossed my line. When his two thugs came at me, I kicked the first one in the gut so hard he flew back several feet. The second one barely had time to react before I punched him down. 7 points of strength. I'd estimate each hit carried the force of a professional boxer. The whole crowd went silent. I stared Fifth Brother down and told him plainly, "Leave me alone and we have no problems. Interfere with my mining and I'll kill him." His face went dark and he started rolling up his sleeves. I gripped the steel pickaxe at my waist. 3 extra strength points surged through me. I could feel every muscle in my body come alive. Then a cold voice cut through the tension. Supervisor Wu had arrived with his guards. Fifth Brother shrank like a scared bird. I checked Wu's stats immediately. His name was Wu K, and he was the first martial artist I'd seen in this world. Strength 12, Agility 8, Spirit 3, and he practiced something called Black Tiger Fist at an intermediate level. His raw stats weren't hugely above the mine guards, so I figured the real difference was that martial art. That was the direction I needed to go. Fifth Brother quietly called him sister before catching himself and saying, "Supervisor Wu." Wu ignored him and looked at me, asking if I really liked mining that much. I bowed and said with a straight face, "Supervisor Wu, I believe I was born to be a miner. I mine even in my dreams." Every miner in earshot nearly choked. Fifth Brother looked furious, but Supervisor Wu burst out laughing. He said in all his years managing this mine, he'd never met anyone like me. He told me to keep mining as much as I wanted, and if anyone gave me trouble, to come find him. Then he mentioned something interesting. In 1 month, some important officials would be inspecting several mines. Each mine needed to send workers to compete in a mining skills contest. He casually told me I'd be the one representing our mine. After Supervisor Wu left, Fifth Brother chased after him, and the crowd scattered. Changhe came up to me pretending nothing happened, asking if I was hurt. I looked him in the eye and told him straight, "I'm not stupid." He admitted he couldn't handle the beating and gave me up. I told him I'd let it go this once since we're both players, but from now on we go our separate ways. He can mine on his own. I walked off toward the mine without looking back. I found an untouched patch of fire crystal and gripped my new steel pickaxe. 3 points of strength surged into me instantly. My total was now 10. That's only 2 less than Supervisor Wu himself. The only people in this mine matching me were the guards. I swung the pickaxe hard. 1 strike and a chunk of crystal broke clean off. Before, it took 3 to 5 hits for the same result. The difference was incredible. After 5 hours, my pouch was stuffed with about a full pound of crystal, nearly 10 times what I could manage when I first arrived. A pound trades for 100 copper coins, and 1,000 coppers make 1 silver tael. I remembered hearing when I was first dragged here as a vagrant that 5 silver taels could buy an official identity in Green Mountain City. Right now, most miners here, about 80 or 90%, are vagrants like me, with no legal identity and no protection under the city's laws. The locals with proper identities, like Uncle Wong, don't get bullied by people like Fifth Brother. Based on my experience with other games, I figured getting an official identity was probably the first real milestone in Divine Domain, and maybe the gateway to learning martial arts. At my current rate, mining 2 pounds a day for 200 coins, I could earn 5 taels in less than a month. So my 2 goals were clear: keep leveling up and save for that identity. As I searched for more crystal veins, I noticed how scattered and small the surface deposits were. I kept glancing at the dark mine tunnels around me. Those tunnels sometimes held large crystal formations, much better than surface scraping. But Uncle Wong had warned me about 3 dangers down there. The tunnels are a maze where you can get lost or trapped in a collapse. Shady people use the darkness to ambush and rob miners. And worst of all, there are rare but deadly poisonous mine bugs that can kill you before you even reach a doctor. I decided against it. My plan is to level up steadily. Maybe once my strength hits 15 and my health reaches 150, several times tougher than a normal person, I'd have a real chance down there. For now, it's not worth the risk. Then I heard someone behind me. I spun around, pickaxe ready. It was a lean middle-aged man named Zhao Ho. I recognized him, a local with official identity, not a vagrant. Uncle Wong had mentioned him before. His stats showed strength 7 but agility 8, 3 points higher than mine. That was well beyond normal. He said he'd seen what happened in the village today and asked if I was thinking about going into the tunnels. I denied it immediately. Xiaoho saw right through me. He noticed my bulging pouch and figured I was outgrowing the surface mining. He offered to sell me a map of the mine tunnels for 200 coins, plus antidote medicine for the poisonous bugs. I played cautious and asked how I could trust the map was real. He told me to check with Manager Nyo and said we could meet at his place tomorrow. That night, I turned in 2 pounds of crystal, 200 coins. Manager Nyo was surprised at the amount. He commented that my strength seemed much greater than when I first arrived. That made me nervous. I hadn't expected NPCs to notice things like that. I told him I'd just been underfed before and was recovering now. He seemed to accept it. I asked him about Xiaoho's maps. He confirmed they were about 80% reliable, with maybe 20% having some gaps. Good enough. Then Zhang Wei dragged himself over to turn in his crystals. Just barely one tail. He took his 10 coins without even thanking Nyo and limped away, muscles clearly destroyed from the effort. But when I checked his stats, I got a surprise. He'd leveled up to level 2. His strength had gone from 2 to 3. So he could level up after all, even without seeing the attribute panel or feeling the experience energy. But he clearly had no idea. He couldn't sense it, couldn't control where his points went. I decided to keep watching him to make sure he wasn't hiding this ability on purpose. If I was truly the only player who could see stats and manually assign points, that was a huge advantage I needed to protect. Manager Nyo noticed the tension between us and gave me some advice. In a place like this, working alone is better than working with someone. Partners can turn on you when they see money. I took that to heart. The next day, I visited Zhao Ho at his home. He spread out a map covering 5 mine tunnels, marking where large crystal deposits had been found, where bugs had appeared, and where collapses had happened. The system recognized the map. When I touched it, a notification popped up saying it was loading into my attribute panel. A new map tab appeared with all 5 tunnels laid out. But here's where I got clever. I told Zhao Ho I was having second thoughts and wanted to return the map. He said no refunds, but since I hadn't left his house yet, he'd give me back 100 coins if I returned the physical map. I agreed. He took the paper map back and handed me 100 coins, looking a bit puzzled. What he didn't know was that the map had already been loaded into my system. I still had it digitally, stored right in my attribute panel. I just saved myself 100 coins. So for just 100 coins, I got a full tunnel map. Now I had 150 coins left, and my next stop was the pharmacy, run by Supervisor Wu, to stock up on antidote and healing potions before heading underground. Outside the pharmacy, I overheard 3 newcomers talking. 2 guys and a girl, all with soft, pale skin, clearly not used to hard labor. They were arguing about being trapped in divine domain, and what the girl said hit me like ice water. The news back in the real world was reporting over 30,000 people missing, and they suspected everyone had been pulled into the game physically, body and all. That changed everything. I'd been half hoping my real body was still sitting in a chair somewhere, safely hooked up to a headset. But no, my actual body was here, which meant dying in divine domain meant dying for real. I shuddered and tried not to think about what would happen if tens of thousands of people across multiple countries all died in here. I also noticed something about these 3 newcomer stats. Like Zhang Wei, their strength and agility were around 2 or 3, and their spirit was only 1 or 2. Meanwhile, mine was 10. Every player I'd seen so far had low spirit. That had to mean something important. One of them, a guy named Chin Su, nervously approached me and asked to borrow money for food. They'd been starving for a full day. His friend Lin Guoyang accidentally blurted out the word NPC in front of me, which made Chin Su panic. They'd already figured out that the people here aren't like game characters. Say the wrong thing, and you could get yourself killed. I played dumb about the NPC comment and gave them 3 copper coins for steamed buns. I told them what every vagrant needs to know. Get a pickaxe from Manager Nyo, mine crystals, earn coins, save up for an official identity. Then I walked into the pharmacy without telling them my name or that I was a player too. No reason to reveal that yet. Inside, I bought 10 bottles of healing medicine for 50 coins. Each one restores 10 health points. Then I asked about antidotes for mine bugs. The clerk pulled out a bottle of 5 antidote pills for 50 coins, though he warned me they don't work against every type of bug venom. After the pharmacy, I went to the dry goods shop and spent my remaining 47 coins on hard flatbread, the kind that keeps for about 10 days without going bad. My appetite had grown with my strength, so I needed about 10 pieces a day. My plan was taking shape. Supervisor Wu's mining competition was a month away. I could spend 4 or 5 days at a stretch down in the tunnels, come out to resupply, and repeat. Maximum grinding time, minimum wasted trips. With my map loaded, medicine stocked, and food packed, I headed toward the mine. Time to go underground. I spent the day mining in a quiet corner, gathering experience while watching for the right moment to slip into the tunnels. I spotted Changhe working hard with a hint of excitement on his face. He must have noticed his strength growing, even if he didn't understand why. I also saw Chen Su, Lin Guoyang, and Wu Ming struggling together against a single patch of crystal, barely scraping off dust. If they were smart enough to pool their efforts for one tail between the three of them, they'd survive. I decided on a policy going forward. Small acts of kindness for fellow players, but never reveal that I'm one of them. Only Changhe knew, and that was already one person too many. If my ability to see stats was truly unique, it was my biggest edge. When night fell and miners started leaving, I slipped into Tunnel 1. I chose it because it was the most winding, harder to navigate, but also harder for anyone to follow me. Inside, it was pitch black. I lit a fire stick and followed my map deeper, passing a few other miners who stuck close to the entrance. We ignored each other. Deep inside, I spotted a faint glow, fire crystal, shining in the darkness. At least a pound's worth. But as I got closer, something felt wrong. I heard breathing. He noticed us. Get him, someone shouted. Figures rushed at me from the dark. Mine bandits. The kind who set up crystal deposits as bait and ambush whoever comes for them. I swung my steel pickaxe blindly and heard metal snap. One of them yelled that his knife had broken. Then one got close. A blade sank into my shoulder, searing pain. But my pickaxe found his skull. I felt it sink deep into bone. I'd killed someone. And then something unexpected happened. A massive wave of cold energy flooded into me, experience points. Far more than any amount of mining had ever given me. Killing people gave experience too. The chimes sounded. Level 5. I dumped the point into strength immediately, bringing my total to 11 with the pickaxe equipped. I couldn't stop to think about it. The others were still attacking in the darkness. I swung wildly, trading blow for blow. 3 more went down. Each death sent another huge surge of experience into me, roughly equal to 10 hours of mining per kill. When it went quiet, I checked my stats. Health had dropped to 50 out of 80. I swallowed 3 healing potions and waited for them to work. In about 30 minutes, I'd be back to full, and the wounds would close on their own. One of the few advantages Divine Domain seemed to give players. One bandit was still alive, the leader who'd given the initial order. He called out from the darkness, offering me 3 pounds of bait crystal as a peace offering if I let him go. His voice sounded familiar. "Fifth brother," I said. He panicked and denied it. Being exposed as a mine bandit would ruin him. Even his brother-in-law Supervisor Wu couldn't protect him from that. I disguised my voice and called myself Changhe, pretending to be scared. Fifth brother's anger flared the moment he heard that name, and he lunged at me. Exactly what I wanted. He dove forward, and my pickaxe went straight through his back and out his chest, pinning him to the ground. I lit the fire stick and leaned in close. His eyes went wide when he saw my face. Not Changhe, but me. He coughed blood and managed a weak laugh. "You'll be joining me soon," he said. Then he died. Fifth brother's last words bothered me. He said I'd be joining him soon. That had to mean the mining competition between the different mines could be deadly. If that was true, I needed to level up even faster and get my identity before the contest. One strange thing, killing Fifth brother gave me no experience at all, even though his stats were the highest of the group. The other 4 bandits all gave huge amounts. I thought about it and realized the difference. Those 4 were real fights where my life was in danger. Fifth brother I caught off guard with a trick. It was too easy. The system must require genuine life or death struggle to award combat experience. That actually made sense as a safety measure. Otherwise, powerful players could just massacre villages for easy levels. I buried all 5 bodies in a remote spot deep in the tunnel, packed the dirt tight. Nobody should find them anytime soon. After the nausea passed, because yes, I'd really killed people, and this wasn't just a game anymore. I took stock of my loot. 3 pounds of bait crystal from Fifth brother's trap, plus about a pound of crystal and 400 copper coins from the bodies. Combined with the 2 pounds I'd mined myself, That was 6 pounds of crystal worth 600 coins, plus 400 in cash. About 1 silver tael total. Then I found a piece of silver in Fifth Brother's pouch, roughly 2 taels. My total wealth had jumped to 3 taels. Just 2 more, and I could buy an identity. I pushed deeper into the tunnels using my map, moving in the dark without a fire stick, stopping every few steps to listen. I found crystal veins and ground away at them for days straight. Eat flatbread when hungry, drink water when thirsty, nap when exhausted. When I filled 3 pouches, about 30 pounds, the level up chime rang again. Level 6. I put the point into strength as always. My stats now, strength 9 base plus 3 from the pickaxe, giving me 12 total, matching Supervisor Wu. Health at 90. My overall stats actually exceeded his when you counted everything. When my food ran low, I headed back out through a different route for safety. It was deep night when I emerged. I was nervous about turning in 30-plus pounds of crystal at once. It would raise questions. But hiding that much wasn't practical either, especially since my mining speed would only keep increasing. Manager Nyo weighed my haul, 32 pounds. He joked about me being a mine bandit. I played dumb and laughed it off. Then he offered to pay in silver instead of copper, more convenient for that amount. I mentioned the total was 30 pounds, not 32. He paused, looked at me, smiled, and nodded. He handed me 3 taels of silver for the 30 pounds and kept the extra 2 pounds as his cut. I understood the game. With Fifth Brother's 2 taels plus these 3, I now had 5 taels, enough for an official identity. But buying it right away would draw too much attention. Better to wait a bit. What I didn't know was that after I left, Neo was telling the mine guard his theory about me. Apparently a city called Hongkuin had recently suffered a disaster. Bandits raided it and destroyed a powerful family called the Yang clan. Neo suspected I was a surviving member of that family, possibly a trained martial artist hiding as a common miner. He'd been nice to me as a way of hedging his bets. The guard was impressed by his foresight. Not a bad cover story, I thought. I'd let him keep believing whatever he wanted. The next morning, Zhang showed up at my door looking sheepish. He'd figured out that players could level up. He'd felt a warm flow in his body while mining and noticed his strength jump. He wanted me to share everything I knew. How long it takes to level, what stats you can raise, where to find martial arts, how to get quests. I turned him down flat. I told him I had no reason to share information with him, and if he tried to guilt-trip me, I'd kill him. He's a vagrant here. Nobody would care. As for his questions, I told him I didn't have those answers either, and if he figured them out first, he could come tell me. He left angry, muttering about catching up to me and how I was only a few levels ahead. When I got to the mine that morning, something was off. Every single miner was lined up together, surrounded by guards with hard expressions. I worried for a second it was about Fifth Brother's disappearance, but Uncle Wong whispered the real reason. A wanted criminal had infiltrated our workforce. The man was on something called the Blacklist, a national wanted list for dangerous martial artists in the Zhao Kingdom. To make the Blacklist, you had to have committed something as extreme as wiping out an entire family. Uncle Wong knew a fair bit about these things as a local. Supervisor Wu held up a portrait and told everyone to look around for unfamiliar faces. One miner spotted someone and opened his mouth to speak, and instantly got his throat slashed. Blood everywhere. The crowd panicked. Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and the others went white. I gripped my steel pickaxe. With 12 strength, I felt reasonably safe, but I stayed cautious. The killer, a man called Zhang Hao, nicknamed the Prisoner Butcher, tried to break through the crowd. I checked his stats, strength 13, agility 18 with 8 points coming from equipment, spirit 3, and he practiced something called Zhang family leg technique at intermediate level. Then I saw something that changed my entire understanding of this world. When Supervisor Wu activated his Black Tiger Fist to fight, his stats transformed. His strength jumped from 12 to 24, doubled. The extra 12 points came from his martial art. That was the secret. Martial arts didn't just teach you fighting moves, they multiplied your base stats. Zhang Hao's leg technique was boosting his agility by 8 points the same way. This meant even a basic martial art would be enormously valuable to someone like me. Wu smashed Zhang Hao's face with a single punch, dropping him unconscious. One hit. The entire crowd of 1,000 miners stared in awe. A constable arrived and praised Wu's Black Tiger Fist, joking that he'd soon qualify to join something called the Mountain River Sect as a formal disciple. Wu modestly declined, saying he was too old and lacked the talent. Mountain River Sect. I burned that name into my memory. Zhang Wei and Lin Guoyang's group clearly did the same. That was our next destination, eventually. After the constables took the criminal away, I overheard something important. Supervisor Wu and the constable leader, Captain Lin, were chatting. Wu mentioned a rumor that the prisoner butcher had once snuck into a major temple called Bitter Awakening Temple and stolen a scripture. Captain Lin brushed it off as unlikely. A place that powerful wouldn't let a small-time criminal get away with something like that. Two names to remember now, Mountain River Sect and Bitter Awakening Temple. Both major organizations in the Zhao Kingdom. Watching Wu's power display shook me out of any complacency. His 24 strength when using Black Tiger Fist, and he still couldn't even qualify as an outer disciple of Mountain River Sect? How terrifyingly strong must actual sect members be? If Wu decided to attack me right now, I'd be dead in 3 moves at most. I needed to level up faster than ever. Chin Su's group of 3 found me while I was mining and came over to talk. They watched me work and were stunned. One swing of my pickaxe produced more crystal than half a day of their effort. Chin Su returned my 3 coins plus 2 extra, calling it 5 total. A small gesture, but I noticed it. He was the smart one of the group, treating it as an investment, maybe hoping to build goodwill. His friends Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming actually complained about the extra 2 coins afterward. Chin Su ended up paying those from his own share. I noted the dynamic. Chin Su was worth watching, the other 2 less so. I didn't wait for nightfall this time. I slipped into Tunnel 5 the moment nobody was looking. I avoided Tunnel 1 where Fifth Brother's bodies were buried. The thought still made me uneasy. Tunnel 5 was even more twisting than Tunnel 1. I went deep, mining every crystal vein I found. Days passed in the same rhythm. Swing the pickaxe, eat flatbread, drink water, nap, repeat. My technique had become mechanical perfection after tens of thousands of swings. Every motion precise, no wasted energy. When I found a massive crystal deposit weighing about 10 pounds, I settled in and chipped away until it was gone. The level up chime rang. Level 7. Strength now at 10 base, 13 with the pickaxe. Health at 100. My raw stats had surpassed Supervisor Wu's base numbers. All I was missing was a martial art to multiply them. Then, right as I was savoring the moment, searing pain shot through my foot. A black scorpion, a mind bug, had crawled out of the shadows and stung me. My health started plummeting fast, 99, 96, 90, 86, dropping several points every few seconds. I grabbed an antidote pill and swallowed it, then downed a healing potion right after. The antidote worked. My health stopped dropping at 67 and slowly started climbing back up with the healing potions. I popped 2 more just to stay safe. The sting left a tiny hole in my ankle. If this had happened when I first arrived with only 30 health, I'd have died before I could even reach for the antidote. The sting alone drained 33 points. After resting half an hour to heal fully, I pushed deeper. But just around the next bend, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A massive swarm of black scorpions, hundreds of them, maybe 1,000, surging toward me like a dark wave. I turned and ran. One sting nearly killed me. 1,000 of them would finish me in seconds. But as I ran, my mind started working. Uncle Wong had once mentioned that old mines sometimes produce something called a mineral spirit, an extremely valuable crystallized essence. A swarm this large had to be guarding something like that, and mining a mineral spirit would probably give enormous experience. I checked my map. The tunnel behind the swarm was a dead end, no way to sneak around them. I almost gave up, but then an idea hit me. I couldn't use fire or water down here, but I had something else. Raw strength and rocks. I spent a full day gathering over 30 boulders, each weighing 60 to 100 pounds. Then I practiced throwing them in the tunnel until I could land them within half a meter of my target. At 10 strength without the pickaxe, heaving these rocks over 10 meters was no problem. I set up the boulders at intervals along the tunnel, then went back to lure the swarm. They came pouring around the bend just like before. This time I didn't panic. I kept a steady pace, staying about 15 meters ahead of them. When I reached my first boulder, I scooped it up, spun around, and hurled it into the swarm. The crash was enormous. Scorpions splattered everywhere, and cold experience energy rushed into me. It worked. The swarm scattered briefly, then kept coming. I ran to the next rock and threw again. More kills, more experience flooding in. The level up chime sounded mid-run. Level 8. I threw the point into strength, now 11 base, and kept going. Rock after rock, the swarm thinned out until only a single scorpion remained, charging at me alone. I picked up one last boulder and crushed it. This confirmed my theory about experience. The system awards it based on genuine threat level. The scorpions were dangerous to me, so they gave experience. Fifth brother wasn't a threat when I killed him, so he gave nothing. I crept deeper into the now empty tunnel until I reached the dead end. There, glowing brilliantly, was a fist-sized crystal unlike anything I'd seen. Perfectly clear, shining like a gemstone. The fire crystal mineral spirit. And behind it, illuminated by the spirit's glow, sat an old book. The title read, Diamond Bright King Technique. A martial art. Right here, hidden at the bottom of a mine tunnel, guarded by a swarm of venomous scorpions. In that moment, everything clicked. This was how divine domain worked. Danger, reward, and discovery, all woven together. And I just found exactly what I needed most. My hands were shaking when I picked up that book. Everything made sense now. The prisoner butcher had stolen this martial art from Bitter Awakening Temple. That rumor Captain Lin mentioned was true. The temple probably kept it quiet to avoid drawing attention from rival factions. Xinghu must have been chased all the way to Green Mountain City, hidden the book down here, and used the mineral spirit to attract a swarm of scorpions as natural guards. He planned to come back for it once things cooled down, which meant I didn't have much time. The temple's monks would eventually figure out where he'd hidden it. I grabbed the book and a system prompt appeared. Diamond Bright King Technique. Requirements. Strength 10, Spirit 10. Requirements met. Absorb? So that's what Spirit was for. Every other player I'd seen had Spirit at 1 or 2. Mine was 10. My starting stats had given me exactly what I needed. I chose yes immediately. The book dissolved into golden light and merged into my body. Knowledge flooded my mind. A grand Buddhist scripture and a series of specific stances. My stats updated. The technique was classified as a first-rate martial art, currently at beginner level. When I checked the details, my jaw dropped. First layer alone would grant 5 free attribute points, and when activated, boost strength and agility by 15 each, plus 100 extra health. That was basically a second life. I buried the mineral spirit somewhere separate, too dangerous to carry and too conspicuous. Cleaned up all evidence of the scorpion battle. The martial art was the real prize. I turned in another 30 pounds of crystal to Manager Neo, collected my silver, and headed home. That night, I started practicing. The technique involved holding specific stances while mentally reciting the scripture. The first stance was a deep horse stance with palms facing up. After about 10 minutes, I felt warmth stirring inside my body. I checked my stats. The technique had moved to Initial Understanding with 1 out of 100 experience points. I practiced all night without sleeping and didn't feel tired at all. By morning, my technique experience had reached 5 out of 100. But then it stopped gaining no matter how much I practiced. Seemed like there was a daily cap of 5 points. At that rate, 20 days would get me to layer 1. I also noticed my job title had changed from Miner to Martial Artist. Nearly a month in Divine Domain, and I'd gone from homeless vagrant to miner to martial artist. Real progress. Then gongs started clanging outside. Guards were banging on doors, ordering everyone to the village entrance immediately. When I got there, Supervisor Wu and Captain Lin were standing together, both looking pale. In front of them stood a monk, about 30 years old, expressionless. Bitter Awakening Temple had come looking. The monk's name was Huaning, from Bitter Awakening Temple. I checked his stats immediately. Strength 18, Agility 12, Spirit 6, and 3 martial arts. Open Steel Hand, Swift Wind Steps, and Bitter Awakening Heart Sutra, a second-rate technique. 3 martial arts at once. That's the power of a major sect. But his spirit was only 6, meaning he couldn't even meet the requirements to learn Diamond Bright King technique himself. He told everyone that the prisoner butcher had stolen a Buddhist scripture from the temple and likely hidden it somewhere in the mine. Whoever found it would receive a martial art and 50 silver taels. The crowd went wild. Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and the others were practically drooling. To them, this was a game quest with incredible rewards. Supervisor Wu organized the search with nearly 100 guards and constables supervising, plus a bounty of 100 taels for anyone who reported someone hiding the find. They were thorough. I pretended to search diligently while watching Huaning. When he headed into Tunnel 5, my heart jumped, but I calmed down. If he already knew the exact location, he wouldn't need this whole production. Zhang must not have told him before Huaning killed him. That's right. Captain Lin quietly revealed to Wu that after Huaning spoke privately with the prisoner butcher, the man simply died. The authorities didn't push back. Nobody wanted to offend Bitter Awakening Temple. Wu and Lin also discussed privately that the stolen item was definitely not just a scripture. It had to be a martial art, at least second-rate. Even Mountain River Sect only possessed 2 third-rate techniques. This was bigger than anyone was letting on. Then Zhang Wei sidled up to me during the search. He'd changed. When I glanced at his stats, I saw his job had switched from miner to martial artist, and he'd learned Zhang family leg technique, the same style the prisoner butcher used. Somehow he'd made contact with Zhang before the man was caught and gotten the technique from him. He offered me a deal. He had a martial art to sell, and he wanted silver for it. He could only trade with me. Selling to an NPC would get him killed. I played it cool, acting surprised that he had anything worth trading, but my mind was already working. If he genuinely had a spare technique from Zhang, it could be useful even though I already had Diamond Bright King technique. Multiple martial arts meant more stat boosts, just like Huaning with his 3 techniques. The search lasted 5 hours and turned up nothing. Huaning left with Captain Lin, but I could tell this wasn't over. That night, Supervisor Wu sealed Tunnel 1 and sent messengers to Mountain River Sect. He didn't want to get caught up in something this big. The next morning, the entire mine was shut down. No one could enter. Uncle Wang told me Tunnel 1 was specifically sealed off. My stomach tightened. That's where I buried Fifth Brother and his crew. The shutdown was probably related to the monk's visit, but the bodies being discovered was a real possibility too. Zhang Wei found me and pulled me aside. He said he dug up a martial art while mining, a technique called Crumbling Mountain Fist. He wanted 5 silver taels for it. He explained that martial arts and divine domain have stat requirements, and this one needed 8 strength. He only had 4, so he couldn't learn it himself. Then he revealed something interesting. He could now see his own attribute panel. He said it happened after he became a martial artist. He was being open about his stats, strength 4, agility 3, spirit 1, though I noticed he was lying about his agility, which was actually 5. He assumed I couldn't see stats yet, and was trying to convince me that buying Crumbling Mountain Fist would unlock the ability. I figured out what had really happened. He must have gotten both Zhang family leg technique and Crumbling Mountain Fist from the prisoner butcher somehow. He'd already learned the leg technique, but couldn't meet the requirements for the fist art. Now he was desperate for money to buy an identity and leave the mine before anyone connected him to Zhang. I agreed to the deal but insisted on seeing the goods first. He came to my shack at midnight with the book. I checked it. The system confirmed it was a real technique, though unranked, same tier as Wu's Black Tiger Fist. Low quality, but still useful. We traded, his book for my 5 taels. He left looking relieved. When I examined the requirements, I found something he'd deliberately hidden. Crumbling Mountain Fist needed not just 8 strength, but also 3 spirit. Zhang Wei's spirit was only 1. Even if he eventually raised his strength to 8, he'd never have been able to learn this technique himself. He'd tried to set me up, betting that my spirit would be too low and I'd waste 5 taels on something I couldn't use. Lucky for me, my spirit was 10. I absorbed it immediately. The book dissolved into light, and the knowledge of Crumbling Mountain Fist filled my mind. The details of Crumbling Mountain Fist appeared in my mind. It had 5 mastery stages, each multiplying its power. Initial understanding adds 3 strength, thorough comprehension adds 6, perfected adds 9, mastery adds 12, and transcendence adds 20. Now I understood the full progression system for combat techniques. I checked my stats. Diamond Bright King technique used, experience points, while Crumbling Mountain Fist used, proficiency, but both started needing 100 points to reach the first stage. I started practicing the fist technique immediately. It took about an hour per proficiency point, slower than I expected. But unlike Diamond Bright King technique, which capped at 5 points per day, the fist art had no daily limit. That meant I could grind it non-stop. The mine was still shut down, which was perfect timing. I spent 4 straight days doing nothing but training. I'd practice crumbling mountain fist for hours, then switch to Diamond Bright King technique when I got tired. Practicing it for about an hour fully restored my energy, better than sleep. Then right back to the fist. By day 4, my proficiency hit 99 out of 100. One more hour of practice, and it broke through. I felt the change instantly. My punches carried noticeably more force, even making a sharper sound cutting through air. My stats updated. Base strength 11 plus 3 from the pickaxe plus 3 from crumbling mountain fist, totaling 17. The technique had reached initial understanding. But then I saw the next milestone required 1,000 proficiency points. Quick math told me the ugly truth. Thorough comprehension would take about 50 days of non-stop training. Perfected would need 10,000 points, over a year. Mastery at 100,000 would take over a decade. Transcendence? Over a century. No wonder Wu and the other NPCs had only reached mastery level after what must have been decades of practice. Transcendence was essentially unreachable in a normal lifetime, unless there were ways to speed up the process. Knowing how games work, there had to be items or methods that boosted training speed. I just hadn't found them yet. Still, the short-term picture was good. In about 2 months, Crumbling Mountain Fist would reach thorough comprehension for 6 bonus strength. In 13 more days, Diamond Bright King Technique's first layer would complete, giving me 5 free attribute points plus 15 strength and 15 agility when activated, plus 100 extra health. Combined with my leveling advantage over NPC martial artists, they can't level up at all, while every level gives me a free stat point. I'd be extremely powerful for this area. But leveling still required mining, and I genuinely did love mining at this point. I grabbed my steel pickaxe and headed out the door. The mine stayed closed. Manager Nyo told the angry crowd that Mountain River Sect was sending someone important and nobody could enter until they arrived. Miners who hadn't saved any money were in trouble. Chen Su came to me again, desperate. His group hadn't eaten in a day. I gave them 6 flatbreads. Wu Ming complained they were too hard and tasteless, even while starving. Chen Su thanked me genuinely, but Lin Guoyang dismissed it, calling me just another NPC. I noticed Chen Su was starting to pull away from those two. He'd figured out the leveling system on his own, felt the warmth, noticed his strength increase. But when he tested whether Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming had experienced the same thing, they had nothing. They'd been slacking off while mining, so they hadn't earned enough experience. Chen Su decided not to tell them. Smart. With no mine access, I spent every waking hour training Crumbling Mountain Fist. After 4 days of non-stop grinding, I'd pushed it to initial understanding, 100 proficiency points. Each hour of practice gave me 1 point, and unlike Diamond Bright King technique, there was no daily cap. Then I spotted Zhang Wei walking out of Supervisor Wu's residence, beaming. He'd bought his official identity with the 5 taels I'd paid him. He was leaving for Green Mountain City. I confronted him about the Crumbling Mountain Fist requiring 3 spirit, something he'd conveniently forgotten to mention. He pretended it slipped his mind, clearly expecting the hidden requirement to have screwed me over. When I told him I already had 3 spirit and had learned it, he was genuinely shocked. He couldn't understand why my spirit was higher than his. But then we had a useful exchange. I asked about his training speed for martial techniques. He said it took him about 10 hours per proficiency point. I told him the same, lying, since my real speed was 1 point per hour, 10 times faster. That's when everything clicked. The difference was spirit. He had 1 point, I had 10. 10 times the spirit, 10 times the training speed. Spirit didn't just gate which techniques you could learn. It directly multiplied how fast you improved at them. This changed my entire strategy. If I invested points into spirit instead of just strength, my training speed for both techniques and internal arts would skyrocket. The long-term gains could be enormous. Zhang Wei also shared something he'd bribed out of a mine guard. A normal person with average talent needs about a year to reach initial understanding in a basic technique. We players were far faster. Even Zhang Wei at 1 spirit could do it in about 100 days. I'd done it in 5. If there truly was a direct link between spirit and speed, then raising my spirit was possibly more valuable than anything else. Zhang Wei left thinking we were equals in training speed. I was happy to let him believe that. Zhang Wei tried to leave the mine with his new identity, but couldn't. Mountain River Sect had sent a representative, a young man named Wang Jing, and he'd ordered that no miners could leave until further notice. Zhang was stuck, visibly nervous about his connection to the prisoner butcher being discovered. Then a guard came for me. Supervisor Wu wanted to see me. My heart raced. They dug up fifth brother's bodies from Tunnel 1. All 5 corpses laid out at the entrance, rotting and stinking after days underground. I calculated my chances if things went bad. My strength was 14 at best with Crumbling Mountain Fist active, but I couldn't hold the pickaxe at the same time. Diamond Bright King technique wasn't complete yet. Against Wu's 24 activated strength, I'd be dead in seconds. But when I arrived, it wasn't just Wu. The monk Huaning was there, along with Captain Lin and the Mountain River Sect disciple Wang Jing. I checked Wang Jing's stats, strength 19, agility 10, spirit 5, with 3 martial arts including Mountain River Drawing Blade at mastery level. Stronger than Wu, weaker than Huaning. Wu asked me if I recognized the bodies. I put on a terrified face and said they were too decomposed to tell. He told me it was fifth brother. I acted shocked and stumbled backward. Huaning and Wang Jing watched me carefully, then nodded to each other, apparently satisfied I wasn't involved. Wang Jing concluded the prisoner butcher must have killed these miners and hidden the scripture in Tunnel 1. He ordered a thorough excavation. Huaning agreed to stay in the miners' village and wait for results rather than going back to the city. After they left, Wu's demeanor shifted back to his usual commanding self. He told me to join the search team in Tunnel 1, a group of about 50 experienced miners with guards watching them. This was perfect for me. I could mine, earn experience, and level up while pretending to search for a book that was already absorbed into my body. The mine was reopened. Hungry miners flooded in like wolves. Manager Nyo's only instruction to our search team was simple: do your best. Uncle Wang and the veteran miners understood. Nobody actually expected us to find anything. We just needed to look busy, mine some crystal on the side, and collect our pay. I noticed something telling about Wu's reaction to fifth brother's death. Absolutely nothing. No grief, no anger. His own brother-in-law, and he couldn't have cared less. That told me everything about how relationships worked in this world, usefulness over loyalty. Inside Tunnel 1, about 50 of us started digging. The veteran miners made quick progress through the ordinary rock and dirt, which was much softer than fire crystal. The guards assigned to watch us stayed near the entrance. They had no interest in going deeper where cave-ins could happen. They didn't even believe the scripture was really here. As one guard put it, not finding it was actually better for everyone than finding it. I went deeper alone, using my map to locate spots where large crystal deposits had appeared before. After some probing, I found a decent vein and got to work. The cold experience energy flowed in with every swing, pure bliss. Then someone appeared behind me, a young man in miner's clothes, maybe early 20s, watching me with curiosity. I didn't recognize him from the village. When I checked his stats, my stomach dropped. Su Qing, Mountain River Sect, Strength 22, Agility 17, Spirit 7. 3 martial arts, all at high levels. His total stats hit 46, higher than anyone I'd seen, including Huaning from Bitter Awakening Temple. This was the real expert they'd sent to search for the scripture, disguised as a miner. He asked to tag along and learn mining from me. I agreed, but stayed cautious, keeping to shallower areas with him following. After a full day, I'd collected about 10 pounds of crystal. He seemed genuinely impressed by my stamina and speed, even calculating that I could earn 30 taels a month at this rate. I figured out he was just using me as cover while secretly searching the tunnels. He wasn't a threat to me specifically, so I kept focused on what mattered, mining. Near the end of the day, I found one more crystal vein and couldn't resist staying to mine it. And then it happened. Level 9. But this time, instead of putting the point into strength, I added it to spirit, bringing it to 11. Warmth flowed into my brain, and my mind felt sharper, clearer. If my theory was right, this would speed up all my martial arts training. As I was heading out, a thundering announcement echoed in my ears, not just mine, but every player's across all of Divine Domain. A player had reached level 10 and completed a class advancement. The system was now opening a global level ranking board. The leaderboard showed only one name: Huewu from Bitter Awakening Temple, level 10, class, Martial Monk. Nobody else had reached 10 yet. This player had gotten incredibly lucky, landing directly in a top-tier sect with access to resources, training, and guidance from day one. But the ranking also revealed something dangerous. Reaching level 10 first meant having your identity broadcast to every player in the world. I was glad it wasn't me up there. That kind of exposure could get you killed. But I'd been right about one thing. Level 10 was indeed the threshold for class advancement. I was only one level away. On the way out of the tunnel, Su Qing asked why I'd paused. I told him I was just tired. He bought it. He left the mine without turning in any crystals. Manager Nyo didn't even ask. That confirmed he was special. Nyo later assumed Su Qing's friendliness toward me was proof I was from some noble family. His misunderstanding kept working in my favor. I turned in 13 pounds of crystal for 1.3 taels of silver. Combined with what I had, I'd saved up enough to buy an identity again, even after spending 5 taels on crumbling mountain fist. Back in my shack, I thought about the ranking board. The first player, Hua Wu, had advanced to Martial Monk, clearly a class provided by Bitter Awakening Temple. But I wasn't in any sect. What class could I even advance to? Minor? That probably didn't exist. Without a proper faction, advancement might not be possible at all. Zhang Wei came by to discuss the rankings. I told him I was level 6, lying by 3 levels. He seemed satisfied since he was almost level 4, thinking I was only slightly ahead. I wasn't about to reveal the truth. He left, and I went back to training. Every day followed the same pattern. Mine in Tunnel 1 during the day with Su Qing trailing me. Then practice Crumbling Mountain Fist and Diamond Bright King technique at night. 24 hours of grinding with barely any breaks. I tested my theory about spirit affecting training speed. With spirit now at 11, the improvement was tiny, barely noticeable. I'd need to add several more points before seeing a clear difference. But I was committed to the experiment. A few days later, my progress stood at Diamond Bright King technique 60 out of 100, Crumbling Mountain Fist 87 out of 1000. About 8 more days until Diamond Bright King technique hit its first layer. And I was on track to hit level 10 today. I checked the ranking board. 2 more names had appeared. Luo Kai from Stargazing Academy, level 10 class Scholar Apprentice, and Shi Kai from Death Valley, level 10 class Medical Apprentice. All 3 ranked players were in established factions that provided advancement paths. The board seemed to only show players who'd successfully advanced, meaning there could be many level 10 players stuck without a class, invisible on the list. Scholar, Medic, Monk. The variety of classes confirmed that Divine Domain's world was deep. But without joining a sect, I probably couldn't advance either. That was a problem for later. For now, leveling was still the priority. That morning, the atmosphere at the mine had shifted. Huaining and Wang Jing had left. The search was over. Zhang Wei announced he was finally leaving for Green Mountain City to find better opportunities and faster ways to earn experience. He scoffed at mining, calling it a dead-end job with no future. I watched him walk away. He wasn't wrong about the bigger world out there. But I wasn't done with the mine just yet. I confirmed Huaining and Wang Jing had really left, but I kept my guard up. Bitter Awakening Temple wouldn't give up on a first-rate technique forever. As long as I never revealed what I practiced, they'd never trace it to me. I slipped into Tunnel 2 and went deep, following my map to a natural cavern with signs of previous mining. I started probing for crystal veins. A few swings of the pickaxe could test a meter deep. Before long, I found one and got to work. Then the chimes sounded. Level 10. I put the point into spirit, bringing it to 12. And then a new notification appeared, something I'd never seen before. As one of the first 30 players to reach level 10, I was awarded a random treasure chest. A white, glowing box materialized in front of me, shimmering with light. Finally, something that actually felt like a game. But before I could open it, footsteps echoed behind me. Su Qing walked in carrying a torch. My blood ran cold. The chest was right there on the ground. If he saw it and got greedy, I was dead. His stats were nearly double mine. But he walked right past it. He couldn't see it. The chest was visible only to me. I played off my shock as being startled by a possible bandit. He laughed and said with my strength, any bandit who attacked me would be the one dying. Then he dropped his cover. He told me straight out he was from Mountain River Sect, ranked higher than Wang Jing. He'd been disguised as a miner to personally verify whether the stolen scripture was in our mine. His conclusion, it wasn't here. Bitter Awakening Temple had shifted their search to Green Mountain City. Then he made me an offer. Mountain River Sect was giving him a red gold mine, more valuable than fire crystal. He needed someone reliable and skilled to manage it, the same way Wu managed the fire crystal mine for Wang Jing. The position came with 100 taels monthly salary, and most importantly, he could teach me a martial art. If I performed well, I might even earn a spot as an outer disciple of the sect. I didn't hesitate. Red gold sounded like it could give even more experience than fire crystal. A new martial art, a real salary, and a path into a major sect. This was exactly the opportunity one needed. I bowed and pledged my loyalty. He told me the mind transfer would take some time, and he'd come back for me when it was ready. Until then, keep quiet about it. After he left, I listened carefully for his breathing to make sure he was really gone. Then I turned back to the glowing white chest sitting on the ground in front of me. What could be inside? The chest was the lowest rank, white, out of 7 tiers going up to diamond. I opened it and found a single pill inside. A spirit refinement pill that could instantly add 500 proficiency points to any combat technique. 500 points. That would have taken me over 20 days of non-stop training. I swallowed it and chose Crumbling Mountain Fist. Warmth hit me in waves, like cramming 20 days of practice into seconds. My proficiency jumped from 87 to 587 out of 1,000. One more pill like that, and I'd break through to the next stage. I wondered if pills like this could be bought somewhere. Major sects almost certainly had them. That explained how their disciples all reached mastery level. The question was whether the pills lost effectiveness with repeated use. I checked the ranking board. My name wasn't there. Just as I suspected, without completing a class advancement, you don't appear. The system had told me I was among the first 30 to reach level 10, which put me in the top tier globally. But other players were leveling fast too, presumably because they'd landed in sects with better resources. Over the next several days, I settled into a tight routine. Mine during the day, practice fist and internal arts at night. The spirit investment was paying off. With spirit at 12, my training speed had increased by roughly a fifth. Where I used to gain 5 proficiency points in 5 hours, I now got 6. Diamond Bright King Technique's daily experience cap also rose from 5 to 6. Spirit directly affected both training speed and daily limits. This confirmed everything. Pumping Spirit created a positive feedback loop. Faster training, faster leveling, more points to invest in Spirit. Then came the day I'd been waiting for. Diamond Bright King Technique hit 100 out of 100. Heat exploded through my body. Steam rose from my head. The first layer was complete. 5 free attribute points. I dumped all of them into Spirit, pushing it to 17. My vision sharpened. My mind felt crystal clear. Then I noticed something I'd misunderstood. The 100 extra health points weren't temporary. They were permanent. My health jumped from 110 to 210 without even activating the technique. 4 times what a normal person has. When I actually activated Diamond Bright King Technique, I'd get 15 more strength and 15 more agility on top of everything. My combat power had undergone a complete transformation. The second layer needed 1,000 experience points. With my boosted spirit, the daily cap was now higher, but it would still take a long time. Crumbling Mountain Fist sat at 786 out of 1,000, close to its next breakthrough too. I'd entered Divine Domain as a helpless vagrant who nearly starved to death. Now I was level 10, had a first-rate internal art, a combat technique, health quadruple that of a normal person, and an invitation to manage a mine for Mountain River Sect. Things were moving fast, but I knew the world above me was vast, and I was still just getting started. I tested my new power immediately. When I activated Diamond Bright King Technique, my strength shot to 26, agility to 20. Adding Crumbling Mountain Fist on top pushed strength to 29. I punched the stone floor. It shattered, leaving a fist-shaped hole an inch deep. But the catch was brutal. After about 1 minute, the technique shut off on its own. I was completely drained. Only 60 seconds of that incredible power. Still, 1 minute was enough for a real fight. 3 seconds was enough to kill someone if I struck first. The limitation was manageable for combat, just not for sustained mining. I checked the second layer details, now unlocked. 10 free attribute points, strength and agility boost doubled to 30 each, 200 extra permanent health, plus a special effect called Chi in Blood. I didn't know what that meant yet. Some kind of internal energy maybe. None of the martial artists I'd seen had it, probably because they were all stuck at the first layer of their internal arts too. This was a key insight. Even Su Qing and Huaning, with all their combat techniques at mastery level, had their internal arts at only the first layer. Internal arts were the bottleneck for everyone, and my high spirit stat meant I could push through that bottleneck faster than anyone. I ran the numbers. With spirit at 17, my daily experience cap for Diamond Bright King technique was 8 points. At 20 spirit, it would be 10. 100 days to reach layer 2, and that estimate would shrink as I kept leveling and adding spirit. The dream of reaching layer 4 within my lifetime was actually realistic now. Training speed for Crumbling Mountain Fist had jumped to 17 points per 10 hours. About 12 more days to reach Thorough Comprehension, which would boost its strength bonus from 3 to 6. Combined with Diamond Bright King technique, my burst strength would hit 32. I settled into my rhythm. Train martial arts in the evening, mine at night. On my way to the mine, Uncle Wong teased me about working too hard. Some miners joked about me becoming Wong's son-in-law since I was so diligent. At the mine entrance, I noticed Chin Su's group had grown. 5 newcomers had arrived, 4 of them looking terrified and exhausted. But the 5th was different, calm, composed, with a tough face. My enhanced hearing, boosted by my spirit increase, let me catch their conversation from dozens of meters away. He was a police officer, Officer Chen, part of a government rescue team. The authorities back in the real world had noticed the disappearances and were sending teams into Divine Domain to retrieve people. His entire squad had entered the game to find and rescue trapped players. That was encouraging news. But looking at how helpless his team already was, hungry, weak, dependent on Chin Su's group for food, I doubted the rescue would go well. The government didn't understand what this place really was. Sending more people in would just mean more people trapped. And since nobody could get back out, the real world would never receive that warning. Chin Su introduced me to the officer as a helpful local NPC. The officer seemed interested in making contact with me. I just nodded at Chin Su and headed into the mine without lingering. I had leveling to do. I hit a wall. After reaching level 10, no matter how much I mined, I couldn't level up. Days passed with 0 progress. I confirmed my fear. Without completing a class advancement, leveling was locked. This was a serious problem. I didn't know where or how to advance, and revealing my true strength to join a sect risked exposing Diamond Bright King technique, which would bring Bitter Awakening Temple down on my head. Since mining couldn't give me levels anymore, I shifted my entire schedule. I stopped going to the mine during the day and locked myself in my shack, spending 22 hours a day practicing Crumbling Mountain Fist. With spirit at 17, my proficiency climbed about 35 points daily. Within days, proficiency broke 1,000. Crumbling Mountain Fist reached Thorough Comprehension. Hot energy surged through me, and my punches became noticeably sharper. Every strike could channel my full body's power through my spine and into my fist. I activated Diamond Bright King technique and checked my full combat stats. Strength 32 with all bonuses active, Agility 20, Spirit 17, Health 210. Monstrous numbers. But this world had monsters too. Su Qing, Huaning, and others were still above me. And I lacked something critical, real combat experience. All my fights had been one-sided. I'd never faced someone truly equal. I compared myself against Supervisor Wu. His max strength was 24, agility 8, estimated health around 120. I outclassed him in every category, but he had decades of real fighting experience that I didn't. The next tier for Crumbling Mountain Fist, perfected, needed 10,000 proficiency. At my current rate, nearly 300 days without any spirit increases. I needed to advance my class and start leveling again to keep pushing spirit higher. I went to Wu's residence and paid 5 taels for an official Green Mountain City identity. He gave me a jade token with my name and details, but warned me I had to visit the city government office within a month to have my portrait drawn and filed, or the identity would expire. Then Wu mentioned the mining competition. It was almost time. He said he'd be passing through Green Mountain City on the way, and I should travel with him to handle my registration at the government office. As I packed, Fifth Brother's dying words echoed in my mind. Whatever this competition really was, it could be deadly. But with strength at 32, when fully powered up, I had to believe I was ready, or at least ready enough. I was packing my things when Chin Su came running, drenched in sweat. Lin Guoyang and his group had gotten into serious trouble. It was a mining claim dispute. Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming had tried to steal a crystal vein that other miners found first. They dragged 4 other new players into it. The established miners beat all 6 of them badly, and when Officer Chun tried to intervene, someone cracked him over the head with a pickaxe. Blood was pouring down his face. On the way there, I told Chin-Su straight. Lin Guoyang's judgment was going to get people killed. He should cut ties. Chin-Su agreed. Something had clearly already been building between them. I checked Chin-Su's stats. Level 4, Strength 6. For how long he'd been here. That meant he'd been mining hard and not slacking off. Good instincts. At the scene, things were ugly. A crowd of miners had the 6 newcomers cornered. A wiry young guy named Maho, apparently trying to fill Fifth Brother's old role as local bully, was waving a bloody pickaxe and rallying miners to dig a hole and bury them alive. Officer Chin sat on the ground with blood streaming through his fingers, trying to talk everyone down. The mine guards watched without intervening. If they stopped the crowd and caused a riot, they'd take the blame. Officer Chun was realizing for the first time that this world had no real law. People could casually talk about murder. And with confirmed reports that players' physical bodies were in the game, death here meant death for real. I walked through the crowd. People recognized me and made way. Uncle Wong warned me not to get involved since Lin Guoyang's group was clearly in the wrong. Maho challenged me, asking who I thought I was. I pulled out a piece of silver, 1 whole tael, and offered it as compensation. 1 tael. That's 10 pounds of fire crystal worth of money. The miners who'd been wronged immediately calmed down. To them, this was a windfall far exceeding the value of the disputed crystal. The silver worked. Uncle Wong jumped in to back me up, telling the miners to accept and drop it. They took the money happily and went to split it with Manager Nyo. The crisis was defused. I went to check on Officer Chun. His head wound was bad, a thumb-sized gash still bleeding. His health was down to about 20 out of 60. I poured a bottle of healing medicine on it, and the bleeding stopped immediately. He was amazed at how effective it was. Then I felt the wind shift behind me. Maho, the wiry guy trying to be the new 5th brother, had swung his pickaxe at my back. I caught it with 1 hand without turning around. He tried to pull it free, but couldn't budge it. I plucked it from his grip like taking a toy from a child. Every miner watching went silent. The guards exchanged serious looks. One muttered that Manager Nyo's theory about my background was probably correct. I grabbed Maho by the neck and lifted him off the ground with 1 arm. No strain, no trembling. He kicked and clawed but couldn't do anything. His face turned purple and his tongue started sticking out. Manager Nyo strolled over and casually suggested I not kill the man. Paperwork with Captain Lin would be such a hassle. I dropped Maho. He collapsed, gasping, terrified. Nyo settled things neatly. The mining dispute was resolved with my silver, and Maho was fined 10 pounds of fire crystal for the sneak attack. Until he turned in that amount, he'd earn nothing. That would leave him hungry for a while. Fair enough. I told Chin-Su and Officer Chun that the silver was a loan, not a gift. Chin-Su nodded seriously and promised to repay it. Then I told them I'd probably be leaving the fire crystal mine soon, and they should follow the rules and stay out of the tunnels. Survival here wasn't hard if you weren't stupid about it. Lin Guoyang limped over with Wu Meng and asked me for medicine and money. I refused both. When he got angry and demanded to know why I was looking down on him, I slapped him across the face hard enough to knock him down. Wu Meng tried to kick me, so I slapped her too. She hit the ground dizzy. I called them idiots and walked away. Their greed and entitlement had nearly gotten Officer Chin killed and caused a crisis for everyone around them. I had 0 patience left for people like that. Behind me, Chin-Su ignored Lin Guoyang's screaming and quietly helped Officer Chin home to rest. He'd made his choice. Good for him. On the carriage to Green Mountain City, Supervisor Wu told me the mining competition was at another fire crystal mine about 80 miles away. He wouldn't explain the details, just said I'd find out when we got there. I checked the ranking board during the ride. 3 new names had appeared. A swordsman from Great Flame Sword Sect, a blade guard from Skyblade Gate, and a bandit from Ghost King Stronghold. 6 known classes now. The top 3 players had already pushed to level 13. I was stuck at 10 with no way to advance. We reached Green Mountain City in about 4 hours. I went straight to the government office with my Jade token and completed my registration in half an hour. I finally had an official identity. When I came out, Wu was chatting with Captain Lin outside the carriage. I hung back at a distance, but my enhanced hearing caught everything. Lin mentioned that Wu had paid him to arrange a constable position for Fifth Brother, and since Fifth Brother was dead, the spot was open but the money was non-refundable. That hit me like lightning. Constable. Could that be a class advancement path? The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. I couldn't join a sect without exposing my martial arts. But becoming a constable was a civilian path. No sect needed, just money and connections. If the system recognized it as a valid profession, it might unlock my ability to level past 10. After Wu left the inn that evening, I tracked down Captain Lin's house and waited. When he appeared, I stepped out and pitched my case. I wanted to fill Fifth Brother's empty constable position. He was hostile at first, a former vagrant turned miner, wanting to be a constable. He called it delusional. But I played my card. I told him Su Qing from Mountain River Sect had personally recruited me to manage the sect's red gold mine. That changed his expression immediately. The red gold mine was Mountain River Sect's most profitable operation. He tested me by lunging at me suddenly. I blocked it effortlessly. His stats were similar to Wu's, nowhere near enough to threaten me. "So you're a martial artist," he said, his whole demeanor shifting to friendliness. I handed him 10 taels of silver. He weighed it, nodded with satisfaction, and told me I was now officially a constable of Green Mountain City. I just needed to come back after the mining competition to formalize things at the office. As I walked away, I could practically feel the class advancement waiting for me. 10 taels and a good connection. That's all it took to potentially solve my biggest problem. That night, I trained in my room while Wu was out. He didn't return until morning, then we immediately set off. On the road, Wu was surprisingly talkative. He explained that Mountain River Sect was a mining guild. Their business was mining. They ran 3 fire crystal mines and 1 red gold mine. The fire crystal we mined for 10 coins per tael was sold by the sect for 100 coins, sometimes 300 to 500 at the final destination. Massive profits. Those profits attracted mine bandits who stole resources and resold them. Wu said it was considered normal loss, too costly to prevent, too small to matter in the big picture. But then his tone shifted. He said our mine had a problem. 3,000 pounds of fire crystal were unaccounted for. An audit was coming soon, and that gap needed explaining. 3,000 pounds. That was over a month's entire output. Worth nearly 1,000 taels to the bandits. 3,000 taels in losses for the sect. This wasn't petty theft. This was organized corruption on a massive scale. The carriage stopped. Wu smiled and told me the truth. There was no mining competition. He brought me out here to frame me as the bandit leader and kill me. Outside the carriage, a group of masked men stood, over 20-some bodies. All miners, hands calloused from years of work. Among them I saw Uncle Wong, lying dead with his throat cut, blood still wet on the ground. These people had been executed just minutes ago. Wu explained his plan calmly. Manager Nyo had convinced everyone I was a descendant of the Yang family from Hongkuan City, a plausible cover for a bandit leader. That mistaken identity became the perfect frame. Wu himself was the real thief. He'd been embezzling the mine's output the whole time, and he needed a scapegoat before the audit. The masked men were mine guards. I could see all their stats through the masks. Strength above 10 each. Wu even mentioned Su Qing, knowing we'd been close. He said framing me would also derail Su Qing's plans for the red gold mine. Apparently someone above Wu wanted that outcome too. This conspiracy went higher than just a corrupt supervisor. I told him Su Qing wouldn't let this slide. Wu laughed and said that was exactly the point. Then he activated Black Tiger Fist. His strength surged to 24, and he launched at me like a leopard. But I'd already scanned every person here. Wu's stats hadn't changed since I first checked him weeks ago. With Diamond Bright King technique, my strength could hit 32. His 24 against my 32. The math was in my favor. I activated Diamond Bright King technique. Strength 26, agility 20. Then Crumbling Mountain Fist, total strength 32. Wu's movements looked slow to me now, full of openings everywhere. I closed the distance in a flash. My fist hit his chest and caved it in several inches. He flew backward, coughing blood. Before he could speak, I was on him again, raining punches like a storm. Each blow carried the force of something beyond human. He recognized the technique through his fading consciousness. Diamond Bright King technique? He whispered. Too late for that to matter. I crushed his skull with a final punch. A massive surge of experience flowed into me. But no level up, confirming I was still locked at 10. The masked guards panicked. Some screamed about the Diamond Bright King technique. None of them tried to fight, they just ran. I chased them down one by one. My speed without any leg technique was already like wind. In under 30 seconds, all of them were dead. I stood among nearly 30 corpses, breathing hard, trying to think clearly. I searched the bodies. Wu had a hidden pocket with 8 banknotes, 100 taels each. 800 taels total. He must have sold the stolen crystal the night before. The guards had about 10 more taels in loose silver. I took everything. Then I assessed my situation. I couldn't explain killing Wu and his men without revealing Diamond Bright King technique, which would bring bitter Awakening Temple's wrath. But if I disappeared, I'd become a wanted fugitive, and I'd just registered my portrait at the government office. I worked through a plan. The mining competition was fake, but only Wu and I knew that. If Wu simply vanished right before the audit uncovered 3,000 pounds of missing crystal, everyone would assume he fled. Manager Neo had suspected corruption and could serve as a witness. Wu's backer inside Mountain River Sect, whoever wanted to block Su Qing from getting the red gold mine, would lose their tool. Su Qing would benefit from Wu's disappearance and would want this buried quietly. I dug a massive pit with my pickaxe, buried all the bodies, and covered the evidence. The next day, I returned to Green Mountain City and went straight to the government office. Captain Lin greeted me cheerfully. His normal demeanor confirmed he wasn't part of Wu's scheme. I told him Wu had left suddenly for urgent business and told me to come back to the city. Lin didn't question it. He handed me the official constable appointment documents. The moment I touched the papers, golden text appeared before my eyes. Class advancement condition met. Direction, Constable. Advance. I chose yes instantly. The system confirmed. Advancement complete. I received a special skill called Insight and 5 free attribute points as a reward. Then all the blocked experience from weeks of mining came flooding in at once. 3 consecutive level-up chimes. Level 11, 12, 13. 3 more free attribute points. I stared at my stats in disbelief. 8 unspent attribute points. Level 13, tied with the top 3 players on the global ranking. My class was Constable, a path nobody else had found yet. The accumulated experience from weeks of blocked leveling, plus the combat experience from Wu and his guards, poured in all at once. 3 levels in an instant, jumping me to 13. That put me tied with the top players on the global ranking. Captain Lin explained that all constables belonged to something called the Iron Coat Bureau. It was a national law enforcement organization under the 6 government ministries, with jurisdiction over everyone in the Zhao Kingdom. Even the major sects like Mountain River Sect. The black list of wanted criminals? That was their creation. Lin himself was a rank 9 Iron Coat Constable, the lowest official rank. He told me not to let the badge go to my head. He just wanted his district peaceful so he could retire at rank 8. Regular constables like me were below even that. No rank at all. But there was a promotion path. The Bureau valued martial ability above all else. If your combat skills were strong enough and you had a superior's recommendation, they'd arrange a qualification exam. Pass it and you'd advance. Even mastering their standard techniques could catch the eye of higher-ups. He gave me 3 things: a red constable uniform, an official bureau saber that added 3 strength and had 20 attack power, and a training manual called Thief-Catching Blade Technique, standard issue for all constables. When I put on the uniform, Lin paused and stared. He said it looked like I was wearing a much higher ranks outfit. Something about my build and presence. Coming from a seasoned law officer, that felt good. He introduced me to the other constables at the station and assigned a veteran named Old Zhao to show me around. The others were clearly annoyed. Lin had told them I wouldn't need regular duty and would only come by occasionally. They saw me as a privileged outsider. I didn't care. I needed a quiet room, not friends. Old Zhao pointed me to the rest quarters. I went in, shut the door, and opened my attribute panel. 8 free points. All into spirit, bringing it to 25. The warmth flooding into my mind was intense. My vision sharpened to an almost supernatural degree. My hearing expanded dramatically. I could hear whispered conversations outside, and my brain automatically constructed images of what people were doing based on sound alone. With spirit at 25, my daily experience cap for Diamond Bright King technique would jump to about 12 or 13 points. That meant reaching the second layer in just 2 to 3 months instead of over a year. The second layer would give 10 more free attribute points, plus 30 strength and 30 agility when activated, plus 200 more permanent health. I'd also need to keep leveling through mining, advance crumbling mountain fist, practice the new blade technique, and work toward becoming a ranked Ironcoat Constable. That last goal wasn't just for status. It would give me legal protection if Wu's death ever came to light. The path forward was clear. Mine for levels, train for power, climb the Bureau's ranks. Everything fed into everything else. With spirit at 25, the changes to my senses were dramatic. Vision sharper than ever. Hearing so acute I could construct mental images from sounds alone. Reaction speed noticeably faster too. Spirit wasn't just for training speed. It was transforming my entire physical awareness. I started wondering what would happen at 100 or 200 points. Then I checked my new skill, Insight. The description was simple. I could see any bad deed a person committed within the last 3 days. Once per day. I tested it on old Zhao through the doorway. After staring at him for a couple seconds, the information appeared. Zhao Air picked up a tale of silver yesterday and didn't turn it in. Petty stuff, but the implications were enormous. As a constable, this skill could help me solve cases instantly and rack up achievements. Those achievements would fuel promotions through the Ironcoat Bureau's ranks. 9, 8, 7. This single ability could carry me up the ladder. Then reality hit. I checked the ranking board. There I was, 7th place. Ironcoat Bureau, Ling, level 13, Constable. My name was now visible to every player in Divine Domain. The top 3 had already pushed to 14. Everyone at 13 was tied with me. A new name had appeared too, Wu Xiaoqing from Mountain River Sect, level 12, another player who'd gotten lucky with Sect placement. The exposure worried me. Now every player knew that Constable was a valid class advancement path. It was easier than joining a sect, just money and connections. Soon others would copy my route. Whether they'd also get the insight skill, I didn't know. But I was still in the top 10 out of what might be 100,000 players by now. I needed to maintain that lead. I absorbed the thief-catching blade technique. Only 100 proficiency needed for the first stage, and it boosted agility instead of strength. Exactly what I was lacking. Better yet, at the perfected stage, it could be upgraded to a stronger version called Tiger-Catching Blade Technique, probably reserved for ranked Ironcoat Constables. My plan was set. Return to the Fire Crystal Mine, grind levels and train techniques. Wait for the audit that would expose Wu's embezzlement, and wait for Su Qing's return. Everything hinged on staying ahead. Meanwhile, across the world in Green Mountain City's River District, Zhang Wei had joined a street gang called the Snake Gang. He was kicking helpless dock workers into paying protection money. When he opened the ranking board and saw my name in 7th place, his face went dark with rage. My appearance on the ranking board sent ripples across Divine Domain. Players everywhere realized Constable was a valid advancement path, easier than joining a sect. Zhang Wei saw my name and went straight to the Green Mountain City government office, but got turned away. No introduction letter, no recommendation from Captain Lin, no available positions. He joined a street gang called the Snake Gang instead, beating up dock workers for protection money. That was his path. Back at the Fire Crystal Mine, Officer Chen spotted my name on the board and put it together. He asked Chen Su if it could be the same young Ling. Chen Su was skeptical. Why would a player hide his identity from other players? But Officer Chen saw the bigger picture immediately. If Constable was an advancement path, it could be the direction for all the rescue team members. Become constables, gain power in this world, and use that power to protect other trapped people. Chen Su reminded him they were still vagrants. No legal identity meant no chance at becoming constables. That reality check sobered them both. Lin Guoyang came crawling back with Wu Ming, apologizing and begging for food. Chen Su ignored him. Officer Chen told them to mine harder and feed themselves. When Lin Guoyang tried to guilt-trip Officer Chen using his real-world authority, Chen Su grudgingly pulled out 4 copper coins to shut him up. That's when I walked in. I plucked the coins right out of Chen Su's hand. This goes toward what you owe me. 996 coins left. Chen Su's face lit up, then froze when he saw my red constable uniform and the saber at my hip. I could see the gears turning in his head, connecting me to the 7th name on the ranking board. Officer Chen took a deep breath, barely containing his excitement. He'd been right. Lin Guoyang stammered, trying to figure out what was happening. I looked at him and said if he couldn't even feed his girlfriend, maybe he should save everyone the trouble and remove himself from Divine Domain permanently. Then I turned to Chun Su and Officer Chun. Let's talk privately. I walked through the mining village in my red Constable uniform deliberately. Every miner stared. That was the point. When Mountain River Sect eventually discovered Wu's embezzlement and disappearance, my constable status would make them think twice before pointing fingers at me. Sects don't pick fights with the government's Iron Coat Bureau. In my shack, I sat down with Chun Su and Officer Chun, whose real name was Chun Guoqing, and told them the truth. I explained why I'd hidden my identity as a player, using Zhang Wei as an example of why trust had to be earned. They understood. I asked if they could see their attribute panels. They couldn't, confirming Zhang Wei had told the truth about needing to become a martial artist first. I shared the basics, levels, stats, martial arts, and how becoming a constable could be their advancement path too. The Iron Coat Bureau would provide a blade technique they could learn instantly through the game system. Chen Guoqing's eyes lit up. I'd already checked his stats, level 3, but his base attributes were excellent. Strength and agility both started at 5, which was actually better than my own initial stats in those areas. With the right guidance, he could become formidable. I told them to follow me and mine together. I'd teach them technique and take them into the tunnels where resources were richer. Manager Nyo stopped by, unsurprised by my constable uniform. In his mind, a young family scion becoming a city constable made perfect sense. He gave me permission to keep mining whenever I wasn't on duty. When he asked about Supervisor Wu, I gave him my prepared story. Wu left me halfway to the competition saying he had business, never came back, so I returned to the city alone. Neo nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further. He probably suspected something, but he was smart enough not to dig. I changed back into mining clothes and took Chen Su and Chun Guoqing into Tunnel 3. I didn't hide our route. Openly going into the tunnels under my constable authority removed any suspicion. I showed them how to find veins efficiently and taught them proper technique. By evening, I'd collected about 10 pounds of crystal. More importantly, the experience kept flowing. Chun Su managed 3 tails of crystal, triple his usual daily output. Chun Guoqing matched him. Both were grinning ear to ear, feeling real hope for the first time since entering Divine Domain. If Su Qing came through with the red gold mine position, these two would make excellent people to have on my side. My days fell into a relentless rhythm. Practice thief-catching blade technique outside at night. The shack was too small for sword work. Train Diamond Bright King technique at dawn to replace sleep and gain 13 experience points per day. Then mine all day for leveling experience. Time was never enough. The blade technique progressed fast. With spirit at 26, my proficiency climbed about 2.5 points per hour. Within days it hit 100 and broke through to initial understanding, adding 3 agility. I also leveled up to 14, putting the point into spirit as always. I tested my full combat power during a rainy night, activated Diamond Bright King technique, drew the official saber, and practiced the blade technique. My movements were blindingly fast. Raindrops couldn't touch me. I locked onto a tree about a foot thick and slashed once. It split clean in 2. That was the difference weapons made. With bare fists at 32 strength, that tree would have taken 2 or 3 punches. The saber's 20 attack points made cutting power far superior. No wonder blade and sword techniques were harder to obtain than fist arts. I decided to prioritize the blade technique over crumbling mountain fist. Once it reached perfected level, it could upgrade to the stronger tiger-catching blade technique. Combined with Diamond Bright King technique's second layer, my combat power would be terrifying. Days passed. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing were making steady progress mining with me. New players kept arriving at the mine, but I ignored them all. Then the Mountain River Sect auditor arrived, a stern man in fine clothes named Lee. He discovered the 3,000-pound shortfall and was furious. When he demanded to know where Wu was, Manager Nyo called me over. I repeated my story about Wu leaving me halfway through our trip and never returning. The auditor's eyes narrowed. He suspected Wu had stolen the crystals and wanted to take me back to Mountain River Sect for questioning. I'm afraid that won't be possible, I said calmly. I'm a constable of the Iron Coat Bureau. I have duties. He froze. Nyo confirmed it. The man's tone shifted immediately from threatening to polite. Nobody in a sect wants trouble with the Iron Coat Bureau. He asked what Wu did the night we stayed in the city. I mentioned Wu had gone out that evening and didn't return until dawn, a genuine detail that would help them trace the stolen crystal's buyer. I was giving them a trail that led away from me and toward Wu's actual fence in the city. The auditor, stewardly, pressed me about how I knew Wu was out all night. I told him I couldn't sleep because I was excited about becoming a constable, which was true enough. He seemed satisfied. Then Su Qing walked in, and everything changed. He took complete control of the situation. He revealed that Manager Nyo had been his planted informant watching Wu for years. He'd suspected Wu of embezzlement and running mine bandits, but lacked proof, and Wu was protected by his senior disciple, Su Qing's rival within Mountain River Sect. Now that Wu had fled before the audit, the evidence spoke for itself. Su Qing vouched for me directly, telling stewardly that I was his person, and if Li had a problem with me, he had a problem with Su Qing. Li backed down instantly. He could read the political winds. The power struggle within the sect had already been decided in Su Qing's favor. He'd gotten the red gold mine, and with Nyo now promoted to acting supervisor of the fire crystal mine, Su Qing effectively controlled both operations. Su Qing told Li to keep the embezzlement internal. Publicizing it would embarrass the sect. Li left immediately to report back. When Su Qing asked how I'd become a constable, I admitted I'd used his name with Captain Lin. He wasn't bothered. Having someone inside the Iron Coat Bureau actually benefited Mountain River Sect. He was ready to leave for the red gold mine immediately. I asked to bring Chen Su and Chen Guoqing along. He agreed. On the carriage, Su Qing explained the real situation. His senior disciple had controlled the red gold mine for years, filling it with loyal people. Su Qing had won control through a deal with the sect leader, but it came with conditions. He'd pledged to increase monthly output from £3,000 to £3,500 within 3 months. If he failed, he'd lose the mine. The challenge was enormous. 10,000 miners, dozens of managers, most of them loyal to the senior disciple. Su Qing could only appoint one supervisor, me. Everyone else was potentially hostile. Red gold was far harder to mine than fire crystal. 10,000 workers producing only £3,000 monthly mint, each miner averaged barely a tenth of a tael per day. Chen Guoqing quickly calculated the numbers out loud, impressing Su Qing. He told me I'd chosen good helpers. The monthly salary was 100 taels, but what really mattered to me was whether red gold gave more experience than fire crystal. If it did, this position was worth more than any amount of silver. On the road to the red gold mine, we brainstormed solutions for the production target. I suggested equipping workers with steel pickaxes to boost output, but Su Qing said the cost was too high for all 10,000 miners, and some would slack off regardless. I proposed identifying the hardworking miners and giving tools only to them, while replacing lazy ones with fresh workers. Su Qing wasn't fully convinced, but agreed to play it by ear. Then the conversation turned to martial arts. Su Qing confirmed that thief-catching blade technique could upgrade to tiger-catching blade technique at the perfected stage, a technique on par with Mountain River Sect's own drawing blade art. But the requirements were steep. Reach perfected level, become an 8th rank Iron Coat Constable, and pass an additional exam. Su Qing laughed when I asked about 8th rank. He compared the Iron Coat Bureau to a top-tier sect. 9th rank constables were like outer disciples, common enough. But 8th rank was like becoming an inner disciple. Some people waited their whole lives without making that jump. I signaled Chen Guoqing to ask about the broader world of sects and factions. Su Qing was happy to talk. What he said was eye-opening. Mountain River Sect was only 3rd rate. Above them were 2nd rate and 1st rate sects, and the gap between tiers was like an insect compared to an elephant. Sect ranking was determined by the quality of their internal arts. Mountain River Sect had only a 3rd rate technique, so they could never climb higher, unless a higher grade technique literally fell into their lap and they could defend it. This explained something crucial. Bitter Awakening Temple probably didn't even know the stolen scripture was actually Diamond Bright King technique, a 1st rate internal art. If they'd known its true value, they never would have let a small-time criminal get away with it. They likely thought they'd just lost a Buddhist text. That meant the search might actually be over. I breathed a little easier. Su Qing fulfilled his promise and gave me a martial arts manual, Black Tiger Fist, the same unranked technique Wu had used. A few weeks ago this would have thrilled me. Now, with my schedule already packed between Diamond Bright King technique crumbling mountain fist, and thief-catching blade technique. I had no time for another low-tier art. But I thanked him enthusiastically and tucked it away. Su Qing kept talking for the entire journey, and we kept asking questions. What I learned reshaped my understanding of this world completely. The ranking board players? None of them were in first-rate sections. Bitter Awakening Temple and Great Flame Sword Sect were second-rate. Skyblade Gate, Death Valley, Ghost King Stronghold, and Mountain River Sect were all third-rate. The only first-rate organization on the board was the Iron Coat Bureau, my faction. I'd chosen the Constable path as a backup plan, thinking I was settling for less. Turns out I'd accidentally joined one of the most powerful organizations in the kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom had exactly 4 first-rate sects: Divine Sect in the east, Arhut Temple in the south, Nine Immortals Dao Palace in the west, and Extreme Flame Sword Manor in the north. Each ruled their region with authority, rivaling the royal court itself. Below them were numerous second-rate and third-rate sections. The Mining Guild alone had 27 third-rate sects like Mountain River Sect under it, and the whole guild answered to Arhut Temple. This also cleared up the mystery of Diamond Bright King technique. Bitter Awakening Temple was only second-rate, and their foundation technique was the second-rate Bitter Awakening Heart Sutra. Diamond Bright King technique was first-rate. It wasn't even theirs. They probably didn't know its true value. To them, they'd just lost a Buddhist scripture, not a technique that could elevate a sect's entire ranking. This meant the search was almost certainly over for good. Then Su Qing mentioned spirit refinement pills, Eslingbon. My ears perked up. He explained that major sects used them to rapidly advance their disciples' combat techniques. Young fighters in first-rate sects could reach mastery level in multiple techniques while still young, purely through pill consumption. The price, 500 taels per pill. Each pill provided 500 proficiency points. Only the royal court and the 4 first-rate sects could produce them. Everyone else had to buy. But Su Qing suggested I could try the Iron Coat Bureau. They had their own allocation, and with the right connections, I could purchase some. That was my path forward. Become an 8th-rank Iron Coat Constable, gain access to spirit refinement pills, and use my abnormally high spirit stat to train at speeds that would make even first-rate sect disciples envious. The combination of natural training speed plus pills could make me genuinely terrifying. I had 800 taels from Wu's bank notes. That was already enough for 1 pill with change left over. But I'd need many more. The Red Gold Mine Supervisor position paying 100 taels monthly suddenly felt very important. Not for the salary, but for the connections and resources it could unlock. Su Qing also hinted that if we succeeded with the production target, he might be able to arrange Mountain River Sect membership for my team. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing's eyes lit up at that, though joining a third-rate sect wasn't my real ambition anymore. My eyes were on the Iron Coat Bureau's inner ranks. The Red Gold Mine was massive, far bigger than the Fire Crystal Mine. When we arrived, 12 managers were already lined up at the entrance, having been tipped off by scouts along the road. Su Qing's rival had eyes everywhere. Su Qing introduced me as the new supervisor, emphasizing my constable status. He framed it as bringing law enforcement to deal with the mine's bandit problem. The managers exchanged looks but kept their composure, greeting me politely. I could feel them sizing me up. Su Qing stayed a few days. I got a proper residence with separate rooms for Chun Su and Chun Guoqing, a huge upgrade from my leaky shack. I immediately started my routine, Diamond Bright King technique for 13 experience points per day, blade technique training all night, then surveying the mine during the day. My real purpose during the tours was scanning every miner for player attribute panels, cataloging who was a player and who wasn't. Head manager Fong Qingyang showed me around. The situation was worse than Su Qing had described. Monthly output had actually dropped to just 2,000 pounds, not 3,000. Surface deposits were drying up, and miners refused to enter the tunnels due to poisonous bugs, bandits, and collapses. Getting from 2,000 to 3,500 in 3 months seemed nearly impossible. Fong clearly thought so too. I caught the faint mockery in his eyes, though his words were diplomatic enough. He laid out the problems plainly. Force miners underground, and you'd risk a revolt of 10,000 workers who could overwhelm all the guards. But I was already thinking differently. Mine bugs and bandits weren't just obstacles. They were experience points. For players, the dangerous tunnels were actually the most valuable place to be. I just needed to recruit the right people. I asked Fong to show me the blacksmith shop, specifically the best tools available. He took me to a back storeroom, and that's where I found it. A red gold cranebeak pick, forged entirely from red gold. It glowed with faint white light. The stats made my heart race. White grade quality, the same tier as my treasure chest. Strength plus 10, attack power 40, and a special skill called Frenzied 10-Strike Combo. When I picked it up, power surged through me, pushing my base strength to 21 without any martial arts active. A graded weapon with a built-in skill. This was leagues beyond my steel pickaxe. If white-grade equipment was already this good, I couldn't imagine what higher tiers looked like. I could barely contain myself. I needed to get underground immediately and test this thing on some red gold ore, and see just how much experience it would give me. I claimed the red gold cranebeak pick and strapped it to my waist alongside my official saber, looking ridiculous, but I didn't care. Then I had Chun Su and Chun Guoqing each grab a steel cranebeak pick from the storeroom, each adding 5 strength points. I ordered all 103 remaining steel picks sent to my residence, plus the most detailed and current tunnel maps available. Manager Fong looked surprised, but didn't argue. I was the supervisor now, and these were mine property to allocate. My plan was straightforward. Identify the players among the miners, give them the good tools, and watch production soar. Players needed experience points to level up. They'd mine like their lives depended on it, because in this world, they literally did. I'd spotted over 100 players during my morning survey, most with decent stats showing they'd been working hard. Su Qing approved the approach. The managers snickered behind my back when they saw me heading into the tunnels personally, thinking I was naive enough to try boosting output through my own labor. They had no idea what I really was. Inside Tunnel 1, I found a vein of red gold or glowing with golden light. When I swung the cranebeak pick, sparks flew everywhere. The ore was nearly 10 times harder than fire crystal, but the experience energy that flowed into me was noticeably stronger, more per hit than fire crystal had ever given. Then I activated the pick's special skill, Frenzied 10-Strike Combo. My arms became a blur, 10 strikes in rapid succession, so fast the sounds nearly overlapped. A massive chunk of red gold broke free. The skill left me drained, but the huge burst of experience immediately restored my stamina. We stayed underground for a full day and night. Chun Su and Chun Guoqing had to rest regularly, but every time they looked over, I was still going, an unstoppable machine. They called me a monster, and they weren't wrong. I leveled up to 15. Spirit now at 27. I checked the rankings. The board had changed dramatically. Luo Kai from Stargazing Academy had overtaken Huawu for first place at level 17. 2 players from first-rate sects had appeared, Lin Sai from 9 Immortals Dao Palace and Jiang Tian AI from Extreme Flame Sword Manor, both at level 12. These people had access to the best resources in the world. Everyone on that board was grinding as hard as me. The competition was fierce, and falling behind meant missing out on future rewards. But with red gold or giving more experience than fire crystal and a legendary pick in my hands, I was exactly where I needed to be. I shared the ranking board changes with Chun Su and Chun Guoqing. They were shocked to see players from first-rate sects appearing. Chun Guoqing, Officer Chen, gave us an update from the real world. When the rescue teams were formed, over 300,000 people had already vanished, increasing by 10,000 daily. The government couldn't stop it. The game's advertisements were everywhere and couldn't be blocked. He feared reality was heading toward chaos. I told them to help me gather the players in the red gold mine. I'd spotted over 100 during my survey. We needed information, and we needed workers. After a full day underground, I'd mined about 10 pounds of red gold. The ore was 10 times harder than fire crystal, but the experience per hit was significantly richer. Chun Su and Chun Guoqing managed 3 or 4 tails each, impressive for their level with the new steel picks. Chun Guoqing ran the numbers. 100 players mining 3 tails daily, plus my 10 pounds made 40 pounds a day, or 1,200 pounds monthly. Add that to the existing 2,000, and we'd be close to the 3,500 target. Difficult, but not impossible. I was also counting on Diamond Bright King Technique's second layer completing in about 2 months. The 10 free attribute points from that could go into strength for faster mining. Then Chun Su heard something in the dark. I listened. My spirit-enhanced senses picked up movement immediately. Not scorpions this time. Green eyes, dozens of them, then hundreds, filling the darkness. Mine rats, at least 1,000, fast, and probably venomous. We couldn't outrun them. They'd catch Xinghu and Qing. I made a snap decision. There was a narrow turn in the tunnel ahead. I quickly widened it with my pick to create a choke point that only let about 10 rats through at a time. I took position at the gap with the crane beak pick in my left hand and the official saber in my right. Both weapons' strength bonuses stacked, the pick adding 10, the saber adding 3, giving me 24 base strength without even activating any techniques. With Diamond Bright King technique running, I'd hit 39. Xinghu and Qing stood behind me with their steel picks, ready to catch anything that slipped past. The green eyes surged toward us. The rats came pouring through the choke point. I used the saber with thief-catching blade technique and sliced through 7 or 8 in seconds. Each kill sent cold experience rushing in, about the same as mining red gold ore. My stamina drained with each swing, but the experience instantly replenished it. I could fight indefinitely. An hour later, the last rat was dead. The tunnel floor was covered in bodies. Xinghu and Qing had picked off stragglers that slipped past me, and both leveled up during the fight. I had them bag up the rat heads and carry them outside. When we dumped them in front of the other miners, the reaction was electric. Some recoiled in horror, others stared with burning anger. One man said his friend had been eaten alive by mine rats. Manager Fong hurried over, visibly surprised. I told him to clean up the mess and headed home to wash. That evening, I had Xinghu and Qing gather all the players they could find. A young man named Wang Haodong came first, nervous and starstruck to meet someone from the ranking board. I asked him about the outside world. The news was grim. Divine Domain had become international front-page news. Cults had formed claiming they created the game. Governments had cracked down on them. Every country was sending special forces into the game to investigate. But as we knew, once you entered, you couldn't leave. Real-world society was destabilizing from the mass disappearances. When Wang Haodong entered, the numbers were already approaching hundreds of thousands and rising by 10,000 daily. I called all available players together. About 100 showed up, with some deliberately staying hidden. They stared at me with a mix of awe and desperation. I got straight to business. I told them mining gave experience and they needed to level up faster. I showed them my 10 pounds of red gold, and Xinghu and Qing showed their 3 and 4 tails. Their jaws dropped. Most of them could barely manage 1 or 2 chin per day. I announced I was forming a mining strike team. Every member would receive a steel crane beak pick that boosted strength by 5 points. In exchange, they'd follow my orders without question, mine in the tunnels where resources were richer, work longer hours, and push harder. Anyone who disobeyed wouldn't just lose their pick. I'd make sure they couldn't work the mine at all. A few weeks ago, talk like that would have sparked outrage. But these people had been starving, struggling, and watching the ranking board climb without them. After a brief silence, the only question was, where do we pick up the tools? When the players gripped their new steel crane beak picks and felt 5 extra strength points surge through them, the excitement was electric. Wang Haodong couldn't believe it. Everyone was calculating how much faster they could mine now, how much quicker they'd level up. I shared what I knew about attribute panels, that they existed, showed stats and martial arts progress, but you could only see yours after becoming a martial artist. A sharp young man named Li Ti and I spoke up. He'd researched becoming a martial artist and knew it required joining a sect, which was nearly impossible for vagrants like us. But he immediately saw the solution. If we leveled fast enough and our strength kept growing unnaturally, the sects themselves would come recruiting. Our player advantages would be obvious to anyone paying attention. I checked Li Tianya's stats. Level 4, but all 3 base attributes started at 5, the best starting spread I'd ever seen on a player, with spirit notably above average. A real talent. I led the whole group toward the mine. Near the entrance, I spotted Su Qing talking with an older young man. When I scanned the stranger's stats, my stomach tightened. Yang Jiwen, Mountain River Sect. Strength 32, Agility 25, Spirit 10. 3 martial arts with the sect's internal technique at thorough comprehension, 1 tier above Su Qing's. This was the senior disciple, and every one of his stats exceeded mine. Su Qing introduced him as his senior brother, claiming he was just passing through to share management advice. Yang Jiwen looked me over and asked about the day Wu disappeared. The question felt pointed. Maybe he wasn't here for Su Qing at all, but for me. Su Qing cut in and told me to take my people underground. I left without answering Yang Jiwen's question. Behind me, I heard the confrontation get ugly. Yang Jiwen dropped all pretense and told Su Qing directly. The red gold mine was too valuable for him to hold. In 3 months, it would return to Yang Jiwen's control. And during those 3 months, he'd make sure production couldn't even hit 2,500 pounds, let alone 3,500. The managers standing behind Fong Qingyang smiled. They were all Yang Jiwen's people. The deck was completely stacked against us. But Yang Jiwen didn't know about my 100 players with boosted picks, all desperately hungry for experience points. He didn't know about Diamond Bright King technique approaching its second layer. And he certainly didn't know that every one of those players would mine like their lives depended on it, because in Divine Domain, they literally did. I let 100 players into Tunnel 1, and every single one of them started mining like they'd been reborn. The steel picks changed everything. Their strength nearly doubled, and inside the tunnels, red gold veins were everywhere. Large deposits in every branching path, enough that 100 miners wouldn't run out anytime soon. Li Ti and I barely tapped a vein and chips fell off. The other players found their rhythm fast. Every swing brought experience, and every surge of experience made them hungrier for more. They watched me work. The crane beak pick was a blur in my hands, carving through rock that would take normal miners all day. When I activated the frenzied 10-strike skill, the impacts overlapped into a single roar of breaking stone. I didn't stop, not for food, not for rest. The experience energy replaced my fatigue faster than it built up. We stayed underground for over a day straight. The players mined in shifts, sleeping on the tunnel floor when exhausted. Every time they woke up, they saw me still going. Wang Haodong started calling me a grinding god. When I finally called everyone together to tally up, the results exceeded my expectations. Most players had mined at least 1 to 3 tails each. The total from all 100 players was about 20 pounds. My personal haul was another 12 pounds over 2 days. 30 plus pounds in one run. Quick math, 100 players averaging 2 tails daily meant 20 pounds. Plus my 10. That's 30 pounds a day, 900 a month. If the regular 10,000 miners could maintain at least 2,600 pounds monthly, we'd hit the 3,500 target. I gave everyone 6 hours to wash and rest, then told them to reassemble at the tunnel entrance. I'd use that time for Diamond Bright King technique training. Keeping the daily experience cap maxed was non-negotiable. Blade practice would have to be compressed. When we emerged, the regular miners were watching closely. They'd noticed nobody from our group had died or been injured. Curiosity was replacing fear. At the way station, I dropped 2 bags on Manager Fong's scale. 22 pounds, my personal total from 2 days. He assumed it was the group's combined output and made a sly comment about how 100 miners working over a day had managed 22 pounds. I corrected him flatly. That was mine alone. The others hadn't turned theirs in yet. The smile froze on his face. My 22 pounds of personal output stunned everyone. Manager Fong's forced smile crumbled as he weighed bag after bag from my players. 3 tails, 5 tails, 1 pound, 2 pounds, 3 pounds from Li Ti and I. The total from the group was over 35 pounds. Combined with my haul, we'd produced nearly 60 pounds in just over a day. The regular miners couldn't understand how. Some figured out the steel picks were the difference, but that alone didn't explain the output. What they couldn't see was the experience energy keeping my players going longer and harder than any normal worker. Fong and the other managers panicked privately. They floated a theory to the miners. I must have smuggled the red gold in beforehand to fake the numbers and trick people into entering dangerous tunnels. Some miners bought it and hesitated, but others pointed out the copper coins we'd been paid were real money, not tricks. Enough of them decided to judge for themselves by joining the next run. On the second trip, my player squad showed up in full, plus several dozen regular miners wanting to see the truth. Inside the tunnel, they watched me use frenzied 10-strike combo at close range. The pick became a blur, chunks of red gold flying off the wall. Their jaws dropped. This wasn't fakery. One miner realized I'd positioned myself deeper than everyone else, meaning any bugs or bandits would hit me first. I was protecting them while mining. Respect started building. These miners had never seen a supervisor do the same dirty, exhausting work alongside them. That meant more than any speech I could give. I also noticed 3 hidden players in the crowd, all level 10, stuck at the advancement barrier. They'd been in the mine before I arrived, and had clearly found efficient ways to level up. They were watching me carefully, debating whether to reveal themselves. I'd been tracking them since day 1. Whatever techniques they developed to reach level 10 so quickly, I wanted to know. The manager's sabotage attempts were failing. Every trip underground proved the output was real, and more regular miners were volunteering each time. The momentum was building. Fong and his allies would need a new strategy soon, but by then, I planned to be too far ahead for them to catch. The pattern held. On the second full run, I mined 13 pounds personally. The players kept improving. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing hit 4 tails each. Li Ti and I reached 5. But the real breakthrough was the regular miners who joined us. Even with their basic tools, mining inside the tunnel where veins were larger cut out all the wasted time searching on the surface. One miner pulled 3 qian, triple his usual daily output. Another got 4. The watching miner's eyes grew brighter with every number manager Fong called out. He was sweating, trying to keep his composure as the total climbed to 27 pounds for just one day. His plan to discredit me by claiming I'd smuggled or was falling apart. The regular miners had seen everything with their own eyes. I shared the production challenge with my inner circle. When Li Ti and I and the other players heard that failing the quota would cost me the supervisor position, their determination hardened. Without me, they'd lose their equipment, their tunnel access, and their best path to leveling up. Su Qing was about to leave for Mountain River Sect, planning to negotiate a lower target. I stopped him. I showed him the numbers, 27 pounds in one day from just over 100 miners. My player squad would average 3 tails per person within 2 months as they leveled up. That alone would add over 1,000 pounds monthly. Combined with the existing 2,000 pounds from regular operations, we'd hit 3,500. He did the math on the spot, and his eyes lit up. For the first time, he genuinely believed it was possible. He clapped my shoulder and said he'd known I was the right person from the start. Instead of negotiating down, he'd returned to the Sect to keep Yang Zhuwen in check while I handled the mine. After he left, I went straight to my routine. Wash, train Diamond Bright King technique for the daily cap, practice blade technique, then back to the tunnels. Every hour mattered. The production battle was just beginning, but the momentum was ours. 6 hours later, I arrived at Tunnel 1 to find it lit up like a festival. 400 or 500 miners stood waiting with torches. The word had spread. Mining with the supervisor was safe and profitable. They followed me underground without hesitation. Manager Fong watched from a distance, his face dark. I overheard him mention to another manager that Yang Jiwen had given him one final method to shut everything down, something that would make miners never want to enter the tunnels again. He wouldn't say what it was. Underground, the new miners saw my speed firsthand and finally believed. The tunnel was enormous. 500 people barely filled it, and every branch had red gold veins large enough to keep someone busy for days. But I noticed something troubling. One miner in his 20s slipped away from the group into a deeper passage. I tracked his movements through my enhanced hearing. He stopped somewhere, opened a box, placed something glowing on the ground, a red gold mineral spirit, then returned to his mining spot. Minutes later, I sensed movement from that direction. Something was gathering around the bait. He was one of Fong's people. They were luring mine bugs deeper into the tunnels, creating the very danger they claimed made mining impossible. This was the sabotage. I kept mining and leveled up to 16. Spirit now at 28. The experience from red gold was excellent. 2.5 days of mining per level. Then I checked the ranking board and my blood went cold. Everything had changed. Lin Sai from 9 Immortals Dao Palace had rocketed to first place at level 19. Jiang Tian AI was second at 18. 3 new names had appeared. Players from the 4 great first-rate sects, dominating the top 4 spots. The resources of those sects were clearly overwhelming. But the worst part, Luo Kai was gone. The player who'd held first place at level 17 from Stargazing Academy completely vanished from the board. The only explanation was death. The number 1 ranked player in all of Divine Domain had been killed. Before I could process that, Chen Su came sprinting toward me, face white with terror. Mine bugs. There are mine bugs coming. Fong's final method. They'd used the mineral spirit to draw a swarm straight to us, with 500 miners trapped underground. Chaos erupted in the tunnels. Black shapes were flying at miners from every direction, giant mantis-like bugs called red gold mantises, fist-sized with razor-sharp forelegs and venomous fangs. Miners screamed and ran. Some got bitten on the neck and dropped dead instantly. The bugs swarmed the corpses and stripped them to bone in seconds. By the time everyone gathered in a large central chamber, we'd lost 10 miners and 1 player. The bugs were appearing from multiple tunnel branches simultaneously, cutting off every escape route. I sliced through every mantis that appeared near us. My speed with the saber made them easy targets individually, but an old miner raised the critical question. Red gold mantises normally live deep underground, far below where we were mining. They shouldn't be here at all. Then it clicked. Xinghu had seen someone earlier, a young miner who'd wandered off alone into a deeper passage. I spotted the man trying to hide in the crowd. I used insight on him. The information appeared instantly. Wang Er today hid a red gold mineral spirit to attract red gold mantises, then used pig's blood as bait to lead the mantises toward miners, causing 10 deaths. So that was Fong's final method. Plant a mineral spirit to draw in the bugs, then spread pig blood through the tunnels to redirect them toward our miners. The old miner confirmed it made sense. Mineral spirits attracted the mantises, and blood scent drove them into a frenzy. I confronted Wang Er in front of everyone. I told him exactly what he'd done. The mineral spirit, the pig blood, everything, as if I'd watched him do it. His face went white. He couldn't understand how I knew. I reminded him I was an Iron Coat Bureau constable. He could confess now or face interrogation at the government office. With hundreds of furious miners gripping their picks and staring at him, he broke immediately. It was Manager Fong. Fong Qingyang ordered me to do it. I didn't know people would die. The tunnel fell silent. Then the anger started building. Those 10 dead miners. That was murder, orchestrated by the very people supposed to manage this mine. I calmed everyone down and said we'd deal with Fong through proper legal channels. I was a constable, and this was the Zhao Kingdom with real laws. No mob justice. First, we had to survive. I did what worked before. Carved up the tunnel entrances with my pick, blocking all passages except one, narrowed to fist size. The miners and players watched in amazement as I shaped stone like clay. For bait, I needed blood. Wang Er had used all his pig blood, so I drew some of his instead. He didn't get a vote. I spread it near the opening and waited. The red gold mantises came one by one through the gap. Each one met my blade or pick instantly. The experience per kill was better than mining, and something felt off about the accumulation. I'd just leveled up from mining, but after killing roughly 1,000 mantises, I leveled again to 17. Combat experience seemed to have some kind of multiplier. I let Xinghu, Chun Guiqing, and Li Tianai handle some that slipped through for practice. They were clumsy at first, but improved quickly. The other players watched enviously but stayed back as instructed. My saber's durability ran out mid-fight. The blade shattered from overuse. I switched to the crane beak pick and kept going without missing a beat. The 3 hidden level. 10 players were watching everything closely. I could tell from their behavior they were professional gold farmers like me. They recognized the monster funneling technique immediately. After 2 hours, the mantises stopped coming. I drew more blood from Wang Er and waited. Only a trickle appeared. The swarm was finished. I put the point into spirit, now 29. One more level, and I'd hit 30, likely a significant threshold. I told everyone to wait while I went deeper to recover the mineral spirit as evidence against Fong. When I found it, the mantises around it were all dead. But behind the glowing mineral spirit sat something unexpected, a pulsing mass of flesh wrapped in blood vessels, breathing slowly. The system identified it. Great Mother Red Gold Mantis Egg. Unclaimed. Option to bind his owner. A pet system. This world had tamed creatures. I thought it over briefly, then bound it. Whatever hatched from this egg would be mine. Deep in the tunnel, behind where the mineral spirit sat, I found something extraordinary. A pulsing egg wrapped in blood vessels, breathing slowly. The system identified it as a Great Mother Red Gold Mantis Egg. Unclaimed, available for binding. I bound it. The egg hatched instantly. A tiny mantis emerged, ate its own shell, and hopped into my palm. Unlike the black combat mantises, This one was pure white and crystalline, like a gemstone. I named her Little White. Her stats were impressive for a newborn. Strength 5, Agility 10, Spirit 2. She had a level, meaning she could grow. And she had a special skill, gold seeking. When I tested it, she flew deep into the tunnel and hovered over a spot. I dug down and found a massive red gold vein. I had her locate dozens more, marking each on my map. My attribute panel now showed a secondary class, Beast Tamer. The ranking board only displayed my primary class, Constable, keeping the pet system hidden. I'd climbed to 5th place at level 17. I tucked Little White into my collar and headed back with the mineral spirit as evidence. When we emerged, I confronted Fong publicly. 400 miners stood behind me in silence, staring at him. Wang Er stood at my side with his head down. I announced everything. Fong had ordered Wang Er to plant the mineral spirit, lure the mantises with pig blood, and deliberately create a catastrophic mining disaster. 10 miners were dead because of him. Fong denied it. He said I was framing him, that he'd just resign if I didn't want him around. I reminded him I was an Iron Coat Bureau constable. Resignation wasn't an option. When he invoked Yang Jiwen's name as protection, I asked if Yang Jiwen was planning to rebel against the government. That shut him up fast. I turned to the other 11 managers and asked if they were involved. They fell over themselves denying it. Then I moved. Before Fong could react, I was in front of him. He tried to fight back. He was a martial artist after all, but against my stats, it was nothing. I broke both his arms and both his legs by hand. The snapping sounds echoed across the mine. He collapsed screaming. The managers went pale. They'd known Fong was a fighter. Watching him get dismantled in seconds told them everything they needed to know about what would happen if they caused trouble while I was gone. I told them to keep things running while I took Fong and Wang Er to the Green Mountain City government office. If anything went wrong while I was away, they'd end up the same way. I delivered Fong and Wang Er to Captain Lin in Green Mountain City. He reviewed the evidence and witness testimonies, then sent them straight to prison. 10 dead miners meant execution. They'd never see daylight again. But Lin had bigger news. The Iron Coat Bureau had been investigating Wu's stolen fire crystal, and the trail led somewhere terrifying. Wu had been selling to the Rong tribe in the north, the Zhao Kingdom's sworn enemy for nearly a century. This wasn't just theft. It was treason. A senior bureau official was arriving tomorrow to investigate. Lin wanted me to stay and meet them since I was connected to the case through Wu. My mind raced. Was it just Wu acting alone, or was Yang Jiwen involved in the treason too? Either way, Lin assured me Mountain River Sect wouldn't suffer as long as they weren't knowingly involved. I relaxed slightly. I sent the witness miners back to the red gold mine with a message for Chun Su to pause operations until I returned. That night, I trained in the empty quarters, Diamond Bright King technique, and blade practice as usual. The next morning, I went out for breakfast. A massive man blocked my path and called my name. I checked his stats while biting into a steamed bun. Wu Man Strength 31, Agility 12, Spirit 7. 3 martial arts including Crumbling Mountain Fist at Mastery level and an internal art called Mixed Iron Technique at Thorough Comprehension. From a sect called Giant Spirit Gate. He demanded I come with him or die. Old Zhao from the Constable station happened to walk by. I used his appearance to establish witnesses, yelled that Wu's accomplice had appeared, and told Zhao to alert Captain Lin. The moment Zhao was clear, I struck first. Diamond Bright King technique activated. Strength 36 with the crane beak pick. I used Frenzied 10 strike, all 10 hits landing on the same spot on his body. He activated Mixed Iron technique in response. His skin turned hard as metal. My pick hitting him rang like striking iron. But 10 concentrated blows still punched a deep hole through his defense. When he powered up fully, his strength hit 47 through stack techniques. Crumbling Mountain Fist at Mastery, adding 12 points on top of everything else. His punches felt like a mountain collapsing. His defense was incredible. We were deadlocked. I was faster, he was tougher. Neither could finish the other quickly. Then he snarled, "My brother died at your hands. Tell me where his body is, Wu's brother." That's who this was. I couldn't let him live. He knew too much. If he talked, too many threads would unravel. Wu's death, the bodies, everything. I whispered to Little White hiding in my collar, "Blind him." Wu Man was a monster. When a startled horse charged toward us, he punched its head and shattered it in one blow. His power at 47 strength was terrifying. One clean hit would probably kill me even with 210 health. But I had speed. My agility advantage let me dodge everything he threw. His crumbling mountain fist at mastery level created an illusion of a mountain collapsing behind each punch, some kind of martial pressure effect. Strangely, it didn't affect me at all. I suspected my spirit at 29 was too high for it to work on me. He was burning through his internal energy fast with mixed iron technique, keeping his skin like metal. I just had to wait. In the crowd, I spotted Changhe watching, and fresh players who just entered Divine Domain were gawking at the fight, excited about seeing real martial artists, already planning to find teachers. They had no idea what was coming for them. When Wu Man started slowing down, I struck. I called Little White. A flash of white, and Wu Man screamed. His eye sockets were empty, blood pouring down his face. Little White had gouged out both eyes in a single pass. While he flailed blindly, I closed in with the crane beak pick. 3 rounds of frenzied 10-strike, all aimed at his hollow eye sockets. He collapsed. Brain matter oozed out. The kill sent a massive wave of experience into me, equivalent to 2 or 3 days of mining. I leveled up to 18. Spirit hit 30, breaking the single attribute threshold. Captain Lin arrived moments later with the full Constable force. When he saw the body, and I explained the man had identified himself as Wu's brother from Giant Spirit Gate, Lin's eyes lit up. Giant Spirit Gate was a martial sect of the Rong tribe, the Zhao Kingdom's enemy. This meant Wu wasn't a traitor who sold to foreigners. Wu himself was a foreign spy all along. Catching an enemy spy on Lin's turf was an enormous achievement. He told me the senior Iron Coat Bureau official arriving today would likely commend us both. Lin might get promoted to a bureau headquarters position, and if that happened, he'd recommend me to take over as head constable of Green Mountain City, provided I could reach 9th rank Iron Coat status first. Then the senior official arrived. A middle-aged man with graying temples wearing a gray uniform woven with iron thread patterns. I checked his stats. Sure Xin, strength 43, agility 28, spirit 13. He practiced tiger-catching blade technique at mastery level and iron coat heart technique at thorough comprehension. This was the real deal. An Iron Coat Bureau official with power that dwarfed anyone I'd met outside the first-rate sections. Bureau official Sure Xin arrived and immediately put pressure on Captain Lin, threatening to send him to the execution ground alongside Wu for failing to detect a traitor in his jurisdiction. Lin quickly played our card. Wu wasn't a traitor, he was a foreign spy all along, and we'd killed his brother to prove it. Sure Xin examined Wu Man's body carefully. He noted that Wu Man was a registered 9th rank martial artist with real combat ability. When he turned to me and asked how I'd killed someone whose iron technique made him nearly impervious to blades, I kept my answer simple. I'd found an opening and drove my pick through his eyes. No mention of Little White, no mention of Diamond Bright King technique. He asked me to demonstrate thief-catching blade technique. I performed it without activating any internal arts, just the Saber's 3 strength bonus and the technique's 3 agility bonus. Even restrained, the display impressed him. He was surprised I'd reached initial understanding in only 10 days. Then he said something that changed my trajectory. With my skill level and the achievement of killing Wu Man, I qualified for 9th rank Iron Coat Constable. But I saw an opportunity. The kill credit for a registered 9th rank martial artist would trigger an investigation if attributed to a new recruit. So I bowed and said Wu Man had clearly died at official Sure Xion's hands. I wouldn't dare claim such credit. He went silent for several seconds. Then he smiled. He needed that credit too. It could help him reach 7th rank. We understood each other perfectly. In exchange, he fast-tracked my promotion, skipping the normal examination process entirely. He handed me a 9th rank Iron Coat uniform, actual iron-threaded fabric that could deflect ordinary weapons, and a superior official saber. The system confirmed, Constable class upgraded. Insight skill now usable twice daily instead of once. I knelt and swore my loyalty. Sure Xion laughed approvingly. Captain Lin stood there realizing it had taken him 7 or 8 years to reach the rank I'd just achieved in weeks. From vagrant miner to 9th rank Iron Coat Constable. Every step had been calculated, every opportunity seized. And I was still climbing. The new gear was incredible. The 9th rank Iron Coat uniform added 100 health points, pushing me to 310. The upgraded Saber gave 5 strength and 25 attack power, a massive improvement over the basic Constable equipment. Xin explained the martial world's ranking system over T. All countries classified martial artists from 9th rank to 1st rank. To qualify for even 9th rank, you needed at least 1 internal art, any grade, even unranked. Pure combat technique users couldn't be ranked at all. The Zhao Kingdom had approximately 350,000 registered martial artists, though the real number was higher since many avoided registration, including fighters from the 4 great sects. I processed what this meant for players. We had advantages NPCs didn't. Class advancement with exclusive skills, proficiency-based training speed, and leveling with free attribute points. My personal edge was even greater. Free points I could assign anywhere, while other players could only gain specific stats through specific training. Then old Zhao dragged in 2 suspicious men caught lurking near the government office. I used insight on both. The first, Lin Mu, had been smuggling illegal fire crystal out of the city 2 days ago, almost certainly connected to Wu's spy network. The second, Zhang San, had murdered a city guard soldier yesterday and hidden the body at home. I didn't reveal insight directly. Instead, I sniffed Lin Mu's clothes and pointed out fire crystal residue on his sleeve, a detail my enhanced senses genuinely detected. Xin verified it, and was delighted. For Zhang San, I noted the faint blood smell on him. He panicked and tried to claim he'd just gutted a fish, but his terror betrayed him. Xin and Lin both saw through it immediately. Xin was genuinely impressed now. He stood in front of me and made a promise. If I raised my thief-catching blade technique to perfected level, he would personally sponsor me for the 8th rank Iron Coat Constable examination. 8th rank. Inner Disciple equivalent. Access to tiger-catching blade technique and Iron Coat heart technique. A path to real power within a first-rate organization. All I needed was time and training. And with the red gold mines experience flowing in, spirit climbing higher every level, and spirit refinement pills potentially within reach, that timeline was shrinking fast. I stayed in Green Mountain City for several days while Xin dismantled Wu's spy network. Using Lin Mu and Zhang San as starting threads, they pulled out nearly 100 people, merchants, smugglers, even some city guards. Xin was beaming. I used every free moment to train. With Spirit at 30, my daily Diamond Bright King technique cap had reached 15 experience points. The rest of my time went to blade practice, where proficiency climbed 60 to 70 points daily. In just 4 days, thief-catching blade technique hit 502 out of 1,000. The other constables noticed I never stopped training, day or night. They always found me swinging the saber. Old Zhao told Xin about it. Xin called it the character of someone obsessed, and said obsession was the key to mastering anything. On his last day, Xin tested me by attacking without warning. I reacted on instinct, but he had me in 8 moves with his blade at my throat. His 28 agility and mastery-level tiger-catching blade technique were leagues above me, but he was pleased with my progress. Then came the real gift. Xin said the Bureau would reward him 5 spirit refinement pills for this case, but his techniques were already at mastery level, making the pills less useful to him. He handed me the entire bottle, all 5 pills. 5 pills, 2,500 proficiency points, worth 3,000 taels on the black market. Lin and the other constables nearly choked. I accepted with deep gratitude and bowed. Back at the red gold mine, the news was excellent. Fang's arrest had terrified the remaining 11 managers into compliance. Daily output had jumped from 60 or 70 pounds to over 100. With my mining team added back in, the 3,500-pound monthly target wasn't just achievable, we'd likely exceed it. I immediately used 1 spirit refinement pill on thief-catching blade technique. Proficiency rocketed from 502 to 1,000. The breakthrough to thorough comprehension hit me like a flood of memories. A phantom swordsman in my mind practicing thousands of cuts that merged with my own experience. Agility bonus jumped to 6. Then I swallowed the remaining 4 pills. 2,000 more proficiency points, pushing me to 2,000 out of 10,000 toward perfected level. That was over a month of training compressed into minutes. With blade practice needing about 4 more months to reach perfected, Xinghu's benchmark for the 8th rank exam. I grabbed my crane beak pick and headed for Tunnel 1. leveling was still the priority. Everything else followed from that. The next mining run drew over 1,000 miners, 10% of the entire workforce. I organized them into 5-person squads. Anyone who couldn't find 4 teammates stayed on the surface. That filter naturally weeded out troublemakers nobody wanted to work with. I sent Little White ahead into the deeper tunnels to feed on red gold and mark or deposits. Having her scout meant I'd always know where the best veins were, saving everyone time. The run went perfectly. No incidents, no sabotage, solid output from everyone. When we emerged, I confronted the remaining managers directly. I told them Fong was in prison. I was now a 9th-rank Iron Coat Constable, and Wu had been confirmed as an enemy spy. Their patron Yang Jiwen was likely fighting for his own survival right now. They had a choice: cooperate or face consequences. They got the message. Daily output was already climbing past 100 pounds. With my mining team pushing hard and regular miners increasingly willing to enter the tunnels, the 3,500-pound target was well within reach. My personal finances had quietly crossed 1,000 taels. Wu's 800-plus mining income. I wanted better equipment, especially a superior saber, but the local blacksmiths could only make basic tools. A master weaponsmith named Iron Bull worked in Changhe Prefecture, 400 miles away. Too far for now. I ordered the blacksmiths to produce more steel crane beak picks instead, 30 more from existing materials, to equip the growing player workforce. Then, back at my residence, the 3-level, 10 players who'd been hiding their identities were waiting for me. Yang Ling, the 3 of us are actually players too. I'd known since day 1. They were all level 10, stuck at the advancement barrier, and clearly experienced. I'd suspected they were professional gold farmers from their behavior. They'd finally decided to reveal themselves, probably hoping I could help them advance their classes. I was curious what they'd offer in exchange. Players at level 10 with unknown leveling techniques could be valuable allies or competitors. Time to hear what they had to say. The 3 hidden players finally revealed themselves. I pretended to be surprised. They were all level 10, stuck without advancement, and couldn't see their stats. The oldest one, Gao Chun, did the talking. They wanted to buy my Black Tiger Fist manual. I set the price at 500 taels. They balked. They'd only saved about 100 between the 3 of them. When Gao Chun offered 5 million in real-world currency to be transferred after we escaped Divine Domain, I shut that down cold. Nobody was getting out. Real money meant nothing here. Only in-game silver kept you alive. Then Gao Chun played his real card, a secret, a monster farming location that could rocket my level. I was interested. I dropped the price to 100 taels plus the secret. He told me about Tunnel 36, where a hidden underground river led to a stone grotto filled with insect pupae, thousands of them. Each pupa could be crushed underfoot and gave massive experience, more than even the red gold mantises. His team had found this place and blasted from nothing to level 10 in a single day. They were probably among the first 30 players to hit 10, but without advancement paths, they'd been stuck ever since. I confirmed they were professional gold farmers like me. That explained their efficiency and caution. I had Gao Chun lead me to the spot. We swam several miles down the underground river and climbed into the grotto. The sight was staggering. Countless pupae covering every surface. Some kind of mind bug breeding ground. If these all hatched, the tunnel would become a death trap. I stomped one pupa. It popped, and the experience that flowed in was enormous. More than a red gold mantis kill. Gao Chun hadn't exaggerated. I handed over the Black Tiger Fist manual. He absorbed it instantly and confirmed he could now see his attribute panel. He was officially a martial artist. The 3 of them left through the river. The moment they were gone, Little White burst from my collar and started devouring pupae eagerly. I looked at the vast field of experience points stretching out before me, thousands upon thousands of pupae waiting to be crushed. Time to grind. The grotto was a gold mine of experience. Deeper in, the pupae were packed so densely I could crush 10 with a single step. In under an hour, I leveled to 19. I tried putting the point into Spirit, and the system rejected it. Spirit was capped at 30 without a corresponding spiritual cultivation technique. I'd need a specific type of martial art to break through. Something to ask Su Qing about later. I switched to Agility instead. Level 19 and 20 both went into Agility, bringing it to 7, then 8. When I hit level 20, the announcement came. First player in all of Divine Domain. out of over 1,000,000 to reach level 20. The reward materialized, a silver random chest, 2 tiers above my first white chest, when it should have only been blue. Being first gave a quality bonus. Inside was a martial technique manual. My heart sank briefly. I already had more techniques than training time. Then I read the name. Lingering void steps. First-rate movement technique. First-rate. Like Diamond Bright King technique. The details made my head spin. Initial understanding gave 12 agility. Thorough comprehension 24, perfected 36, mastery 48, and transcendence an insane 80 agility, plus the ability to walk on air. Even at thorough comprehension, combined with Diamond Bright King technique and Thief Catching Blade, my total agility would hit 52. Fast enough to escape virtually anyone I'd encountered. I absorbed it immediately, then kept stomping Pupa while practicing the footwork. Proficiency and experience climbing simultaneously. I pushed through to level 21 before the grotto ran dry. Little White had eaten her fill too. She'd grown 3 times her original size, body hard as red gold, and jumped to level 5. Every level gave her 1 point in all 3 stats, which was extraordinary growth. Then, as I was swimming out through the underground river, I glanced back and saw something enter the grotto. Something enormous. Its stats were all question marks, every single attribute unreadable. A creature called Tyrant Ghost Spider. I swam for my life and didn't stop until I was safely outside Tunnel 36. Those Pupa were its children. We'd been stomping its babies. I checked the ranking board. My name sat at the very top. Yang Ling, Iron Coat Bureau, level 21, Constable. First place. The 4 great Sect disciples were at 19 to 20, a full level or 2 behind me. Huewu had fallen to 6th at 17. From vagrant miner to the number 1 ranked player in Divine Domain. The gap between me and the rest was becoming a cliff. But somewhere in the depths of Tunnel 36, a creature with unmeasurable power was probably very, very angry about its missing children. I sealed Tunnel 36 immediately, claiming dangerous mind bugs inside. The real reason was that terrifying creature with unmeasurable stats. Gao Chen's team probably thought I was just protecting their secret grinding spot. I shifted my focus. Mining took only 2 or 3 hours daily, just enough to maintain progress. The rest went to Diamond Bright King technique for 15 daily experience points, and lingering void steps for proficiency. With spirit at 30, my training speed was impressive, 3 proficiency points per hour. Lingering void steps hit initial understanding in just 2 days, boosting agility by 12. I kicked myself for using all 5 spirit refinement pills on Thief Catching Blade technique. If I'd saved 2, I could have immediately pushed void steps to thorough comprehension. I put my level up attribute points into agility now. Spirit was capped at 30 without a special cultivation technique, which I didn't have yet. Something to investigate later. Over 2 weeks, I leveled only once to 22, and my ranking slipped to 5th as the 4 great Sect disciples pushed ahead. Lin Tsai reached 23, but I didn't care about the rankings right now. I was building something more important. On the 15th day, lingering void steps broke through to thorough comprehension. When I activated everything, Diamond Bright King technique, plus void steps, plus Thief Catching Blade, my agility hit 54. I could cross 10 meters in a single step. My blade moved like a storm, and dust swirled in my wake for seconds after I stopped. Against someone like Wu Man, I'd now be untouchable. Then Su Qing's cousin Su Shan arrived with 3 Mountain River Sect members to escort the monthly red gold shipment. The production count, 3,782 pounds, well above the 3,500 target. Su Shan was thrilled. Su Qing's pledge to the Sect Master was fulfilled. The 11 remaining managers stood with complicated expressions. They'd been powerless to stop the surge. Thousands of regular miners were now voluntarily entering the tunnels daily, making sabotage impossible. Su Shan also mentioned that Su Qing's master wanted to ask me about the Wu case. I'd need to personally escort the red gold to Mountain River Sect headquarters. A month ago, that summons would have worried me. Now, I was a 9th rank Iron Coat Constable with agility that could outrun nearly anyone in the kingdom. Mountain River Sect wouldn't dare touch me. On the road to Mountain River Sect, I rode alongside Su Shan with the red gold convoy. I steered our conversation toward martial arts, fishing for information. He mentioned something called intent, a higher manifestation of martial technique mastery that required natural talent. He said the divine sect possessed a technique called the divine path scripture that could boost spiritual perception and training speed. That sounded exactly like the spirit-enhancing cultivation art I needed to break past my cap of 30. Filed that away for the future. Then one of the escort disciples rode back with a warning. A tea stand ahead had suspicious customers. Over a dozen people with fighters' hands. Sushan and I rode ahead to investigate. I checked their stats instantly. Almost all were martial artists from Giant Spirit Gate, the same Rong tribe sect as Wu Man. They were here for revenge. One of them recognized me and screamed for the others to attack. 8 rushed me while 2 kept Sushan pinned. The 3 Mountain River sect disciples at the rear were about to abandon us and flee with the cargo. I didn't even need Diamond Bright King technique. Just lingering void steps and thief-catching blade technique. 39 agility total. I vanished from their sight. 3 heads flew. Then 3 more. The remaining fighters died before they could react, each killed with a single slash. None of them had Wu Man's iron skin defense. Cutting through them was like slicing vegetables. The whole fight lasted seconds. Sushan stood there speechless. The tea stand owner was on the ground in shock. I pulled out my iron coat badge and announced that the Rong spies had been eliminated. Sushan stammered, asking if I was a 9th-rank martial artist. I told him I hadn't been formally tested yet, meaning my power was there, just unregistered. He immediately jumped to a conclusion. The Iron Coat Bureau must have planted me in Green Mountain City because they suspected more Rong agents in the area. I didn't confirm or deny it. Let people draw their own conclusions. The Iron Coat Bureau would assume Mountain River Sect trained me. Mountain River Sect would assume the Bureau developed me. By the time either side figured out the truth, I'd be far beyond their ability to question. We sent a messenger to Captain Lin for body cleanup and continued toward Mountain River Sect with the convoy intact and my reputation elevated yet again. We waited half a day for Lin Yin to show up with his squad. He took one look at the battlefield covered in dead bodies and got all serious. Little Yang, these are all Giant Spirit Gate warriors. Yep. Me and Sushan gave him the rundown. But honestly, he already heard everything from the Mountain River Sect disciples on his way here. He just needed to match the story with the scene. And oh boy, did his eyes light up when he realized this case was both open and shut, and a massive achievement. Boss, you warned me about Rong spies trying to get revenge, and you were right. I told him, laying it on thick. Lin Yin froze. Looked at me like I'd grown a second head. Then his expression turned solemn, and he patted my shoulder. If it weren't for you, even my warning wouldn't have stopped the disaster. I'll report everything truthfully. You get first credit. Now here's where I pulled him aside for a little private chat. Boss, I still want to make money at the red gold mine for a while. If I rack up too many achievements too fast, they'll send me to the prefecture capital for official duties. His heart was pounding. I could practically hear it. So, I get first credit? He asked, barely containing himself. It's yours by right. Ha 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 ha. The man was thrilled. And honestly, I think he was also mentally slapping himself for looking down on me when I first asked for a constable position. Now he knew my martial arts were way beyond his level, and he was basically bowing to me. Young Ling, I'll take this credit shamelessly. But I'm putting it on record. When I get promoted, the head constable position in Green Mountain City is yours. No question. Beautiful. Exactly what I wanted. Oh, one more thing, boss. How's the refugee situation in Green Mountain City lately? Getting worse, he said. More and more showing up. No idea where the disasters are hitting. My red gold mine needs workers. Send them my way. His face lit up like I just solved half his problems. Deal. Once this wraps up, I'll ship them all to you. Free workforce, baby. This is how you build an empire. Lin Yin hauled away all the Rong spy corpses, and we continued on our way. One day later, Mountain River Sect headquarters. And let me tell you, this place was exactly as impressive as I imagined. The front gate alone was absolutely massive. Meanwhile, inside the Sect's main hall, things were getting spicy. The Sect master, some old dude in purple robes, was ripping into a middle-aged man about the whole Wu K spy fiasco. If the Iron Guard hadn't stepped in, how would we explain this to our superiors? The mining guild leader would hold U.S. responsible. Yang Jiwen was standing off to the side with his head down, saying nothing. Smart boy. Then this elegant, mature woman, Su Qing's master, chimed in with a smile. Senior brother, With Su Qing managing the red gold mine from now on, this won't happen again. The middle-aged guy shot back with barely concealed hostility. Su Qing is too young. He'll tank the production numbers. He turned to Su Qing. You said you'd boost output to 3,500 gene. Where are the results? Su Qing looked awkward. His master told him to just answer. Senior uncle, initial results are showing. Give it 3 months and we'll hit the target. Initial results, huh? Well, this month's shipment should be arriving. Let's see what your numbers look like. The other elders stayed quiet. Nobody wanted to get between these two factions, both led by the sect master's own disciples. All anyone could do was pick a side and shut up. Then a disciple burst in with urgent news. Su Shan's convoy was attacked by rogue giant spirit gate warriors during transport. Everyone's face changed. Su Qing went pale. Yang Jiwen's eyes flickered with barely hidden GLE. The purple-robed old man demanded. Casualties? The messenger hesitated, looking weirdly confused. None. They were all killed by a 9th-rank Iron Guard constable from Green Mountain City. Yang Jiwen's head snapped up. Couldn't believe it. 9th-rank constable? That's Yang Ling. Su Qing was practically jumping. He spun to his master. It was the overseer I recruited. He's already a 9th-rank Iron Guard. Every elder in the room gave Su Qing a strange look. This kid actually found someone that useful? Yang Jiwen was muttering my name through gritted teeth. Again. Then another disciple rushed in. Warehouse report. Red gold or safely delivered. Total quantity. 3,700 gene. Dead. Silence. Su Qing was internally losing his mind. First month, and we already smashed the target? Yang Jiwen's face went dark as a thundercloud. The sect master smiled like a happy grandpa. 3,700 gene. Your overseer certainly knows what he's doing. The red gold mine is officially yours now, Su Qing. Replace whoever you need to. Thank you, sect master. Bring that Yang Ling to me. I want to speak with him personally. So about 5 minutes later, there I was, standing in the main hall of the Mountain River sect. And the first thing that hit me was the purple-robed old man's aura. This guy felt even stronger than Sure Xin. I immediately pulled up his stat panel. Liang Yu strength, 63 agility, 43 spirit, 17-2 martial techniques at mastery level. The Mountain River Heart method at advanced. A single attribute over 60? I sucked in a sharp breath internally while keeping my face perfectly calm. Then I bowed immediately. Iron Guard Yang Ling, greetings to everyone. Because when someone can probably flick you into next week, you show respect. The moment I said, Iron Guard, every elder in that hall flinched a little. Right, they suddenly remembered. I'm not just some hired mine manager. I'm an official government constable. With authority. Sect Master Liang Yu stroked his beard and smiled. Yang Ling, I am Liang Yu, Master of the Mountain River Sect. Greetings, Sect Master Liang. I gave him a perfectly measured bow. Not too deep, not too casual. This guy was definitely a tier above Sure Xin. Probably 7th rank. I hear you're managing the red gold mine now? Yes. Production used to be just over 2,000 gene. How did it jump to 3,700 this month? There were overseers sabotaging things on purpose. Creating panic so miners wouldn't go underground, I said casually. Once I dealt with that, production went up naturally. Liang Yu's eyes slid toward Yang Jiwen. Yang Jiwen kept his head down like the floor was fascinating. But his master He Chiobai jumped in immediately. Our Mountain River Sect overseers would never sabotage operations. Oh, you want to play this game? Fine. Overseer Fong Qingyang ordered people to scatter red gold or essence in the tunnels to attract red gold mantises, then used pig blood as bait. Countless miners were injured. 10 died. I kept my voice nice and steady. The case has been transferred to head Constable Lin in Green Mountain City. We kept it quiet to protect Mountain River Sect's reputation. Wouldn't want outsiders saying you can't even manage your own people, right? Boom. Every second-generation disciple on the friendly side looked furious at what had been happening under their noses. He Chiobai choked on his own words, face cycling through colors like a mood ring. Liang Yu calmly asked about the details, then dropped the hammer. He Chiobai, isn't that Fong Qingyang your distant relative? He Chiobai's face went green, then white. Yes. Keep your eyes open from now on. Yes. The atmosphere got deliciously awkward after that. Liang Yu lightened things up by praising Su Qing's master, a beautiful mature woman named Hong Ying, for her disciples' good judgment in finding me. Then he turned back to me with a look that said the real topic was coming. Young brother Yang, I heard on the road you single-handedly fought over 10 giant spirit gate attackers and took every last head. Everyone suddenly remembered that detail too. The third-generation disciples were staring at me like I was some kind of exotic animal. He Bai and Hong Ying had calculating looks. And Yang Jiwen. Oh, Yang Jiwen was staring at me without blinking. Now, I'd already checked Yang Jiwen's stats. His attributes were higher than Wu Man's, strength up by 1, agility up by 13, spirit up by 3. The guy was practically approaching sure Xian territory. His Mountain River Heart method was at the mastery level too. If he activated it, his stats would spike even further. Honestly, if we fought, it'd be a coin flip at best. He'd crush me in raw power. So I played humble. Those giant spirit gate disciples hadn't really mastered their martial arts. Only slightly better than ordinary mind guards. Nothing special. Liang Yu wasn't having the modesty act. Weak or not, they were still giant spirit gate warriors. Without you, we'd have lost the red gold and if it ended up in wrong hands and the Iron Guard found out, we'd have no way to explain ourselves. Then he sighed. Our sect always rewards merit fairly. But since you already hold an official position, I can't recruit you as a disciple. Otherwise, with your talent, you'd be more than worthy of becoming my personal student. He Bai and the others looked shocked at that. My feelings were complicated. Being this powerhouse's disciple would be incredible. But if I hadn't joined the Iron Guard first, I never would have unlocked my class change, and none of this would have happened. No regrets. Then Liang Yu said the magic words. Some time ago, I traded a 300-year blood ginseng to pharmacist Zhang from the Changhe Prefecture for 5 essence cultivation pills. I've taken 4. The last one is yours as your reward. Sect Master? Absolutely not. He Bai nearly had an aneurysm. Those pills are for your breakthrough. You can't give them away. The other elders piled on. Pharmacist Zhang is from Death Valley. His pill refining is advanced level. Even with that blood ginseng, he only made 5 pills. This is too precious for. Hong Ying thought about it, but stayed quiet. Smart woman. Su Qing and the other young disciples were completely stunned. I could practically hear Su Qing whispering to himself. If I had that pill, my Mountain River Heart method could break through to the second layer. And inside my head, pure fire. This pill boosts cultivation technique experience. My Diamond Bright King method only needs 400 more points to hit level 2. If this pill gives decent experience. Enough? Liang Yu shut everyone down with a calm smile. I've taken 4 pills and still couldn't break through to the 5th layer of Mountain River Heart method. That proves I've hit my ceiling. Better to invest in the next generation. He walked right up to me and handed over a wooden box. This is the Essence Cultivation pill. Take it. Then he added, Hong Ying, arrange a quiet room for young brother Yang immediately. He needs to take this pill here. If he walks down the mountain carrying something this valuable, every vulture in the region will come circling. He's not me. He can't fight them all off. Hong Ying nodded and gestured for me to follow. I thanked Liang Yu about 15 times and hustled after her before anyone could change the old man's mind. Behind me, I could feel He Bai's bitter stare. And Yang Jiwen? The guy looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. Whole. After I left, apparently He Bai asked, why does the sect master value this boy so much? And Liang Yu laid it out. The pill only works on martial cultivation methods. The fact that I accepted it proves I have won. I'm also an Iron Guard constable who hit 9th rank at a young age, which means unlimited potential. And oh yeah, Mountain River Sect just got caught up in a wrong spy scandal. Even though Liang Yu's reputation kept the Iron Guard from pressing charges. What about later? Everyone had their light bulb moment. The pill was partly a peace offering. A gesture saying, we're on your side, Iron Guard, please don't come after us. But they also knew that was only part of it. The old man genuinely liked me. Otherwise, he would have just mailed the pill to the Iron Guard headquarters weeks ago. Sometimes being impressive just pays off. On the way to the quiet room, my brain was doing background processing. Someone mentioned pharmacist Zhang was from Death Valley. And hey, that Chikai guy on the Divine Domain ranking board is also from Death Valley with the Medical Apprentice class. So Death Valley is basically a pill-making faction. Good to know. Hong Ying brought me to the room, and now that we were standing close with nobody else around, I got a proper look. She was only about 34 or 35, but her stats? Strength, 40. Agility, 25. Spirit, 12. Mountain River Saber Art at Mastery. Mountain River Heart Method at Perfection level. Wait, what? Her raw attributes were actually lower than Science, but her technique levels were above his. In an actual fight, she'd probably dominate him because skill mastery trumps raw power. Meanwhile, Bai and the other second-generation elders were all roughly Science level, which meant Hong Ying was quietly sitting there being the number 2 of the entire Mountain River sect, right behind Liang Yu himself. Note to self, do not mess with the pretty lady. Thank you, Senior Hong Ying, I said, being extra respectful. No need to be so formal. You're Su Qing's friend, which makes you my junior. Come visit the sect whenever you have time. She smiled and left. I went inside, locked the door from the inside, and sat down on the meditation cushion. Opened the wooden box. 1 pill. Glowing. Beautiful. Essence Cultivation Pill. 500 Cultivation Method Experience. Side effect: 3 days of paralysis after consumption. My heart nearly exploded. 500 points. My Diamond Bright King method only needs a bit over 400 to hit level 2. This pill doesn't just get me there. It gets me there with change to spare. I pulled up the level 2 details one more time. 10 free attribute points when activated. 30 strength and 30 agility, 200 bonus HP special effect. Unlock QI Blood, 10 free points. 200 HP. And some mystery ability called Chi Blood. Christmas came early, but then my math brain kicked in and reality hit hard. Sect Master Liang Yu's heart method was at layer 4. To reach layer 5, he'd need something like 1,000,000 experience points. 500 from this pill was literally a drop in the ocean for him. No wonder he said he'd given up. The man had been practicing for 50 or 60 years and still couldn't break through. An MY situation? With 30 spirit giving me 15 experience points per day, reaching layer 3 of my method would take about 2 years. Layer 4? 20 plus years. Layer 5? 200 years. Yeah, I definitely need to find a spirit boosting technique. If I can get to at least 100 spirit, maybe I can hit layer 5 before I'm ancient. But that's a problem for future me. Right now, pill time. I popped it in my mouth. Warm energy flooded through my body immediately. I activated the Diamond Bright King method and started converting the medicinal power into experience. 1 point, then another, slowly ticking up past the daily cap of 15. It was working, but then I realized I couldn't move. At all. Complete paralysis. If someone walked in right now and decided to stab me, I'd just have to sit there and take it. Thankfully, Little White crawled out of my clothes and parked himself by the door like a tiny loyal guard dog. Good boy. Best snake. Employee of the month. 3 days. 3 nights. No water. No food. Didn't even feel hungry. The experience counter climbed and climbed until it finally cracked 1,000. Boom. A surge of energy slammed into my body like a tidal wave. Diamond Bright King method. Level 2 achieved 10 free attribute points, 200 HP acquired. Chi Blood. I took a breath, forced myself to stay calm, and thought carefully about where to put those 10 free points. All into agility. Every single one. Agility jumped from 9 to 19. Doubled +1. I pulled up my full stat sheet. Level 22. Strength 11. Agility 19. Spirit 30. HP 510 base, 100 displayed. Chi Blood 10. Total attribute points exactly 60. Yang Jiwen, Mountain River Sect's #1 third-generation disciple, the big boss among the young guys, had a total of 67. After years of training with presumably excellent talent, I've been in this world for, a couple months, and I'm almost caught up to him. The gap is practically nothing now. Plus, Mountain River Heart method is inferior to my Diamond Bright King method. So when I activate mine, my stat boosts are bigger than his. In a real all-out fight, my numbers might actually be higher. Then I noticed the Chi Blood thing. There was this warm current flowing through my body. How do I use it though? I stood up and threw some Mountain Crusher fist punches. The moment my fist flew out, I felt it. I could control the warm flow. My fist suddenly glowed with a faint blood-colored energy. This is real. I kept punching. About a minute later, all 10 Chi Blood points drained and the glow vanished. So basically, Chi Blood is this world's version of inner energy from video games. Like a mana bar for martial arts. And when I practice Diamond Bright King method, Even after daily experience is capped, it still regenerates chi blood. Full recovery in about an hour. Not bad at all. Now let me do the real math. Full power mode. Diamond Bright King method. 30 agility phantom step. 24 agility thief catching saber. 6 agility base agility of 19 plus, all that equals 79. I almost choked on my own spit. This level up wasn't just an upgrade. It was a complete transformation. We're talking a whole different weight class here. After leaving the quiet room, I went to see Su Qing. The guy's whole vibe had changed. He knew I had a cultivation method now, and he could tell I was probably stronger than him. Overseer Yang, have you already reached ranked status? His expression was dead serious. I paused for a second, then nodded. Probably, yeah. The envy on his face was almost physical. Among all the third-generation disciples in Mountain River Sect, only Yang Jiwen has reached ranked status. My master says with my talent, I need at least 3 to 5 more years of grinding before I have a shot. You're barely older than me and you're already ahead. Just luck, Brother Su. He waved that off immediately. There's no luck in martial arts. Just hard work and talent. But honestly, I'm happy you're this strong. With you watching over the mine, Yang Jiwen can't touch it. Then he tried to get me to drop the Brother Su thing since I was a ranked warrior and it made him feel awkward. But I shut that down. He gave me my start, and that's worth a permanent brother title. Period. He stared at me for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Fine. Then I'll call you Junior Brother Yang. With the bromance officially upgraded, I got down to business. Brother Su, is Sect Master Liang a 7th rank expert? He laughed. That's not even a secret. Everyone in the martial world knows he's 7th rank, so my guess was right. Liang Yu is 7th rank. Sure, Xin would be 8th rank. And me? Technically I could count as 8th rank too, but most of my power comes from technique buffs, not deep cultivation. If I ran into a real 8th rank expert who'd been training for decades and had top-tier methods, I'd get smoked. Mountain River Sect is already a 3rd-tier sect, and the Sect Master is only 7th rank. I pushed further. What are 2nd-tier and 1st-tier like? Su Qing got serious. 2nd-tier sects, like Bitter Awakening Temple, have 4th-rank grandmasters sitting at the top. 4th rank? The jump from 3rd tier to 2nd tier, is that massive? Huge gap, right? He smiled at my expression. That's why sect rankings are basically uncrossable walls. Mountain River Sect has existed for over 180 years and never produced anyone above 7th rank. Because our Mountain River Heart method is a 3rd-tier technique. It caps out there. Bitter Awakening Temple has a 2nd-tier method, the Bitter Awakening Heart Sutra. Over generations, they've produced 6th rank, 5th rank, even 4th rank grandmasters. And 1st tier? I was almost afraid to ask. 1st tier sects have 1st rank land immortals. I blinked. Land immortals? Yep. Regular people can never even see one. Even our Zhao Kingdom's emperor can barely get an audience with the land immortals from the 4 great 1st-tier sections. Their abilities are beyond comprehension. A 4th-rank grandmaster can already tank the strongest siege crossbow in Zhao with just their chi blood, a weapon that can one-shot 5th-rank experts like it's nothing. And that's just 4th rank, he sighed. Our Mountain River Heart method, even maxed out at layer 5, can't produce anyone above 6th rank, let alone 4th. The higher you go, even 1 rank difference is an enormous gap. My brain was spinning. So 3rd-tier methods cap at 7th rank. 2nd tier caps at 4th. 1st tier goes all the way to 1st rank. But then something clicked and my stomach dropped. My Diamond Bright King method only has 4 layers. The Mountain River Heart method has 5. Even if I max mine out, the stat boosts don't match what Su Qing was describing for those higher ranks. There's no way 4 layers gets me to land immortal status. Is my technique incomplete? Or is something else going on? Shocked, huh? I was the same when I first joined, Su Qing said with a nostalgic sigh. Back then I figured reaching 8th rank would be my life ceiling. Now I think even 9th rank is a struggle. I probably won't hit 8th until I'm past 40. He wasn't being humble. With his low spirit stat, the daily cultivation gains had a hard cap. The math doesn't lie. 8th rank at 40-something was a realistic estimate. What are 3rd rank and 2nd rank called? I asked, pushing through my worries. 3rd rank is Grandmaster. 2nd rank is called a human immortal, super rare. Even the 4 great 1st-tier sects only have a handful. And 1st rank is land immortal. You know, immortal, flying through the sky, tunneling through earth, Can they actually fly? Su Qin gave me a weird look. How would I know? I've never seen one. Fair point. Oh, but your Iron Guard commander? Rumor has it he might be a grandmaster. He smiled. Anyway, stop worrying about immortals and gods. None of us will ever see one. If you ever make it to the capital and meet your commander, tell me what a grandmaster looks like in person. Deal. I said goodbye and headed back toward the red gold mine. Su Qin walked me all the way down the mountain like a true bro. After he left, some tall, muscular young guy approached me. You're young Ling? He kept his distance, voice probing, eyes scanning me up and down. I checked his stats instantly. Wu Shaochen level, 17. Saber Guard class. Strength, 15. Agility, 13. Spirit, 10. HP, 150. Weight, spirit at 10? That starting attribute spread seemed unusually high. Then it hit me. The Divine Domain level ranking is misleading. This guy's level wasn't far from mine, but his actual attributes were way below. The difference is cultivation methods. My Diamond Bright King method gave me 15 free attribute points in just the first 2 layers. If players like Lin Sai had first-tier methods, their stats would be similar to mine. This Wu Shaochen was leagues below. Level and power are not the same thing. Good to remember. I'm Yongling, and you are. Then he asked the one question I did not see coming. Are you a Divine Domain player? I put on my best confused face. What now? Yongling, you're a 9th rank Iron Guard Constable, and currently 5th on the Divine Domain level rankings, Wu Shaochen said with a wry smile. I know you're a player. Well, so much for the poker face. All right, fine. But you understand why I keep it quiet. This world is dangerous, and I'd rather not have a target on my back. Once I admitted it, the guy warmed up immediately. We found a shady spot and started swapping stories about our Divine Domain experiences. His story was honestly kind of infuriating. Dude fell into this world and almost immediately found himself a rich foster father in Green Mountain City. This rich guy had business connections with Mountain River Sect, dropped some cash, and boom, Wu Shaochen was in. No suffering, no starving, no mining rocks for 10 copper coins a day. Old Wu, your luck is disgusting. 0 hardship, 0 wrong turns. I meant it too. If I hadn't gotten insanely lucky finding the Diamond Bright King method in that fire crystal mine, I probably wouldn't even be a martial artist right now. How much did it cost to get into the sect? I asked. About 3,000 silver taels? 3,000? That's not pocket change, man. I was sitting on just over 1,000 taels and feeling pretty wealthy. This guy dropped 3 times that on tuition. 3,000 is a lot. He looked genuinely confused. Oh, this sweet summer child had no idea about the economy here. Let me break this down for you, I said. 1 copper coin buys a big steamed bun, the kind with actual meat in it. 1,000 copper coins equals 1 silver tael. How much is a steamed bun in the real world? 2 yuan, he answered automatically. Then his eyes went wide. 1 silver tael equals 2,000 yuan in purchasing power, at least for food. Yeah. His breathing got heavy. Oh no, if I kept that money, 3,000 taels would be 6 million yuan in real-world cash. When we get back to reality, this game is going to be huge, and I could have, old Wu. Stop. I had to cut him off before he hyperventilated. That plan has a tiny problem. As a professional gold farmer, trust me, I had the exact same calculations running in my head when I first got here. But this game is nothing like anything I've ever played. First of all, we're probably not going back. Not going back? That's impossible. It's just a game. We just haven't found the log out button yet. His smile was getting desperate. I stared at him for a moment. You've already figured it out. You just don't want to believe it. His smile vanished. That we really can't go back? High probability. Think about it. We entered this game with our physical bodies. Your full body scan includes every birthmark and old scar. Holographic technology can't do that. Which means if we die here, we're probably actually dead. In that situation, silver is worth more than cash. I let that sink in, then added, your foster dad spending 3,000 taels on you? Best investment ever. Do you know how many players can't even learn a basic martial technique, let alone a 3rd-tier cultivation method like Mountain River Heart method? Mountain River Heart method is only 3rd tier. He looked like someone told him his sports car was actually a minivan. 6 million yuan for a 3rd-tier technique, he muttered. I shook my head and laid out everything I knew. The player population, the odds, the rankings. Out of roughly 1 million players, Maybe a few hundred learned any martial technique at all. The ones with actual cultivation methods? Probably a few dozen. Below 3rd tier, there were tons of garbage techniques that would cap you at 9th rank forever. Meanwhile, his sect master had reached 7th rank with the Mountain River Heart method. It took him half an hour to process all this. Then his eyes lit up. Wait, so I actually lucked into one of the best possible starting positions. Why do you think you're in the top 10 on the level rankings? He started nodding frantically. I get it now. The heart method is valuable. Then he got curious about ranks. What's a 7th rank expert actually like? I can already feel my strength is way beyond normal. When I activate my cultivation, it's like being a superhero. So 7th rank must be also a superhero, just way more super than you. He asked how I leveled up so fast. I told him the truth, mining. Pure mining. I was grinding levels at the mine while he was off learning saber techniques. Mining can level you up that fast? Not at first. In the beginning, I'd dig up 1 or 2 pieces of fire crystal or per day. That was worth about 10 copper coins. 10 copper? Per day. Now he understood what 3,000 taels really meant. Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. Ling, there's not a single other player in Mountain River Sect. I've got nobody to talk to. Can I come mine at your place? My Mountain River Saber art needs 10,000 proficiency points for the next breakthrough anyway, so I might as well grind some levels in the meantime. Music to my ears. Sure. I'm heading back to the red gold mine right now. Come with me. I'll make you an overseer. Good pay too. I said it casually, like I wasn't absolutely thrilled. But inside, oh, I'd been steering this entire conversation toward exactly this moment. A real martial artist working at MY Mine. That's not just a helper. That's a game changer. Me and Wu Xiaoqin got back to the red gold mine just in time to see old Zhao arriving with a fresh batch of refugees. About 300 to 400 people. I did a quick scan and, oh hello, roughly half of them were players. Most looked lost and confused. Some were in rags with pale faces, clearly hadn't eaten in a while. Classic new player experience. Old Zhao. The man spotted me and practically sprinted over. Lord Yang. Since when are we doing the Lord thing? He got all serious on me. You're a 9th rank Iron Guard Constable. We're all unranked. Of course we call you Lord. Besides, Head Constable Lin keeps telling everyone that once he gets promoted, you're taking over as Head Constable of Green Mountain City. You might even make 8th rank someday. That's big time. Every overseer within earshot went a little pale at that. The refugees, players included, were staring at me with pure awe. Old Zhao's constable buddies crowded around saying nice things, trying to get on my good side. To be fair, I did kill Wu Man from Giant Spirit Gate, then slaughtered another dozen plus rogue spies. For regular constables, that kind of track record might as well be legendary. Wu Xiaoqin was taking it all in with wide eyes, not saying a word. First time off the mountain, everything was new to him. I scanned every single refugee stat panel at lightning speed, identifying every player in the crowd. To them, all they felt was my gaze cutting through them like a blade. Nobody could hold eye contact. I slipped old Zhao 5 silver taels for the trouble. He nearly choked. 5 taels, he tried to refuse about 6 times before I basically shoved the money into his hands. His constable boys were practically vibrating. Split among them, that was 300 to 500 copper each. Serious money for these guys. After they left, I turned to the 11 overseers standing in front of me. Time to clean house. While I was at Mountain River Sect, the Sect Master chewed Yang Juan out so hard he couldn't lift his head. The Sect Master also knows people have been sabotaging production, so he's given Su Qing full authority over overseer appointments at this mine. And Su Qing gave that authority to me. 11 faces went white simultaneously. Beautiful. Fang Qingyang's case set the precedent. You all know there's no point sticking around. Pack your things, go wherever you want. You're all fired. Not a single one dared argue. They just bowed with trembling hands and went to pack. Wu Xiaoqin was stunned. You fired all of them? Who's gonna run things? You are, for starters, I grinned. Plus I've got plenty of capable people. 12 overseers was always overkill anyway, right on cue. Chen Su, Chen Guoqing, and Li Ti and I showed up. I announced the new management team, Wu Xiaoqin, Chen Su, Chen Guoqing, Li Ti and I, and Wang Haodong. Monthly salary, 8 silver taels each. Wu Xiaoqin's jaw dropped. 8 taels, times 2,000 yuan per tael. That's a 16,000 yuan monthly salary. I didn't even make that much in the real world. Changhe and the others were fired up too. Nobody expected a trip to Mountain River Sect would result in promotions. I had Changhe's team settle the new player refugees into the mining village, then called all the veteran players together at my courtyard. Over 100 players gathered, chatting and laughing. These guys had been grinding levels for a while now, and you could see the difference. Better posture, better attitude, actual hope in their eyes. Gao Chen's three-man squad had already revealed their player status and the fact that Gao Chen was a martial artist. So they had some clout among the player crowd. All three were eyeing Wu Xiaochen curiously. That guy came back from Mountain River Sect with Ling. Probably a big shot. I cleared my throat and made the introduction. Everyone, this is Wu Xiaochen. Ranked 9th on the Divine Domain level rankings. Official disciple of Mountain River Sect. That's him. The players who'd just been casually joking around with Wu Xiaochen looked like they'd been hit by lightning. The guy had zero attitude. Nobody would have guessed he was a top 10 ranker. Wu Xiaochen got a little embarrassed with everyone staring at him like he was a celebrity. I just got lucky, that's all. I'll be mining alongside you guys from now on. Please take care of me. With Brother Wu mining with us, we're even safer now. Everyone was pumped. The team was growing, and these original members knew they were the founding crew. Early birds get the worms. After the meeting, I sent everyone off to regroup at Mine Shaft 1 in 3 hours. Then I locked myself in my room for some private stat checking. I pulled up Diamond Bright King Method's full breakdown. Layer 1. 5 free points. 15 strength/agility when activated, 100 HP. Layer 2. 10 free points. 30 strength/agility, 200 HP. Unlocks Chi Blood. Layer 3. 20 free points, 60 strength/agility, 500 HP, 100 Chi Blood, plus a special skill, Diamond Indestructible Body. Defense multiplied by 10, lasting as long as Chi Blood holds out. Excuse me? 10 times defense. By layer 3, my HP would break 1,000. Stack 10 times defense on top of that, and I'd basically be a walking tank. That's not improvement, that's evolution. Every single layer of this technique is a complete transformation. That's the terrifying power of a first-tier cultivation method. And honestly, even if Diamond Bright King method turns out to be an incomplete first-tier technique, I'm not even mad. Lin Sai and the other first-tier sect disciples might not even have access to something this powerful. Not every student gets the good stuff. Feeling pretty satisfied with life, I sat down and practiced until I hit my daily 15 experience points. Then I grabbed my red gold pickaxe and headed for the mine. Back to the grind. Empire doesn't build itself. Down in Mine Shaft 1, Wu Xiaochen was going hard with a steel pickaxe. His high strength plus saber training made him a natural. Not quite as fast as me, but fast enough to make every player watching go slack-jawed. We had almost 2,000 miners flooding the tunnels now. Even without counting my personal output, I could guarantee monthly production would stay above 3,500 gene. The operation was humming. Then Chun Guiqing showed up mid-shift looking troubled. Yangji, some of the new players in this batch. They're my co-workers. I put down my pickaxe immediately. What's going on outside? He gave a bitter laugh. It's chaos. Latest estimates say at least 2 million players have entered Divine Domain now. 2 million people vanished from the real world. Our country has about 3 billion people, so the percentage is small. But 2 million missing humans is more than enough to cause widespread panic. My colleagues want to meet you. They're from a higher-level department. I nodded and headed back to my courtyard, leaving Wu Xiaochen in charge of the mine. A few minutes later, Chun Guiqing brought them in. Their clothes were decent, but their faces had that hungry look. Clearly hadn't been eating well since arriving. Chun Guiqing made introductions. The leader was Luo Yu, senior inspector from the Emergency Response Department. The rest were his subordinates. Mr. Yang, a pleasure. Luo Yu extended his hand, very polite. We shook. I got straight to the point. Inspector Luo, is there any way to leave Divine Domain? None whatsoever. His expression was grim. The government is trying to shut this game down, but it's impossibly strange. The official website literally cannot be closed. People keep ignoring warnings and entering the game. The missing population just keeps growing. Has anyone made it back out? Not a single person. So dying here means dying for real. My gut feeling was right all along. Well, Inspector Luo, we're here now. Might as well make the best of it. That's when one of his team, a woman, spoke up in a serious tone. This red gold mine is an excellent base of operations for sheltering incoming players. We'd like you to transfer management authority to us. You'd stay as the public face, of course, since the NPCs only recognize you. But the actual decisions would be ours. Chingguoqing looked like he wanted to disappear into the floor. Even he thought this was too much. Luo, you stayed quiet, just watching my reaction. I took my time. The red gold mine belongs to Mountain River Sect. I manage it because I earned that position. Do you know what it takes to manage a mine in this world? Organizational skills? The woman said without thinking. Wrong. I smiled and walked them through everything that had happened. The sabotage, the assassinations, the rogue spies, the giant spirit gate attacks. All of it. Without enough personal strength, I can't even hold this position. I can't protect the miners. This isn't the real world where you flash a badge and people listen. Here, it's fists first, credentials second. You need to be strong enough to fight. Then you get to be in charge. You're not even martial artists yet. Your stats are terrible. How exactly would you manage this mine? I kept my tone friendly but firm. For now, follow Chingguoqing. Mine ore. Earn money. Feed yourselves. Level up. We can talk about other things later. Mr. Yang, you should be cooperating with our department, the woman pressed, frowning. I am cooperating. I specifically arranged for Green Mountain City to send all refugees here, so I could take in more players. I'm already doing what you want to do. The result is the same. Does it really matter whose name is on the door? Of course it matters, you. I cut her off by getting serious. Let me ask you something. If nobody ever goes back, and eventually all of humanity enters divine domain, what happens then? The room went dead silent. I could practically see the gears turning in their heads as a chill ran through them. Complete power reset. Every nation, every government, every hierarchy from the outside world, all of it starts from zero in here. Whether those nations even exist anymore becomes a question mark. Learn the rules of this world. Start thinking of yourselves as part of divine domain. That's how you survive. I paused to let that sink in. I'm a nice guy? You're lucky you ran into me. If you'd pulled this hand over your operation move on some other player with a bad temper, they could kill you and the Zhao Kingdom government wouldn't lift a finger. No, why? Why? The woman asked reflexively. Because you don't even have identities here. Right now, you're just refugees. Nobodies. I can get you official identity papers for 5 silver taels each, and that money goes to Green Mountain City, not me. So work hard. Mine or earn your silver, get yourselves registered. Then learn martial arts. Get strong. Then come back and we'll talk about the bigger picture. Silence. Chingguoqing sighed. Inspector Luo, this is how things are. We need to adapt and accept it. We can't apply outside world thinking here. Luo, you slowly nodded. I understand. Our request was presumptuous. I can see the mine is well run. Anyone who works gets fed. That's more than most places. All I ask is that when you encounter players who need help, you look after them when you can. You have my word, Inspector. Nobody raised their voice. Nobody lost their temper. Very civilized all around. After they left, Chingguoqing lingered behind, looking embarrassed. Yangji, I'm really sorry. I didn't know they were going to ask for control of the mine. Don't worry about it. They'll adjust to reality soon enough and come at things with a fresh perspective. I clapped him on the shoulder. Now let's go. Back to the mine. Leveling up is what actually matters. Because no amount of real-world titles helps you when you can't even swing a pickaxe. Next few days, pure grind mode. All my martial techniques were stuck at the mastery level, needing 10,000 proficiency points each to break through. That wasn't happening anytime soon. So the best bang for my buck was leveling up through mining. Frenzied 10-hit combo. Frenzied 10-hit combo. I was hammering red gold, or like it owed me money. 14 to 15 gene per day, earning about 30 taels of silver daily. Almost 1,000 taels per month just from MY personal output. I ran some quick math in my head. If I could buy spirit essence pills at 500 taels each, that's 1,000 proficiency points per pill, versus spending 20 hours a day manually training techniques for 60 measly proficiency points. Yeah, mining and buying pills was the smarter play. Plus mining came with free level up experience on the side. Decision made. Climb back to number 1 on the rankings. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point. Dumped it straight into agility. Checked the leaderboard. Lin Sai was at 25. Jiang Tianai at 25. I was at 23. Only 2 levels behind the leaders. Totally closable gap. Back to mining, but then Shinsu came running. Yangji, you told me to scout mine shaft 2 for bugs. We found something. He held up a dead spider crushed by a rock. Black body, covered in bristly fur that looked like iron needles. Sharp as actual spikes. Iron spike spiders. The fur is venomous, paralyzes you on contact. My expression darkened immediately. These things looked like baby versions of that nightmare creature. The Overlord ghost spider lurking in the underground river beneath Shaft 36. If the underground rivers were all connected. Take me there. Now, I told Shinsu and the others to wait at the entrance and went in alone with a torch, sending Little White ahead to scout. Found the spot where they'd killed the first one. Looked around carefully. Then I lifted the torch upward. The ceiling was covered in fist-sized iron spike spiders. Hundreds. Maybe thousands. Just hanging there. Waiting. No hesitation. I drew my 9th rank official blade and activated Diamond Bright King method. Strength and agility surged by 30 points each. Stacked Phantom Step and Thief-Catching Saber on top of that. Total agility, 80. I became a hurricane of steel. The spiders came down like a black avalanche. I cut through them one by one. Blade moving so fast, even I was impressed. Every kill sent a cool trickle of experience flowing into me. Way more experience than mining, actually. I slaughtered 2,000 to 3,000 of them without breaking a sweat. Felt like a machine. A very happy, leveling up machine. Then I noticed my blade was chipped all over. The 9th rank official saber was basically falling apart after one session. I really need to visit the prefecture and get a proper weapon. Fighting with equipment that can't keep up with my strength is a serious handicap. Having one weapon destroyed per battle is not sustainable. I sheathed the damaged blade, pulled out my red-gold pickaxe, and kept going deeper. I needed to confirm whether this shaft also had a connected underground river. Hours later, with Little White's help, I found it, a hidden opening barely the size of a watermelon. Below it, a raging underground river. And floating on the water? More iron spike spiders, jumping up through the hole whenever they reached it. I parked myself right there with my pickaxe and played Whack-A-Spider for the next few hours. Pop up, get smashed. Pop up, get smashed. Like the world's most violent arcade game. I kept one eye on the river the whole time. If that Overlord ghost spider showed up, I was out. But it never appeared. Good. After clearing that wave, my experience bar had climbed significantly. I sealed the hole shut and marked it on my mental map. But this confirmed what I feared. That boss spider was sitting underneath my entire operation. All the shafts were probably connected through the river system. I have to kill that thing. It was way too high level for a straight fight. But maybe there were other options. Su Qing mentioned those siege crossbows that could one-shot 5th rank experts. Obviously impossible to get. But what about fire? Lure it up and burn it with fire oil. As a 9th rank Iron Guard constable, getting my hands on fire oil shouldn't be too hard. I decided to visit Green Mountain City soon and ask Lin Yin about it. But no rush. First, more grinding. Over the next 2 days, things at the mine were running smooth. Out of our 10,000 plus miners, about 3,000 were now regularly going underground. The rest were still scared, and I wasn't going to force them. Production was more than enough anyway. Finally, hit level 24. Another point into agility. Current stats, level 24. Strength 11. Agility 20. Spirit 30. HP 510. The gap with the leaderboard leaders was down to 1 level now. And unlike them, I had a side hustle of spider genocide boosting my experience. Next stop, Green Mountain City. Fire oil shopping. Boss hunting preparations. Green Mountain City. Iron Guard headquarters. Little Yang. What brings you here? Lin Yin spotted me and practically dragged me over, barely containing himself. You won't believe this. After we sent those rogue spy heads up the chain, the Changhe Prefecture Iron Guard office said I made a major contribution. They're promoting me to Chief of Patrol Division 3 at the Prefecture. Boss, is that a big deal? Like, 3 ranks up? Big deal? The Prefecture Patrol Division Chiefs are all 8th rank Iron Guard constables as standard. I'm only temporary for now, but they're clearly grooming me for the 8th rank promotion. Once that goes through, I'll be the real deal. It's not quite 7th rank, but it's my dream job. The man was glowing. Then he broke down the Iron Guard structure for me. Every prefecture office has 3 divisions. Criminal investigation, catches thieves, that's who we reported to in Green Mountain City. Public security, handles riots and large bandit groups. Basically the SWAT team that only trains and never shows up, and Patrol Division. And Patrol Division? I asked. Ling grinned. We investigate our own people. If any constable or colleague does something shady, we handle it. Plus, we can send reports directly to the capital about anything, good or bad. Internal affairs. That's serious power. So Patrol Division actually outranks the other two, I said. For our purposes? Absolutely, he winked. Don't worry, once I'm settled in, I'll put in good words for you upstairs. If you ever transfer to the Prefecture, the two of us working together, we'd be unstoppable. Yeah? No thanks. At least not yet. At the mine, I could level up and train martial arts with zero interruption. The Prefecture would just slow me down. So what brings you here, he asked. Time for the real reason. I told him I needed fire oil to clear out mine bugs from the tunnels. Obviously, I wasn't going to mention the actual Overlord ghost spider. That would raise way too many questions. Lin Yan's face got serious. Fire oil? Every city keeps a stockpile, and it's managed by the Iron Guard. But it's heavily regulated. The Patrol Division sends inspectors to check quantities regularly. If any goes missing beyond normal wear, heads roll. Ah, forget it then. I don't want to cause you trouble. Did I say I wouldn't help? He suddenly smiled. We've got about 100 gene in storage. Take all of it. Boss, aren't you worried about? Green Mountain City falls under Patrol Division 3's jurisdiction. I'm the chief of Division 3. I'll just write myself a note with some excuse, and the books balance out. What's there to worry about? This man. I love this man. Thank you, boss. Half a day later, I was back at the Red Gold Mine with over 100 gene of fire oil. Operation Kill the Boss was officially in motion. I called in my 5 overseers, Wu Xiaochen, Chen Su, Chen Guoqing, Li Tianai, and Wang Haodong. I've got something to discuss. If we pull it off, the experience gains could be massive. 5 pairs of eyes instantly lit up like Christmas trees. Yangji, what's the job? Something big. Wu Xiaochen was practically bouncing. I laid it all out. The underground river, the Overlord ghost spider, the connected tunnel system, everything. The plan is simple. Lure the spider up from the river, trap it in a section of tunnel, seal both ends, and burn it with the fire oil. All 5 went pale. Nobody had any idea there was a monster living underneath the mine this whole time. Suddenly the lockdown on Shaft 36 made perfect sense. Yangji, how strong is this thing? Wu Xiaochen asked. If even you don't dare fight it head-on, the pressure it gives off is intense. I don't think I can take it in a straight fight. I couldn't exactly say. I literally can't read its stat panel, so it's way above my level. That would reveal too much about my abilities. Dude, that's a boss. Wu Xiaochen's fear immediately flipped to excitement. If we kill it, the experience could be worth 7 or 8 days of mining. Chen Su and the others started breathing heavier. They were all close to level 10, the class change threshold. One boss kill might push them over the edge. We spent a while planning the details, then headed down into the mines to set everything up. Fire oil placement, escape routes, ignition timing, the works. Then came the part nobody else could do, the bait. That was me. Yangji, this is dangerous, Chen Guoqing said, being his usual cautious self. If I don't kill this thing, I won't be able to sleep at night. I shrugged and grinned. He stopped arguing after that. While I dove into the underground river, he double-checked every preparation one more time. The critical thing was timing the fire oil ignition perfectly. I swam through the dark water, scanning the environment as I went. Before long, I reached the spot where I'd seen the Overlord ghost spider last time. I looked up into the stone cavern above. It was packed with insect cocoons again. Wall to wall. Thousands of them. This thing breeds like crazy. No hesitation, I activated Phantom Step and stomped every single cocoon at maximum speed. Experience was raining in. Then suddenly, something fell off. My body moved on pure instinct, sliding sideways like a gust of wind. A strand of white spider silk slammed into the exact spot where I'd been standing. It punched straight through the solid rock floor like a bullet through paper. If that had hit me, I honestly didn't know if my Iron Guard armor could have taken it. No time to think. I spun around and launched myself into the underground river, swimming toward the prepared tunnel like a fish with a rocket strapped to its back. Behind me, something massive plunged into the water. Heavy. Fast. Chasing. I activated everything I had. My mind went into that crystal-clear overdrive state. totally pumped with adrenaline, but impossibly calm at the same time. Every next step of the plan was perfectly lined up in my head. I'd been noticing this more and more. The higher my spirit stat climbed, the more it changed how I thought. Superhuman composure under pressure was just one of the perks. And right now, with a building-sized spider on my tail, I really appreciated that perk. I could feel the water behind me going absolutely berserk. The pressure from that thing was like having a truck tailgate you at 100 miles an hour. I pushed my cultivation to maximum and shot out of the water, sprinting through the tunnel like my life depended on it. Because it did. Glance back once. Just once. A spider the size of a calf. And with 8 legs spread out, it looked even bigger. Pure nightmare fuel. I pulled up its stat panel. Overlord Ghost Spider level. Strength, agility, spirit, special skills. All question marks. Again, fantastic. Love fighting things I can't even measure. I let out a sharp whistle, the signal. First checkpoint. Wu Xiaochen, Chen Su, and Li Tianai. Their job was to seal the tunnel behind the spider immediately after it passed. I blew through their position like a tornado. Then they saw the spider. HSSSS, HSSSS, HSSSS. All three sucked in air so hard they probably created a vacuum. Li Tianai looked like he'd seen a demon. Which, honestly, he basically had. Stay calm, Wu Xiaochen snapped. The spider charged past. They dove in and yanked the support nets, bringing down an avalanche of loose rock they'd prepared. Then they filled in the gaps by hand until the passage was completely blocked. First seal, done. Spider trapped in the kill zone with me. Now I just needed to reach the second exit where Chun Guqing and Wang Haodong were waiting with the bow and fire arrows. Sprint through, they seal the exit, light it up, roast the spider. Simple plan. Then the spider did something very not simple. Instead of shooting its silk at me, it aimed at the exit. Steel-hard silk strands slammed into the rock walls around the opening. The walls we deliberately loosened for quick sealing. The whole exit collapsed. Sealed shut. With me still inside. I haven't gotten out yet. You 8-legged jerk. The fire oil plan was officially dead. Unless I wanted to become a barbecue myself. Outside, Chun Guqing and Wang Haodong were staring at the collapsed wall in horror. What do we do? Wang Haodong was white as a ghost. Don't panic, Chun Guqing said, sounding way calmer than he probably felt. Yang Ji is resourceful. He can handle surprises, sure. Surprises. Like being locked in a tunnel with a boss monster. A silk strand punched into the ground right where I'd been standing. I dodged on pure instinct. And then it hit me. This spider wasn't running from me. It had deliberately sealed us in together. I thought I was hunting IT, but this thing had been planning to trap me the whole time. It kept attacking. Silk after silk. Each one like a steel cable that could punch through solid rock. I was burning through phantom step dodges at maximum speed, relying on 80 agility and heightened perception to stay alive. But the math was not in my favor. Diamond Bright King method has a time limit. When it runs out, my agility drops to 50. At 50, I can't dodge these attacks anymore. The spider got tired of shooting silk and charged. 8 legs pumping, barreling at me like an angry tank. It wasn't quite as fast as me, but it wasn't slow either. I managed to dance around it and slashed with my official blade. Clang. Sparks flew. The blade snapped in half. Oh, come on. I threw away the useless handle, pulled out my red-gold pickaxe, and unloaded everything. Frenzied 10-hit combo. Clang, clang, clang. More sparks. 0 damage. Its armor is too hard. I can't break through with these weapons. I dodged away again, brain running at maximum processing speed. If I didn't figure something out soon, I was spider food. Everything I'd built, the mine, the team, the progress, all of it would mean nothing. I did not claw my way up in this world just to get eaten by a bug. Then the spider activated some kind of skill. Its speed exploded, suddenly faster than me. All I could do was cross my arms and brace. Wham! I got launched like a cannonball and cratered into the stone wall. Pain screamed through both arms. My organs felt like they'd been put in a blender. My back, my ribs, everything hurt. I checked my HP, started at 510, now sitting at barely 200. One hit took more than half my health. The spider was charging again with that speed boost skill active. This was it, do or die. Then I noticed something. Its belly. While the rest of it was armored like a medieval fortress, the underside was soft and squishy. The spider leaped into the air, All 8 legs pointed down like steel javelins, aiming to skewer me into the ground. But when it jumped, its belly was exposed. This was my chance. I pushed every last drop out of Diamond Bright King method and made the tiniest possible dodge. I slipped between the 8 descending legs, didn't avoid the spider itself, but avoided every single killing strike. All 8 legs plunged deep into the stone wall. Stuck. And there I was, face to face with the spider's soft underbelly. Half a meter away. All or nothing. Right now, I went ice cold. Complete calm. Raised my red gold pickaxe, blood-red chi flooding over it like a glove. Frenzied 10-hit combo. Frenzied 10-hit combo. Frenzied 10-hit combo. My strength was at 51 with all buffs, 11 base, plus 30 from Diamond Bright King method, plus 10 from the pickaxe. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The pickaxe tore through the soft belly like a shovel through wet mud. I was carving a hole into this thing. Rancid, stinking goop sprayed everywhere. All over my face, my armor, my everything. Did I care? Absolutely not. I was a machine. A disgusting, goo-covered, pickaxe-swinging machine. The spider finally realized it was in trouble and tried to rip its legs free. But it had driven them in too deep. Too much power, too much penetration. It was stuck, and I wasn't stopping. In the darkness of that cave, the only sound was me going squelch, squelch, squelch with my pickaxe into spider guts. I lost track of time. My arms felt like they were about to fall off. Diamond Bright King method had run out ages ago. Every muscle was screaming at me to stop. But here's the problem. Mining red gold or gives experience, which keeps my stamina going. Mining a spider's insides? 0 experience until the thing actually dies. I was burning through energy with nothing coming back. Didn't matter. I kept swinging. Then a spider leg gently settled onto my shoulder. I braced for agony. But instead, no pain. Just a tsunami of cool energy flooding into my body. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point. 3 levels. In an instant, the exhaustion vanished like it was never there. I pulled myself out of the spider's hollowed-out belly, covered head to toe in unspeakable gunk, and walked a safe distance away before turning around. And now I could finally read its stats. Overlord Ghost Spider level, 101 strength, 129 agility, 67 spirit, 13 special skill, frenzied charge 101, strength at 129. No wonder its panel was all question marks. You can only see stats for things within a certain level range of you. And this thing was almost 4 times my level. It must have been living down here for years, slowly growing into this absolute unit. I suddenly felt very, very grateful to be alive. Luck carried me through at least 70% of that fight. Note to self, do not casually pick fights with boss monsters anymore. But still, 3 levels and 1 kill? Not bad at all. I dumped all 3 attribute points into agility, pushing it to 23, and checked the leaderboard. Number 1. Yang Ling, level 27. Lin Cai and Jiang Tianai were at 26, 1 level behind me. I was back on top, and I intended to stay there. Level 30 was close, and that probably meant another treasure chest. The silver chest at level 20 gave me Phantom Step, a first-tier movement technique. A gold chest at 30? The possibilities made my brain tingle. Then the spider's corpse did something unexpected. It dissolved into silver light and vanished completely. Every trace of it, the body, the goo, even the disgusting stuff splattered all over me, just gone. Clean as a whistle. In its place sat a silver treasure chest. It dropped loot. I rushed over and popped it open. Inside was a single yellow paper talisman covered in weird symbols that looked like drunk calligraphy. Hey, talisman. My heart sank. No first-tier weapon. No essence cultivation pill. Not even a decent pickaxe? A piece of paper? I picked it up and read the description. Invisibility talisman. Activated by chi blood. Duration, 5 minutes. Invisibility? My disappointment evaporated in about half a second. 5 minutes of being completely invisible? If I'd had this during the spider fight, it would have been a guaranteed win instead of a near-death experience. Sure, it's a one-time use, not a permanent skill like a technique. But used at the right moment? This thing could save my life in situations where nothing else could. In some ways, That's more valuable than a permanent technique. I tucked it away like it was made of diamonds, then cleared both collapsed tunnels to reunite with the team. Wu Xiaoqin walked in, looked around the empty cavern, looked at the untouched fire oil barrels still hanging from the ceiling, and his brain short-circuited. Yangji, what? The fire oil wasn't even used? Where's the spider? Chen Guoqing explained the situation, how the exit collapsed before I got out, making the fire plan impossible. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath at that. I just smiled. Yeah, it got a little exciting in here. But the spider's dead. Did you all get experience? Yes. They nodded in unison, but their eyes were saying something very different. Something like, you solo killed that nightmare creature with a pickaxe? I think when players kill a boss in Divine Domain, the body disappears automatically, I said, getting serious. Which usually means one thing. It'll eventually respawn. Everyone went pale again. But that's actually good news, I grinned. If we killed it once, we can kill it again. And the experience is enormous. I went up 3 levels from being the main attacker. I'm number 1 on the leaderboard again. The fear in their eyes instantly flipped to greed. Oh right, respawning boss equals repeatable experience farm. Congrats on reclaiming first place, Yangji. Wu Xiaoqin cupped his fists. I jumped to 8th. Honestly, without the mining grind plus this boss experience split, I'd probably be falling out of the top 10. Then Chen Su and the others spoke up. They'd all hit level 10, which meant they needed a class change to keep leveling. Don't look at me, Wu Xiaoqin laughed, holding up his hands. Mountain River Sect doesn't take commoners. My foster dad paid 3,000 taels for my spot. He jerked his thumb at me. Talk to Yangji. Your best bet is becoming constables, and he's about to be head constable of Green Mountain City. Every pair of eyes swiveled to me, blazing with hope. Shouldn't be hard, I said casually. Once I officially become head constable, 1 word from me and you're all in. You'll get the thief-catching saber technique, official martial artist status, and full access to your attribute panels. Thank you, Yangji. The joy on their faces was nuclear. They'd been grinding for weeks, waiting for exactly this moment. And me? I now had a growing army of loyal players who owed their careers to me. A repeatable boss farm underneath my mind, an invisibility talisman in my pocket, and the number 1 spot on the leaderboard. Not a bad day's work for a guy who almost got eaten by a spider. After stashing the fire oil, I spent the next few days grinding levels as usual. Then old Zhao showed up at the mine looking like he'd won the lottery. Lin Yin got his promotion. He wants you back in Green Mountain City to take over as head constable. Music to my ears. I left Wu Xiaoqin in charge of the mine and headed to the city with Chen Su and the crew. At the Iron Guard headquarters, Lin Yin was pacing around like an excited puppy. Boss, congratulations on the promotion. I walked in with a big grin and cupped fists. Every constable in the yard turned to look at me with a mix of respect and awe. They all knew who was really responsible for Lin Yan's rise. Nobody was calling me a freeloader anymore. Chen Su, Chen Guoqing, Li Tianai, and Wang Haodong were seeing a Divine Domain government office for the first time. 3 of them looked nervous, but then they remembered they were rolling with me, and the confidence came back. Little Yang, Lin Yin grabbed my arm and sat me down. Old Zhao brought tea like a pro. My appointment came through. I leave for the prefecture tomorrow, but I'm not going until I hand this head constable seat to you personally. Whatever questions you have, whatever problems need solving, let's knock them all out today. My 4 guys were practically vibrating with excitement behind me. The moment I became head constable, they could class change. That's the beauty of government positions. Way easier to enter than a martial sect. No 3,000 tael admission fee required. Boss, doesn't this need approval from above? Lin Yin laughed. You're a 9th rank Iron Guard constable. In all of Green Mountain City, there's me and there's you. I'm leaving, so obviously you take the chair. I'll file the paperwork at the prefecture. Then he started briefing me on what the job actually involved. Managing city security, dealing with small-time gangs, maintaining relationships with shop owners and business managers who paid taxes, being available to solve their problems. My enthusiasm dropped about 30%. I still needed to mine. If I was stuck doing city management, when would I grind levels? Little Yang, what's wrong? You don't look happy about getting promoted. Boss, you know me. I love mining. I have a deep emotional connection with tunnels. Every constable in the room subconsciously nodded. They'd all heard about how this maniac spent every day in the mines swinging his pickaxe so fast it left after images. The man genuinely loved mining. But if I'm head constable, I won't have time for the mine anymore, I sighed. How much do you make mining? Lin asked. About 14 or 15 gene of red gold, or a day. Works out to 20 or 30 silver taels daily. HSSSSS. Every constable in the room inhaled sharply. Their combined jaw-dropping could have caused a small earthquake. 20 to 30 taels a day. These guys made 3 to 5 taels a month, including side income. No wonder I loved mining. Lin Yin was stunned too, but he recovered quickly. Look, being head constable is mainly about having a presence. Show up when you can, hang around a bit, then go back to your mine. Find someone you trust to handle daily operations here. Someone trustworthy? Actually, I might have exactly the right person for that. A certain Inspector Luo from the Emergency Response Department who wanted to be useful. Besides, you cannot refuse this position. Lin Yin got serious. With you in this chair, I can leave with peace of mind. If someone else takes over, or worse, if headquarters sends a stranger down here, all these constables could get pushed around or fired. They need you. That's right, Constable Yang. Only you can sit in this seat. Old Zhao jumped in. Constable Yang, we need you here. The whole room joined the chorus, faces full of genuine worry. Then Lin Yin played his trump card. Oh, and the various gangs pay monthly tribute to the head constable. Plus the business owners all want stability. He paused meaningfully. And you'll need somewhere to spend all that mining money, right? Weapons, pills. Spirit essence pills, for example, are available in the Prefecture. Once I'm there, I can keep an eye out for you. Spirit essence pills. Available through Lin Yan's connections. Sold. Boss, I'll take the seat. Lin Yan was delighted. He had old Zhao bring me a new uniform right there on the spot. In the courtyard, nearly 100 constables lined up in neat rows. On command, every single one cupped their fists and bowed. We greet head Constable Yang. The shout was so loud people outside the headquarters heard it. The whole city was probably whispering about the changing of the guard. Old Zhao was the happiest of them all. Being best buddies with the new head constable had its perks. Boss, can I appoint new constables? I glanced at Lin Yan. He chuckled. You're the head constable now. Appoint whoever you want. Done. Chun Guqing, Chen Su, Li Tianai, Wang Haodong. All four officially appointed as Green Mountain City Iron Guard constables. The moment the appointments went through, they all saw the class change notification pop up in their vision. The JOY on their faces was indescribable. Weeks of grinding had finally paid off. I handed each of them a copy of Thief-Catching Saber technique from the armory. For books out, and the armory was completely cleaned out. Perfect timing, Lin Yan said. Headquarters only sends us 5 copies per year, meaning 5 new constable slots annually. Counting your copy, that's all 5 used up. Want more people? Wait till next spring. After the official business, Lin Yan took me to a fancy restaurant in the city. Upstairs in a private room, a dozen people were already waiting. Local business leaders, guild bosses, that sort of crowd. The moment we walked in, they all stood up with sycophantic smiles. Congratulations on your promotion, Lord Lin. An elderly man shuffled forward and presented a wooden box with both hands. A small congratulatory gift from us old friends. Oh, you shouldn't have. This is too much, Lin Yan said while smoothly pocketing the box. He opened it in front of me. Silver banknotes, 100 taels each. At least 10 of them. 1,000 taels. Just like that. Handed over like a tip at a restaurant. That's the equivalent of 2 spirit essence pills. Being in government was looking more and more profitable by the minute. Let me introduce everyone, Lin Yan said, pulling me to the seat of honor. Then he scanned the room with authority. This is Head Constable Yang, 9th rank Iron Guard, personally promoted by Inspector Shi Xian himself. The Rong spy Wu Man from Giant Spirit Gate died by his hand. Every face in the room tightened with respect. Head Constable Yang, a 9th rank warrior who could kill other ranked martial artists? In Green Mountain City, ranked fighters were extremely rare. Every single one was somebody important. And this one was barely in his 20s. After I leave, Head Constable Yang runs the Iron Guard office here. Any problems, go to him. Lin Yan started making introductions. First up was an old man named Huang Sihai, head of White Horse Pharmacy, the biggest drugstore in town. He could get me wholesale prices on healing salves and treat any illness. Little old me greets Head Constable Yang. Huang Sihai jumped up and bowed deeply. I tried to stand and return the courtesy, but Lin Yan pushed my leg back down. Right, I'm the boss now. Bosses stay seated. He introduced about a dozen more. Pharmacy owners, pawn shop operators, transport companies. Basically, every important industry in Green Mountain City had a representative in this room. Then, this is Chi Dalong, leader of the Snake Gang. A middle-aged man stood up with a smooth smile. Head Constable Yang. I smiled and nodded back. Casually peeked at his stats. Strength, 16. Agility, 8. Spirit, 4. Technique, snake-catching hands at advanced level. Not impressive. Then, almost on a whim, I used my insight skill on him. Chi Dalong. Yesterday met with Rome Kingdom spies embedded in Mountain River Sect, plotting against Green Mountain City. Head Constable Yang Ling. Well now, isn't that interesting? Old me would have gotten chills. Current me? I was actually kind of curious what this clown thought he could do to me. With his pathetic stats, he'd need to bring an army. Head Constable Yang. I have a member named Zhang Wei who often mentions knowing you, Chi Dalong said casually, like he was just making small talk. Zhang Wei? Oh right, old co-worker from the Fire Crystal Mine. I kept my tone light. Everyone exchanged glances. So the rumors were true. This head constable really did climb up from the Fire Crystal Mine. His backing included both the Iron Guard and Mountain River Sect. Shopkeeper Huang, does your White Horse Pharmacy sell spirit essence pills? I asked, shifting gears. Huang Sihai shook his head with an apologetic smile. Those are martial artist pills, controlled substances. We only sell medicine for regular folks. Warrior-grade pills are restricted to the Prefecture level. You'd need Sect connections, Iron Guard channels, or very specific contacts to get them. Good to know. Spirit essence pills were basically regulated goods. Limited supply channels only. After some more small talk, Lin Yan and I left. Nobody had touched a single chopstick the entire time. This wasn't really a dinner, it was a presentation. On the way out, I casually asked about Chi Dalong. He's an outsider originally, but he's been here ages. Married into the previous Snake Gang leader's family. The daughter picked him because he was good-looking. Now he runs the gang and controls the city docks. Lin Yan added. Don't underestimate him. The Snake Gang belongs to the Canal Guild, just like White Horse Pharmacy belongs to the Medicine Guild. Same structure as Mountain River Sect under the Mining Guild, so everyone had a bigger organization backing them. Layers upon layers. Then a servant boy ran up. Head Constable Yang, shopkeeper Huang invites you for tea. Lin Yan gave me a knowing smirk. Sounds like someone has a favor to ask. Go ahead, and he walked off. I followed the servant to a tea house, where Huang Sihai was waiting alone in a private room. Much more intimate than the crowded restaurant. Head Constable, please sit. He practically sprinted to pull out my chair. Then he placed a wooden box on the table. A small token of respect. I opened it. Silver banknotes. 300 taels each. At least 10 of them. 3,000 taels. Lin Yan got 1,000, and he was going to the prefecture. I'm just a small-town head constable, and they're giving me 3 times more? Shopkeeper Huang, are you asking me to commit murder? He panicked. No. Just a token of respect. There's 3,000 taels in here. As a token, I raised an eyebrow. That's a lot. He came clean. Over 2,000 was from White Horse Pharmacy alone. The rest was pooled from the other businesses. And yes, there was a reason. Chi Dalong got offended by our young master recently. He's demanding one of the young master's arms as payment. The boy's been hiding in the prefecture, too scared to come home. Our owners heard you're the new head constable, and were hoping you could mediate. What did your young master do to offend him? Huang Sihai looked deeply uncomfortable. He slept with one of Chi Dalong's concubines. Of course he did. All right, I understand the situation. I closed the box and tucked it away. I'll handle it. In Green Mountain City, we solve problems with diplomacy, not violence. Bad for business. Thank you, Head Constable Yang. Huang Sihai was beaming with relief. 3,000 taels for talking to a guy whose stats I could sneeze at. And the guy was also secretly plotting against me with rogue spies, which meant I had a perfect excuse to deal with him however I wanted. This job was turning out to be very, very profitable. Then Huang Sihai leaned in with a conspiratorial look. About those spirit essence pills you mentioned earlier. Actually, our White Horse Pharmacy does carry some pills for martial artists, Huang Sihai said carefully. It's just that spirit essence pills are precious. The good ones are controlled by first and second tier sections. What we have, the quality might be a bit lower. My eyes lit up like someone just said, discount aisle. Lower quality? How much per pill? 500 taels each. Same price as the good stuff, but worse quality. Normally, that'd be a ripoff. But I was desperate. Got any in stock? Let me try one first. He pulled out a small porcelain bottle and handed it over. If you can accept the quality difference, White Horse Pharmacy can supply you regularly. Truth is, most martial artists out there never get the premium pills anyway. Even Sect disciples usually buy the cheap stuff on the side. The Sect only gives good pills to their star students. I didn't care about any of that. I popped the pill out. Spirit Essence Pill, Defective Proficiency, Increase, Unknown. Unknown. Only one way to find out. I tossed it in my mouth. Warm energy spread through my body. Choose which martial technique to enhance. Phantom Step. Obviously. Why would I waste proficiency on Mountain Crusher Fist or Thief-Catching Saber when I had a first-tier movement technique to level up? The proficiency counter started climbing. From 87, all the way up to 378 before it stopped. Nearly 300 points from one pill. Sure, a real Spirit Essence pill would give a flat 1,000. But this defective one just saved me 6 days of pure training. My brain immediately shifted into business mode. I pulled out the wooden box, 3,000 taels from Huang Sihai. Then I added my personal savings, about 1,500 taels. Everything I had. Here's roughly 4,500 taels total. Count it up and convert all of it to Spirit Essence pills. Huang Sihai glanced at the pile and smiled. No need to count. Let's call it 5,000 taels even. Minus the one you already took. That's 9 more pills. He handed over a porcelain bottle with 9 pills inside. I did not eat them in front of him. These NPCs needed to practice their techniques alongside the pill for it to work. Players could just pop them like candy. Eating 9 pills in a row without doing any training would look extremely suspicious. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Back at the Iron Guard headquarters, behind a locked door, I went on a pill binge. Pill 1, 320 proficiency. Pill 2, 270. Pill 3, 412. Pill 4. 9 pills later, I checked Phantom Step's proficiency for 1,132 out of 10,000. Haha, almost halfway to perfection level in one sitting. I walked out of the room grinning like an idiot. My 4 new constables were waiting outside, practically bouncing. Yangji, we're martial artists now. All 4 were beaming. They could finally see their stat panels. The moment they'd been grinding toward for weeks. Nice work. I nodded, then looked at Chen Guoqing. Guoqing, how about you stay here in Green Mountain City and run the Iron Guard office for me? He blinked. Me? Chen Su jumped in. This is perfect for you. You've been worried about the new players coming in. Now you've got official authority to help settle them. Chen Guoqing didn't hesitate long. Done. I'm in. Sure, leaving the mine would slow his leveling to a crawl. But the man cared more about helping people than grinding stats. That's exactly why I picked him, someone with the right priorities. Then a constable walked in. Boss, Chi Dalong from the Snake Gang sent an invitation. Dinner tonight at his mansion. Oh, how convenient. The guy who was secretly plotting against me with Rome spies just invited me to dinner. I looked at the invitation card and smiled. A plan was already forming. Meanwhile, across town, Huang Sihai was reporting back to his real boss, a wealthy middle-aged man who turned out to be Wu Xiaoqin's foster father. That explained a lot about how the pharmacy had resources and connections. The new head constable agreed to mediate the issue with Chi Dalong, Huang Sihai told him. The boss breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yin said this young fellow is even more capable than himself. If he's willing to step in, my idiot son should be safe. I'm just worried Chi Dalong might agree to our face but send assassins behind our back, Huang Sihai said cautiously. He keeps a lot of desperate men on his payroll. If it comes to that, we'll ask Xiaoqin to step in. The boy's making real progress at Mountain River Sect. Then Huang Sihai added with a chuckle. That head constable Yang seems to be a martial arts fanatic. He took every single tael we gave him and spent it all on our Spirit Essence pills. Plus, he reportedly spends every day personally mining in the red gold mine. A man of pure focus, the boss mused. If he wants Spirit Essence pills, we'll keep supplying them. As long as he actually solves my son's problem first. Smart businessman. Keep the martial arts junkie happy with his drug of choice, and he'll keep solving your problems. Works for me. Snake Gang headquarters near the docks. The place was lit up like a festival, with over 100 gang members lined up on both sides of the entrance. Chi Dalong was standing at the front, waiting for his honored guest. And there was Zhang Wei, right next to the boss, looking like he'd swallowed a live frog. He'd just found out the VIP tonight was me. The guy couldn't believe it. We left the fire crystal mine at the same time, and now I was the head constable of the entire city? Meanwhile, he was still a low-level gang lackey. There were also a few dozen players mixed into the ranks, all recruited by Zhang Wei. They had no idea who was coming, just that it was somebody important. Zhang Wei, since you and head constable Yang are old colleagues, you'll be his dining companion tonight, Chi Dalong said flatly. The nearby gang officers shot Zhang Wei jealous looks. Zhang Wei forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. He was terrified. One bad word from me, and they'd throw him in the river. Then I appeared, walking up in my official uniform, back straight, moving with purpose. Head Constable Yang, your presence brings glory to our humble abode. Chi Dalong switched from stone cold to warm and fuzzy in a heartbeat. Professional host mode, on. I scanned every person in the crowd at lightning speed, identifying locals versus players, checking stats. Didn't even glance at Zhang Wei, who was practically sweating through his clothes. Shopkeeper Chi, the honor is mine. We exchanged pleasantries and went inside. The dining table was already loaded with food and wine. Chi Dalong had gone all out. Zhang Wei, toast head constable Yang. Your old colleagues, after all. Zhang Wei picked up a wine cup with trembling hands. Yang Ji, a toast to you. On duty. Don't drink. He stood there holding his cup, not knowing whether to sit or stand. Maximum awkwardness achieved. Chi Dalong smoothly redirected. Zhang Wei, go make some tea. Yes. Zhang Wei practically sprinted away, face dark as a thundercloud the moment his back was turned. Over dinner, Chi Dalong talked about his business, river transport, manual labor, estate security. 4 to 500 Snake Gang members across the city. A real local power that nobody could ignore. Then, almost casually, I used to do some business with Wu Kei, the old overseer at the Fire Crystal Mine. Haven't seen him around lately, though. He looked at me. Head Constable Yang probably knew Overseer Wu too. Now I understood. This was about Wu Kei all along. Wu Man came after me for revenge, and now Chi Dalong was fishing for information about Wu Kei's whereabouts. Which meant, the money Wu Kei skimmed from the Fire Crystal Mine over the years, money that belonged to the Rong Kingdom. There must be a sum that never got delivered, and the Rong side wants it back. I kept my face perfectly pleasant. Of course I knew Overseer Wu. He even tried to recruit me for a mining competition once. Oh? And how did that go? Never happened. He said he had business and left. But I looked Chi Dalong up and down. Wu Kei has been confirmed as a Rong Kingdom spy. Why are you so interested in him? Gang leader Chi, Zhang Wei froze mid-pour. Rong spy? Something clicked in his head, and he started trembling. It's not Chi Dalong who's interested. It's me. A figure emerged from behind the hall. Chi Dalong immediately stood and bowed. Your Excellency, I checked the newcomer's stats. Xinghu's strength, 41. Agility, 22. Spirit, 10. Techniques, 7-inch fist, advanced. Mountain crusher fist, advanced. Mixed iron method, mastery. Faction, Giant Spirit Gate. Only a step below Sure Xin. Significantly stronger than Wu Man. This was a real fighter. You're an unregistered 9th rank, correct? Xinghu smiled. No wonder Wu Man died to you. You're probably close to 8th rank level. Zhang Wei tried to sneak away, but discovered the entire hall was surrounded by armed men. Chi Dalong's personal death squad. He broke into a cold sweat. So you're also Giant Spirit Gate. Also a Rong spy, I said calmly, then glanced at Chi Dalong. You too? Chi Dalong smirked. You're about to die? Why ask so many questions? Cooperate with His Excellency's questions, and I'll make it quick. If I die here, your Snake Gang is finished too. Xinghu waved dismissively. Doesn't matter. You killed too many of our men. The Gate Master wants your head. One Snake Gang is a small price. My head? With just you? I looked at him, then at Chi Dalong, then at the thugs surrounding us. Chi Dalong is pathetically weak. These swordsmen are a joke. You really think any of them can help? I'll take you down first. Then you'll learn to kneel when speaking to an 8th rank warrior. Blood-colored chi rose from Xinghu's body. He activated his mixed iron method and launched Mountain Crusher Fist at me. His strength rocketed from 41 to 63. Mountain Crusher Fist at advanced level added 12 points. Mixed Iron Method added another 10. I analyzed it instantly. Garbage Tier Cultivation Method. Only 10 points of attribute boost? My Diamond Bright King Method gave me 30. 3 times the power from a technique 1 layer lower. His agility also jumped, but only to 32. More than enough to dominate ordinary fighters. But I'm not ordinary. Blood Chi erupted from my body. Diamond Bright King Method activated. Agility surged to 53 instantly. Then Phantom Step kicked in, another 24 points. Total agility, 77. I was a blur. Xinghu was still mid-swing when I appeared in front of him. His fist hadn't even fully extended yet. His skin was gleaming with metallic chi from Mixed Iron Method, maximum defense. Didn't matter. I raised my red-gold pickaxe. Frenzied 10-hit combo. Squelch, 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 squelch. I sat back down in my chair. Xinghu stood there, eyes bulging, staring at me. A thin line of brain matter trickled down from between his eyebrows. His massive body crashed to the floor like a felled tree, raising a cloud of dust. A wave of massive experience surged into me like a tidal wave. 8th rank warrior. 1 shot. Time elapsed, about 2 seconds. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point. Dumped it into agility. 24 now. Chi Dalong, who'd been watching everything with the calm confidence of a predator, suddenly went rigid. His dozen elite swordsmen just stood there, completely lost. They'd all seen what Xinghu could do. The entire group fighting him together wouldn't last 3 moves. And this guy just got demolished by a kid with a pickaxe? What are you standing around for? Pour the tea. I glanced at Changhe. The man's hands were shaking so badly that half the tea ended up on the table instead of in the cup. First time seeing someone die right in front of him. Welcome to Divine Domain, buddy. Kill him, Chi Dalong suddenly screamed, then spun around and bolted for the exit. He wasn't staying to fight. Smart man. Wrong move though. Gang leader Chi, where are you going? I appeared in front of him. Just materialized, like I'd teleported. He turned to look back at his elite death squad. Every single one was on the floor. Every single one had a neat little hole in the center of their forehead. Courtesy of my red gold pickaxe. I could practically read the thought bubble forming over both Chi Dalong's and Zhang Wei's heads. What kind of martial technique is that? Did he learn it from mining? Oh right, my official Saber broke fighting bugs in the mine tunnels, I said casually. Otherwise you'd have gotten to see the Iron Guard's thief-catching Saber technique today. Shame, I smiled. Now sit down. Let's not waste all this food. Chi Dalong sat across from me, face like a frozen mask. No wonder you came alone tonight. You're upper 8th rank. Upper 8th rank? Interesting classification. So Xinghu was lower 8th rank, and Sure Xin would be middle 8th rank. I ran the comparison in my head. Sure Xin's base attributes totaled over 80. Mine were only 60-something, and 30 of that was in spirit, not exactly a combat stat. On paper, I shouldn't be anywhere near his level. But Diamond Bright King Method plus Phantom Step gave me explosive agility over 80. Sure Xion's Iron Guard Heart Method probably boosted his agility to maybe 40 at best. I could literally run circles around him. When you're that much faster, a 10-point difference in strength barely matters. You hit them 5 times before they swing once. That's exactly why I came alone tonight. I'd done the math, compared myself against every fighter I'd ever scanned, and concluded my burst speed made me untouchable by anything at this level. Tonight proved it. Real combat confirmation. Good to know. Head Constable Yang, you were sent from the capital, weren't you? Chi Dalong asked. When did the Iron Guard start watching us? Compared to other operations, our little setup here is nothing. Why send an upper 8th rank to bait us? He thought I was some elite agent from headquarters. I didn't correct him. Let him be wrong. Zhang Wei, meanwhile, had figured out the truth. This elite agent was just a guy who entered the game a little earlier than him. A fellow player, currently number 1 on the rankings. Gang leader Chi, are those your last words? His face twitched. Then he forced a smile. You haven't killed me yet, which means there's room to negotiate. The Snake Gang's been in Green Mountain City for years. We've saved up some reserves. Most went to the Roan Kingdom, but I can still offer you 5,000 silver taels. 5,000 taels. I could practically hear Zhang Wei's brain short-circuiting behind me. 5,000 taels times 2,000 yuan purchasing power. 10 million in real-world money. The man was swaying on his feet. Your entire gang, hundreds of members, years of operations, and you can only scrape together 5,000? Do I look stupid? Even if you kill me, everything gets confiscated by the Iron Guard. You won't see a single coin, he said smoothly. Think about it. You know what I got for killing Wu Man last time? The Iron Guard isn't stingy, and I've got people looking out for me upstairs. I smiled. A big fish like you is worth way more than gold and silver. Chi Dalong's sleeve suddenly flicked up. A hidden bolt shot at me, fast. I caught it, barehanded, without even thinking about it. Zhang Wei's mouth fell open so wide a bird could have nested in it. Chi Dalong's face went white. Now he understood. Xinghu didn't lose because of technique or power. He lost because of pure, overwhelming speed. The gap was so enormous that nothing else mattered. I flicked the bolt back. It buried itself in Chi Dalong's forehead. Dead instantly. Can't leave witnesses, I muttered to myself. Otherwise I'd have to turn in Xinghu's belongings to the Iron Guard, because in Xinghu's leather pouch, a few bits of loose silver and a copper tube packed with 12 spirit essence pills. Real ones. Not the defective garbage from White Horse Pharmacy. Genuine, full-potency pills worth 1,000 proficiency points each. My heart was pounding. Killing Xinghu? Stone cold, zero emotion, 30 points of spirit keeping me calm as a lake. But seeing those pills? 12,000 proficiency points. My phantom step only needed about 6,000 more to reach perfection level. This was enough to get there and have leftovers. I took a deep, steadying breath. Thud. Zhang Wei dropped to his knees in front of me. Bro, I'm kneeling. Please don't kill me to silence witnesses. I looked at Zhang Wei, still on his knees, sweating buckets. Get up. We're both players. Why would I kill you? He wiped his forehead with visible relief. Today was not his day to die. What level are you? I asked, even though I already knew. Level 8, almost 10, which means you'll need a class change soon. And right now, the easiest path in Green Mountain City is becoming a constable. Since I'm the head constable, I decide who gets in. His eyes sparkled for a second before reality hit. Yangji, what's the catch? I know I was a jerk to you before. I need someone inside the Snake Gang keeping an eye on things for me. Easy enough, right? The Snake Gang? But the boss was a rogue spy. Isn't the gang getting dissolved? Chi Dalong is dead, but the Snake Gang serves a purpose in this city. Stability matters. I leaned back. Now, did Chi Dalong have trusted subordinates who know where he hid his money? Go bring them in. And send someone to the headquarters to get Lin Yan. Tell him to bring constables for a case. On it. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up like a slot machine hitting jackpot. The guy had a nose for opportunity. He instantly understood how much he could profit from being useful right now. 15 minutes later, 2 Snake Gang vice leaders and 4 hall masters were standing in front of me, staring at Chi Dalong's corpse with a mixture of fury and terror. Chi Dalong was a Rome Kingdom spy. Are you spies too? One sentence. That's all it took to deflate every bit of fight out of them. They started falling over each other to prove their innocence. Head Constable Yang, are you saying our boss was a Rome spy? Vice Leader Qinlong stepped forward, face deadly serious. Correct. And that gentleman on the floor is Xinghu from Giant Spirit Gate. 8th rank warrior. They came here tonight to kill me. 8th rank? All 6 of them nearly swallowed their tongues. Zhang Wei puffed up his chest. I've already sent for constables. Oh, and by the way, I've been head Constable Yang's planted agent inside this gang the whole time. I glanced at him. Didn't correct the lie. Let him have his moment. The 6 gang officers were suddenly looking at Zhang Wei with completely different eyes. Qinlong immediately started spilling everything useful. I always thought something was off about the boss. He had his men ship out entire boats loaded with fire crystal, or that never showed up in the books. The others jumped in too, all tripping over themselves to prove loyalty. You'll all need to come to the Iron Guard office for questioning. If you're clean, you walk free. Meanwhile, cooperate with our investigation. Anything connected to the Rome Kingdom gets seized. I paused. Who knows where Chi Dalong kept his private stash? They all looked at each other until Qinlong cautiously raised his hand. I know about a secret house he thought nobody knew about. One of my guys stumbled on it. I never told anyone. Qinlong, vice leader of the Snake Gang. Help us out here, and there'll be a reward. The man's eyes went hot with ambition, glancing at the 2 corpses. A power vacuum had just opened up, and he could smell the opportunity. Within minutes, Lin Yin stormed in with 100 constables and locked the entire Snake Gang compound down. Every gang member was disarmed and detained. Old Zhao worked with military precision. Little brother, what happened? Lin Yin was bewildered. He was supposed to leave for the prefecture tomorrow, and now this? I gave him the rundown. When he heard the corpse on the floor was Tai Xinghu, an 8th-ranked giant spirit gate warrior. He went completely silent for a solid minute. Brother Yang, your martial cultivation, probably 8th rank. Never got officially registered though. Too busy mining. Another long silence while his brain rebooted. Then the excitement hit. You've done something huge. Me? I just did the grunt work. This whole operation was directed by Inspector Sher Xin, coordinated by you, boss. Right? Lin Yin stared at me like I'd offered him a winning lottery ticket and a birthday cake at the same time. His voice went hoarse. Brother Yang, this achievement is too big. I can't just take your credit. Boss, I need to stay in Green Mountain City watching the red gold mine for Su Qing. I don't want to get transferred. So if you feel bad about it, just make sure any spirit essence pills from the reward come my way. The merit itself? Just give me a taste. You keep the rest, understanding dawned. Then pure JOY. Chi Dalong was loaded. As a confirmed Rong spy, we're authorized to seize everything. Lin Yin immediately sent Old Zhao's team to raid every Snake Gang property. I took Chen Guoqing, Chen Su, and the crew with Chen Long to hit Chi Dalong's secret house. I never intended to hoard the Snake Gang's wealth for myself. Eating that whole pie alone would bring nothing but trouble down the road. Better to share and build alliances. Lin Yin and I sat in Chi Dalong's dining room, eating his food, drinking his wine, chatting all night long like old friends. By morning, the results were in. 40,000 taels and silver notes, 1 bottle of spirit essence pills, and a fine saber. All from Chi Dalong's secret house. Lin Yin handed me the inventory list for the rest of the Snake Gang seizure. Plenty more silver and goods. This list goes to Inspector Sher, I said. Of course it does. But like this. Lin Yin grabbed a brush and paper and rewrote the inventory. The silver from Chi Dalong's house suddenly shrank by 10,000 taels. The spirit essence pills and the saber mysteriously vanished from the document. We don't go overboard. Headquarters will definitely send someone to verify. But the perks we deserve? Those we take. That's just how things work. Lin Yin smiled like a man who'd mastered the art of creative accounting decades ago. And I smiled right back. Because that missing bottle of spirit essence pills was going straight into my cultivation grind. Back at headquarters, I took stock of my haul from tonight's little adventure. 10,000 silver taels and bank notes. A fine saber. A bottle of 10 spirit essence pills. Real ones, not the defective junk. No wonder the locals can grind their techniques to advanced levels so easily. If you've got status and money, you just buy spirit essence pills and brute force your way there. But technique quality is the real bottleneck. Guys like Wu Kei could pile up all the pills they wanted. Without access to good techniques, they'd still be mediocre forever. Anyway, time to go shopping. I popped open the copper tube from Tai Xinghu and started downing his spirit essence pills one after another, feeding everything into phantom step. The proficiency counter climbed and climbed until it blew past 10,000. A wave of scorching energy surged through my entire body, flowing into every limb and meridian. Phantom step, perfection level achieved. My first technique at perfection tier. I actually felt a little emotional about it. The next tier, advanced, would need 100,000 proficiency. That's 200 spirit essence pills. Not happening anytime soon. So I pivoted, took the remaining 10 real pills, and dumped them all into thief-catching saber technique instead. It wasn't a fancy technique, but it mattered for 2 reasons. Iron Guard performance evaluations required it, and once it hit perfection, it could evolve into the tiger-catching saber technique. Both huge for my future. 10 pills later, thief-catching saber proficiency shot up to over 7,000. Almost there. Then I picked up the saber weed seized from Chi Dalong's secret house. It was similar in length to a standard official blade, but noticeably thicker. The handle was made from some kind of animal bone, wrapped in leather for grip. The info panel appeared, and my brain temporarily stopped working. Serpent Bone Saber, Strength 10, Agility 10, Attack Power 50. 10 Strength and 10 Agility, plus 50 Attack Power. My old 9th rank official blade was a TOY compared to this thing. No wonder Chi Dalong hid it away. Carrying something like this in public would raise way too many questions. I doubted even Mountain River Sect had a weapon this good. Time for the real math. Base agility, 24. Diamond Bright King method, 30. Phantom Step at perfection, 36. Serpent Bone Saber, 10. Thief Catching Saber, 6. Total, 106. My agility could break 100? I had to take a moment. Tai Xinghu, an actual 8th rank expert, had a base agility of 20-something. I was hitting triple digits in burst mode. Chi Dalong called me upper 8th rank, but with agility over 100. Was that still 8th rank? Or was single attribute breaking 100 the mark of 7th rank? The thought sent electricity through my whole body. If that was true, then in terms of explosive speed, I was operating at 7th rank territory. As long as I didn't get dragged into a prolonged fight where my buffs wore off, I could compete with anyone at this level. And once Diamond Bright King method hit layer 3, another quality transformation on top of this one. I calmed myself down and started my daily cultivation practice. Meanwhile, across town, Huang Sihai from White Horse Pharmacy was getting the news. I just asked the new head constable to mediate, and he raided the snake gang? Chi Dalong is dead when his boss, Wu Xiaoqin's foster father, heard the full story, including the part about Tai Xinghu being an 8th rank warrior that I killed personally. The man sat in thought for a long time. This young head constable, he's an 8th rank expert at his age. With that kind of trajectory, he might one day reach 4th rank Grandmaster. Grandmaster? You really think so? A small chance. But not zero. The boss nodded decisively. Send him 10 spirit essence pills as a thank you gift. Huang Sihai showed up at my door with the pills just as I finished cultivation practice. I accepted graciously. They were defective pills, but still worth around 3,000 proficiency points total. Your master is very generous. Give him my thanks. The moment he left, I ate every single pill and poured everything into Thief Catching Saber. Proficiency crossed 10,000. Warm energy flooded through me again. Thief Catching Saber, perfection level achieved. 2 techniques at perfection in one day. The upgraded Saber technique would now give even more agility bonus, and I was one step closer to unlocking Tiger Catching Saber. I pulled up my stat panel and just stared at it for a while. Level 28. 2 perfection tier techniques. A weapon that added 20 total attribute points. Agility that could explode past 100. A month ago, I was a starving miner earning 10 copper coins a day. This world is wild. A day later, the Snake Gang chaos had settled down. After the initial panic when everyone heard Chi Dalong was dead, people realized the Iron Guard was only going after rogue spies, and the city calmed down. But my name? Permanently etched into every influential person's brain in Green Mountain City. The new head constable was not someone to mess with. Possibly the strongest head constable this city had ever seen. I woke up early, finished my Diamond Bright King method practice, and was planning to take Chin Su and the crew back to the mine for more grinding. I was sitting at level 28, still number 1 on the rankings. Lin Sai was stuck at 26, hadn't moved. Everyone else was basically frozen too. The higher you go, the more experience each level needs. Without some way to boost experience gains, things slow to a crawl. Lin Sai and company were probably looking at 7 or 8 days per level now. Still, I needed to push to 30 for that treasure chest. Lin Yin and I were having breakfast together at headquarters, his last meal before heading to the prefecture. Once I finish this, I'm off. The Snake Gang situation delayed me a few days, and I don't want to annoy the higher-ups. He was inhaling steamed buns and chugging soy milk like a man on a deadline. Don't forget about us little people when you're up there, boss. Forget? Are you kidding? His wrinkled face crinkled into a huge grin. Honestly, you're my lucky star. Without you, I'd have retired right here in Green Mountain City without ever seeing the big world. Boss, Green Mountain City's great. If I could, I'd happily retire here myself. I meant every word. No drama, just mining, leveling, training. Food, shelter, entertainment, everything I needed. Retirement paradise. Lin Yin sighed. You've got this incredible martial talent, but zero ambition for a kid your age. I don't know whether to praise you or scold you for being lazy. Definitely lazy. A familiar voice boomed from the doorway. Lin Yin and I locked eyes, wiped our mouths, and jumped to our feet. Sure, Xin. With dozens of elite constables behind him, every single one looking sharper and more dangerous than anyone in Green Mountain City's office. Inspector Sure, been riding all night. Got any hot food? We'll talk after I eat. He sat down without ceremony and started demolishing breakfast. His men scattered to find their own meals. Halfway through his third bun, he started talking. When Lin Yan's report reached the prefecture, the entire Iron Guard office was stunned. Nobody expected a rogue spy to be running the Snake Gang right under our noses. Their infiltration is getting bolder by the day. The report has already been forwarded to the capital. He paused. The commendation from the Patrol Division's first section has also been sent to the capital. Lin Yan was beaming. Last time I earned credit, I got promoted to Chief of Security Division 2 at the Prefecture, Sure Xian continued. This time, once I bring back Tai Xinghu's and Qi Dalong's bodies, I should lock down my position permanently. Maybe even move up to Division 1 Chief eventually. Then he turned to me with that knowing smile. Lin Yan told me you don't want to leave Green Mountain City, so you gave the credit to us again. Inspector Sure, don't explain. I understand. Just know I won't let you lose out. I grinned. Then curiosity got the better of me. Inspector Sure, you're incredibly strong, but your position seems similar to Lin Yan's? How does that work? Lin Yan nearly choked. What are you saying? Sure Xian waved him off with a laugh. He's new to bureaucracy. Let him ask. Then he broke it down for me. Lin Yan's patrol division post was 8th rank at best, but security division posts started at 7th rank minimum. The first section chief was 6th rank. The difference? The security division controlled all the military strength of the prefecture's Iron Guard. If you want to climb in the Iron Guard, you eventually have to go through the security division. That's where the real power sits. Understood, sir. So security division was the true power center. Investigation and patrol both answered to it. Good. Now, Tai Xinghu was a registered 8th rank expert, and you killed him solo. Your strength is far beyond what I imagined. He gave me a look. You've been hiding your power because you were afraid someone would covet your training methods. But you're an Iron Guard constable now. No need for that. The Iron Guard has more techniques and methods than anyone. Merit earns access. Then, I came personally to collect the bodies and audit the seized assets. And you are coming with me to the prefecture. My face must have changed because he immediately laughed. Relax. I'm just taking you to get officially registered. You've got this level of strength, but no formal rank on the books. People could accuse you of harboring rebel intentions if they wanted to cause trouble. Register, keep your head constable position, stay in Green Mountain City. Nothing changes. I exhaled so hard, I probably deflated a little. However, he added, voice suddenly firm. You need to show some ambition. I'm giving you 1 year maximum. Get the red gold mine sorted out, settle your obligations to Mountain River Sect, and then get your butt to the prefecture. He said it like a military order. No room for debate. Lin Yan looked at me with pure envy. Getting personally summoned to the prefecture by Sure Xian? That was the kind of career boost most constables would kill for. 1 year. I could work with that. Fine. After breakfast, Lin Yan showed Sure Xian the seizure inventory. Sure Xian took one look and frowned. Qi Dalong's private house had 30,000 taels. Lin Yan hesitated. Too little? Too much. Sure Xian grabbed a brush and crossed out a number. 20,000. Headquarters is already thrilled with that. He looked at me. The other 10,000 goes to Yongling. Martial artists need money to maintain their bodies and training. Can't let him go hungry. Lin Yan was already counting out banknotes before I could even react. 10,000 taels, handed directly to me. Just like that. My total wealth jumped to 20,000 taels. That was enough to buy 40 spirit essence pills. Sure Xian casually just gave me more money with one sentence than most people in this city would see in a lifetime. Note to self, having powerful people like you is the real cheat code in this world. Sure Xian was a man of action. One day, and he had everything wrapped up. We were leaving for the prefecture the very next morning. I sent Chen Su and the others back to the Red Gold Mine to help Wu Xiaochen manage things. Left Chen Guoqing in Green Mountain City with old Zhao to hold down the fort. Then I mounted up alongside Lin Yan, and we rode out with Sure Xian's convoy. 3 Iron Guard officers in full armor at the front, dozens of elite constables behind us. On the main road, this kind of formation made everyone scramble out of the way. Travelers, merchant caravans, even armed escort companies took one look and gave us a wide berth. riding through the dust with my cloak flapping behind me. I actually felt like a real martial arts hero for once. Very cinematic. My shopping list for the prefecture was clear: proper spirit essence pills, not the defective garbage, and if possible, essence cultivation pills. With 20,000 taels in my pocket, I was feeling rich and ready to spend. Changhe Prefecture was about 400 li from Green Mountain City. We rode hard and arrived by noon. The moment we entered the gates, the difference hit me like a wall. The noise, the crowds, the sheer energy. Lively, isn't it? Sure, Xian smiled. Green Mountain City has a few 100,000 people. Changhe Prefecture has 7 to 8 million. And you want to retire in that little backwater? He shook his head. Talented people come here. In Green Mountain City, you might go days without meeting a single registered ranked fighter. In this city, 9th rank warriors aren't exactly common, but they're definitely around. Fair point. But I still like my quiet mind. We arrived at the Iron Guard Prefecture headquarters. I stayed glued to Sure Xian's side as he submitted Tai Xinghu's and Qi Dalong's bodies, turned in the seized assets, and handled all the paperwork. Lin Yan peeled off to go report to his new patrol division post. Every constable we passed treated Sure Xian with visible respect. And me, walking beside an 8th rank officer in full armor, I could feel their curious stares boring into the back of my skull. Who's the kid? Finally done. Now we wait for the commendation from above. Sure Xian stretched and turned to me with a grin. Come on, kid. Let's get you officially registered and ranked. The Iron Guard handles that too. I felt a spark of genuine excitement. I wanted to know what rank I'd officially be classified as, but I also needed to be careful. Can't reveal Diamond Bright King method. I'd have to hold back strategically. Sure Xian led me to another section of the headquarters. This courtyard was packed. Over 100 martial artists, all chattering excitedly, waiting for their chance to get registered. I scanned their stat panels in one sweep. Most were unimpressive. Some were Wu K level, some even worse. Only a handful had any single attribute over 20, putting them around Su Qing's tier. I also spotted some players in the crowd, but they were all stuck at level 10 without a class change. Low stats across the board. These fighters all want to get officially ranked. Know why? Sure Xian asked. Reputation? Exactly. Getting on the register is the simplest way to build your name. Once you're listed, you've got standing in the martial world. Sects will come recruit you. Even the Iron Guard picks up new constables from these evaluations sometimes. That's how we find talents like you. We walked through the crowd, both in full Iron Guard armor. Sure Xian's was 8th rank grade. Every fighter in the yard parted like the sea, watching us with awe. Up ahead, a registration test was already underway. A massive guy, easily 2 meters tall, was fighting a skinny old man. The visual contrast was almost comical. But I checked the old man's stats, and my eyebrows shot up. He was roughly Sure Xian's level. An absolute monster hiding in a bony frame. The giant threw everything he had at the old man. The elder casually sidestepped his punch and tapped him on the belly. Boom. The giant flew backward, hit the ground, and coughed up blood. He got up and attacked again. Made it to the 8th exchange before collapsing for good. Had to be carried out. Registration failed. Unranked. The old man's voice was flat. Zero emotion. Dead silence in the courtyard. Half the fighters were suddenly reconsidering their life choices. But they'd already paid the registration fee, so I ran the analysis in my head. That giant had over 20 strength, but mediocre techniques. His buffs couldn't push any single attribute past 30. He failed at Exchange 8. So the threshold for 9th rank was probably a single attribute breaking 30. The old man was clearly following a strict standard. As long as he didn't go easy or unfairly hard, anyone who could reach 30 in one stat with their technique bonuses should pass. I looked around the courtyard. Out of over 100 martial artists here today, I was the only one who could pass. Every single other person was below the threshold. This was the prefecture, the big city, and not one of them qualified. That's how brutal martial arts competition was in this world. Though eventually, I thought, as players level up and their stats grow faster than the locals, the number of registered 9th rank fighters is going to explode. While I was thinking, Sure Xian had walked up to greet the skinny old man. Sure Xian, what brings you here? Wait, is this the young Ling you mentioned? Wu Man and Tai Xinghu both died to him. The old man's voice wasn't loud, but every single person in that courtyard heard it crystal clear. Constables, Fighters, everyone turned to stare at me. I shot Sure Xian a look. Hold on. Weren't we supposed to pin Tai Xinghu's death on some other excuse? But apparently the entire Prefecture Iron Guard already knew I killed him. Sure Xian caught my expression and smirked. Kid, you think I can just casually claim other people's achievements? Too naive. I'd get punished. Our commander hates that kind of thing. Then his smile turned sharp. Today you're getting registered. And you're going to show your real ability. I'm not letting you leave here until you do. Not. So much for holding back. Who are Wu Man and Tai Xinghu? The fighters in the crowd were whispering. Nobody had even heard of them. The skinny old man, Sun Biao, set them straight real quick. Tai Xinghu was an 8th rank warrior. Lower 8th rank, according to our intelligence. If this kid killed him, he's at least upper 8th rank. Even a mid 8th rank fighter couldn't pull that off. The entire courtyard went dead silent, then erupted. 8th rank. This kid who looks our age killed an 8th rank. Must be from a major sect. That's the only explanation. They were all losing their minds trying to process it. Sun Biao smiled at me. Come on then, kid. Show me what you've got. I'm upper 8th rank myself. Perfect for your evaluation. He started activating Iron Guard Heart Method. His stats began climbing. I read his panel carefully. Sun Biao Strength, 42. Agility, 29. Spirit, 14. Tiger Catching Saber, Mastery Level. Iron Guard Heart Method, Perfection Level. Raw attributes similar to Sure Xian, but his technique levels were both one tier above Sure Xian's. This guy was the real deal. His strength and agility each jumped by 20 from the Heart Method. Then he launched at me with Tiger Catching Saber, and those added another 20 each. Final stats, Strength 82, Agility 69, 82 Strength. His movements were leaving afterimages. The saber pressure radiating off him was so intense that the spectating fighters were breaking into cold sweats just from watching. Now they understood why nobody passed this old man's test. This was what upper 8th rank looked like. Sure Xian flinched for a second, probably worried the old man would break me. Then remembered I'd already killed Tai Xinghu and calmed down. Today was about finding out how deep my abilities went. I ran the numbers in a split second. Serpent Bone Saber, 10 Strength, 10 Agility. Diamond Bright King Method, 30 Strength, 30 Agility. Phantom Step, 36 Agility. Thief Catching Saber, 9 Agility. Maximum Output, Strength 51. Agility 109. His strength was almost double mine. In a head-on clash, I'd get demolished in 10 exchanges. But my speed? My agility broke 100. He was at 69. I was at 109. He literally couldn't touch me. Decision made in a heartbeat. I vanished. Wait, Sure Xian's eyes went wide. Huh, Sun Biao felt a chill on the back of his neck. My saber was already resting against his throat. The courtyard went so quiet you could hear dust settling. Nobody expected the evaluation to end like that. You little, Sun Biao sheathed his blade and turned around. Fast, I'll give you that. But why the sneak attack? I smiled awkwardly. Senior, if I fought you head-on, I'd lose in a few exchanges. My blade might break too. The real reason? I was not about to let this precious serpent bone saber get damaged in a practice fight. Lose it in real combat. Fine. Lose it in a test? Criminal. His strength was nearly 100. If I clashed blades with him, my saber would suffer. And I'd get beaten down in 10 moves max. But as long as I avoided direct confrontation, even someone as powerful as Sun Biao could get caught off guard by speed alone. Your movement technique is impressive. Can't figure out what school it's from. Strength is lacking, but you're young. Give it time, and he shook his head in amazement. You're going to be something special. No anger about losing. Just genuine appreciation. The man had class. He turned to Sure Xian. You've recruited something extraordinary for the Iron Guard. This kid has a huge future. So is he upper 8th rank or 7th? Sure Xian asked, looking a bit uncomfortable. After all, if I beat the same guy he was roughly equal to. 7th? No way. Sun Biao laughed. A 7th rank fighter would beat me head-on. When this kid can do that, no tricks, no flanking, straight up overpower me. Then he's lower 7th rank. Interesting. So according to Zhao Kingdom standards, you need overwhelming strength to qualify for 7th rank. Even if your speed is godlike, if you can't win a frontal confrontation, you don't qualify. That meant the 7th rank threshold probably required strength over 100. Speed alone wasn't enough. Upper 8th rank it is. Maybe even a hair beyond that. Sun Biao called for paper and brush and registered me on the spot. Upper 8th rank. At that age, 100 pairs of eyes burned into me. These fighters who couldn't even pass the 9th rank test were looking at me like fans meeting a rock star. The gap was so enormous, there wasn't even room for jealousy, just pure awe. Upper 8th rank puts him on par with our division chiefs. Stronger than most of them, actually. Sun Biao grinned at Xinghu. Remind me, you're mid 8th rank, right? This kid's already got you beat. Xinghu didn't get mad. He got proud. The better he is, the more it proves I have an eye for talent. Then he looked at me with the kind of satisfaction a father has when his son graduates top of the class. Keep working hard, little Yang. You've got a long career in the Iron Guard ahead. One day you'll make it to the capital. Yes, sir. I bowed properly. No cockiness. No swagger. Just respect. Both Sun Biao and Xinghu noticed that. I could see the approval in their eyes. Skill and temperament. That's what they valued. After the registration was complete, Sun Biao asked casually, "What level is your thief-catching saber at? Perfection?" He blinked once. Didn't question it. Just nodded. With your abilities, you qualify for promotion to 8th rank Iron Guard Constable. No exam needed, just paperwork. And with 8th rank status plus perfection level thief-catching saber, you can receive the tiger-catching saber technique. My ears perked up. Tiger-catching saber, the evolved version. That was a serious upgrade. Also, the Iron Guard gives rewards for rank promotions. 9th rank promotion, 1 spirit essence pill. 8th rank promotion, 5 spirit essence pills. He did the math. So that's 6 spirit essence pills total, plus 1 copy of tiger-catching saber. They're yours once the paperwork clears. 6 more pills. A new advanced technique. An official 8th rank status. I walked into this city as an unregistered nobody. I was walking out as an upper 8th rank officer with a pocket full of pills and a technique upgrade. Not a bad day at the office. Next day, my promotion to 8th rank Iron Guard Constable went through at lightning speed. And not just inside the Iron Guard. The whole city was buzzing about some young constable who'd just registered as upper 8th rank. Celebrity status achieved. Lin Yin set me up at his place, a nice 3-courtyard residence about 3 li from headquarters. This room's yours whenever you're in the prefecture. No need for hotels. Standing next to him was a pretty woman. His special lady friend, he'd mentioned. She'd been living here in this house the whole time. The man had a whole secret domestic setup going. Respect. Boss, I'm only staying a few days. Gotta get back to Green Mountain City. Don't be so formal. He waved me off, then told his lady, Yunyang, treat little Yang like my own nephew from now on. Of course, dear. After they left, I locked the door and laid out my rewards on the table like Christmas morning. 1 8th rank Iron Guard armor. 1 8th rank official saber. 6 spirit essence pills. 1 tiger-catching saber technique manual. 1 8th rank identity token. 8th rank armor. 200 HP. 8th rank official saber. Strength 8. Agility 2. Attack power 30. The armor was great. 200 HP meant 100 more than my old set. That's equivalent to 10 extra strength points worth of health, just from wearing better clothes. The saber was decent for everyday use. I'd save the Serpent Bone saber for serious fights, and use this one for the disposable stuff. Now, the tiger-catching saber manual. The moment I picked it up, 3rd tier technique, tiger-catching saber. Learn? Yes. The book dissolved into light, shot into my forehead, and suddenly I had complete knowledge of the technique. The stat bonuses at each level. Beginner, 3 agility, 3 strength mastery, 6 each perfection, 9 each advanced, 12 each transcendence, 20 each, and the real prize, a note at the bottom. This is a prerequisite for Dragon Catching Saber. Upon reaching advanced level, you may learn Dragon Catching Saber. Dragon Catching Saber. If Tiger Catching was 3rd tier, Dragon Catching was probably 2nd tier. My decision to invest in the Saber Technique tree was paying off beautifully. And who knows, maybe Dragon Catching could evolve into something even higher. Then a new notification popped up. Transfer proficiency from Thief Catching Saber? What? The old technique's proficiency could carry over? I slammed yes, so fast I probably broke my mental interface. Tiger Catching Saber's proficiency counter started rocketing up. Broke 100, beginner level. Broke 1000, mastery level. Kept climbing all the way to 3,900 before stopping. My thief-catching saber had 10,000 proficiency at perfection. Half of that transferred over. Sure, I lost half, but tiger-catching saber at mastery level already gave more total bonus than thief-catching at perfection. Net gain. I bet most players have no idea about this inheritance mechanic. I immediately ate all 6 spirit essence pills. Tiger-catching saber proficiency jumped from 3,900 to 6,900. Just 3,000 more to perfection level. If I can buy more pills here in the Prefecture, I can push it over the edge. I settled down for my daily Diamond Bright King method practice. 15 experience points earned, right on schedule. Check my stats, level 28, strength 11, agility 24, spirit 30, HP 610 with the new armor. And, oh hello, my insight skill had leveled up to 3 uses per day. Must have come with the 8th rank promotion. Very satisfied with this trip. The rewards just kept stacking. Then Yunyang knocked on my door. Mr. Yang, my husband says you have a visitor. A visitor? For me? In a city I'd been in for 2 days? I followed her to the front hall. Lin Yin was chatting happily with a young man. Behind the young man stood an elderly butler type whose stats I immediately scanned. Agility over 30, a registered 9th rank fighter. The old man's gaze hit me like a hawk spotting prey, but the moment he registered the pressure I was giving off, he quickly looked away. Smart instinct. Young Master Bai, this is Yang Ling, now an 8th rank Iron Guard, ranked above me. Lin Yin grinned. Little Yang, this is Bai Zhixing, son of the White Horse Pharmacy's owner back in Green Mountain City. The young master leaped to his feet and bowed deeply. Brother Yang, I owe you my life. The Chi Dalong thing? I sat down casually. Yes. If you hadn't killed him, I'd be dead by now. He had men tailing me even here in the Prefecture. I came specifically to thank you for saving me. So this was the idiot who slept with Chi Dalong's concubine. The reason Huang Sihai paid me 3,000 taels. Standing here alive and grateful. 3,000 taels well spent. For him, at least. For me, those taels were long gone. Converted into spirit essence pills that were now flowing through my meridians. The circle of commerce turns, and everybody wins. Chi Dalong's death was just a coincidence. He died because he was a rogue spy, I said casually. No need for such formality, young Master Bai, but the kid was not letting this go. That's exactly why I'm even more grateful. When I found out he was a rogue spy, I couldn't sleep for days. If you hadn't killed him when you did, I'd have ended up at the bottom of a river. He glanced at his elderly butler, who immediately produced a wooden box. Mr. Yang, please accept this gift from the Bai family. 20 spirit essence pills. I had been sitting there thinking, great, another rich kid wasting my time. And then I heard 20 pills, and suddenly this young man was the most fascinating person I'd ever met. Lin Yin chuckled. Your old man really knows how to play the game. 20 pills was nothing for White Horse Pharmacy. They'd make it back in a month. But buying goodwill with an upper 8th rank fighter who had a bright future in the Iron Guard? Bargain of the century. I opened the box. Defective grade? Sure, but I didn't care. Pills were pills. With these, my tiger-catching saber could reach perfection today. Think about that. I switched from thief-catching to tiger-catching saber, inherited half the proficiency, and within 1 day, I'd be right back at perfection level. With a better technique. Life was good. After some pleasant chit-chat, Bai Zhixing left with instructions to definitely get together when I was back in Green Mountain City. Sure thing, buddy. Keep those pills coming. Boss, I want to buy some martial artist supplies, but I don't know where to shop around here. Lin Yin grinned. You came to the right guy. North City has a martial market, licensed by the Iron Guard. Weapons, pills, everything you need. Fighters trade stuff there too. Perfect. I headed to the martial market wearing a plain robe over my Iron Guard armor to stay low-key. Didn't quite work though. I had a serpent bone saber, an 8th rank official blade, and a red gold pickaxe all hanging from my belt. Not exactly subtle. The market was a cross-shaped intersection, each street about a li long. Weapon shops, herb stores, pill merchants, blacksmiths, taverns, tea houses, inns, everything a martial artist could want. Next time I visit the Prefecture, I'm staying right here. I stopped at a blacksmith shop to browse weapons. Total disappointment. Everything on display was basic stuff, roughly 9th rank official blade quality at best. Nowhere near my 8th rank blade, let alone the serpent bone saber. Sir, Purchasing weapons requires an Iron Guard authorization letter, the shopkeeper mentioned. So Zhao Kingdom had strict weapons control. Regular fighters probably couldn't even buy proper weapons legally. All the good stuff was locked behind government access. Noted. How about a pickaxe? You sell those? A pickaxe? The shopkeeper stared, then noticed the red gold pickaxe on my belt. You mean for mining? Yep. Our master only forges weapons, sir. 4 pickaxes you'd need to go elsewhere. Huh? Someone came to the Martial Market to buy a pickaxe? Now I've seen everything. A group of young men strolled in. The leader, some pretty boy named Wenyu, looked me up and down with amusement, then turned to the shopkeeper. Get your master out here. The prince's gang needs a batch of weapons forged. Big order. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he immediately abandoned me. Young master one. Right away, sir. I was already heading for the door when Wenyu's eyes locked onto my red gold pickaxe. Hey you. That pickaxe on your belt looks like it's got a lot of red gold in it. Let me see it. I checked his stats out of habit. Strength, 18. Agility, 13. Spirit, 7. 2 techniques at perfection. Unranked. Not even registered. Just a rich kid playing tough. It's just a beat-up old pickaxe. Nothing worth looking at. I turned to leave. Wenyu's face darkened, and he signaled one of his boys, who jumped in front of me. Our prince's gang leader wants to see your pickaxe. That's him honoring you. Hand it over. I stared at the guy with zero expression. The blacksmith master came out just in time to feel the tension. Young master one. This gentleman is also a customer. Let's not have any trouble. Shall we discuss your weapons order? But Wenyu wasn't done. The weapons can wait. This guy's pickaxe has way too much red gold in it. My father says the Rome Kingdom has been smuggling red gold out of mines everywhere. I think this guy might be suspicious. The blacksmith looked at my pickaxe and had to admit, it did contain an unusual amount of red gold. Normal pickaxes weren't made with that much precious material. When you walked up to me, face like stone. Name. Origin. How did you get this red gold pickaxe? Oh, we're playing this game. Are you an Iron Guard constable? I asked flatly. Our leader is an Iron Guard, but his father is the chief of Iron Guard Investigation Division 3. The iron-faced hand, Wen Kongxian. Ever heard of him? One of the gang members puffed up like a rooster. So that's what this was. Prefecture-level rich kids riding daddy's coattails. A junior version of the entitled brats I'd seen everywhere. Then when you spotted something else on my belt. Something familiar. Wait, is that an Iron Guard official blade? You're carrying a government weapon illegally. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the shop shifted completely. The blacksmith master's face changed. He stepped forward quickly and asked in a very different tone, Sir, are you perhaps an Iron Guard officer? The blacksmith master's words made Wenyu hesitate. He looked at me suspiciously, then spotted something peeking from under my plain robe. Iron Guard armor. His face shifted. You're really Iron Guard? But I've never seen you before. I know every Iron Guard officer in the prefecture. 8th rank Iron Guard, young Ling, I smiled. Nice to meet you, Prince's gang leader. The blacksmith master nearly swallowed his tongue. 8th rank. The entire Changhe Prefecture Iron Guard had maybe 12 8th rank officers total, and every single one of them controlled something important. But he's so young, the master muttered. The youngest 8th rank he'd ever seen was at least 30. I looked barely past 20. Then the pieces clicked for Wenyu. His whole body jolted. You're the upper 8th rank who was personally evaluated by Chief's son, young Ling, the one with the red gold pickaxe. His gang members all went pale simultaneously. Chief's son as in Sun Biao, I said casually. That confirmed it. Wenyu didn't say a word. He just wound up and slapped himself across the face. Hard. Everyone in the shop froze. My dad always says my mouth gets me in trouble, and he's right. Then he went down the line slapping every single gang member too. Whack, whack, whack. Each one took it with their head down, not daring to make a sound. Yangji, I meant zero disrespect. Those slaps are my apology. I had been fully prepared to teach this punk a lesson. But the speed of his course correction was honestly impressive. Self-slapped, slapped all his guys, and turned it into a public apology. My face was fully saved without me lifting a finger. No harm done. You didn't know who I was, and this pickaxe is pretty eye-catching, I said with a laugh. I'll be going now. Wait. Yangji, he spun to the blacksmith. He wants a pickaxe made. You can do it, right? The master nodded rapidly. Yes, absolutely. The shopkeeper who'd blown me off earlier was now staring at the floor, probably wishing it would swallow him. Yangji, this is the best smith in the entire martial market. When you said, giving a big thumbs up, you don't need to go anywhere else. Well, might as well use this guy's local knowledge. I want a better red gold pickaxe than this one, I said to the master. Can you do it? He asked to examine mine. I handed it over. He studied it for a long time, then shook his head with genuine admiration. Whoever made this was highly skilled. If I used the same amount of red gold, I couldn't make anything better. When Yu's face darkened. Master, don't hold back. This is our Yangji, the youngest 8th rank in the entire prefecture. The youngest upper 8th rank in Changhe history. I glanced at Yu. He caught my look and beamed at me with maximum suck-up energy. Kid was committed to being my new best friend. With regular red gold, I truly can't surpass this, the master said honestly. But there's a special material that would make a superior mining tool. It's just extremely expensive because it's normally reserved for weapon forging. Spit it out already. When you snapped. 100 refined red gold. It's created by refining red gold 100 times. Only a handful of smiths in all of Zhao can do it. 10 Jin of regular red gold produces just 1 liang of the refined stuff. He hesitated. I've accumulated about 5 liang over the years. Enough for 1 pickaxe. How much? I asked directly. The master looked pained. Market price is 100 taels per liang. So 500 taels just for the refined gold. Then you need regular red gold, fire crystal ore, and over a dozen other minerals to stabilize the structure. Raw material cost alone is 1,000 taels. Plus it takes a full month of dedicated work. 1,000 taels for a pickaxe? The gang members were horrified. When you squinted. Master, you're not scamming us, are you? I would never. 2,000 taels. Enough? I asked calmly. He thought it over. That's fair, including a month of dedicated labor. I pulled out 1,000 tael banknote. Deposit. The other 1,000 when I pick it up. You have my word, sir. I'll pour everything into this. When Yu's gang was staring at me with their mouths open. 2,000 taels on a pickaxe. Without blinking. As I left the shop, when Yu chased after me like an eager puppy. Yangji, where are you headed next? I know this market inside out. Let me show you around. The kid was the son of Investigation Division 3's chief. Basically a walking encyclopedia of the local underworld. Could be useful. Know where to buy essence cultivation pills? I asked. Essence cultivation pills? Those boost cultivation methods. Super rare. Death Valley sells them. But the prefecture? Can't get them here. Disappointing, but expected. Even Sect Master Liang Yu had to trade a 300-year blood ginseng for just 5 pills. If they were available in the prefecture, they'd be cleaned out instantly or priced beyond my reach. Spirit essence pills? Now we're talking. There's a pharmacy right here in the martial market that sells them. Whether they've still got stock today, I'm not sure, but let's go check. Now we were getting somewhere. Lead the way, new best friend. We rolled up to the pharmacy when you recommended. The shopkeeper recognized him immediately and started fawning all over us. My Yangji wants spirit essence pills. Got any today? The shopkeeper looked at me, looked at how the prince's gang members were acting like well-trained puppies around me, and instantly understood. Big shot alert. He ran to get the boss. A chubby pharmacist waddled out, heard who I was from Yu, and immediately ushered us into a VIP room. But instead of pills, what showed up was some fancy young master type. I am Chu Huatian. Greetings, Lord Yang, full bow. Very proper. Chu Huatian, what are you doing here? When Yu's face went cold, he shot a look at the chubby pharmacist, who was suddenly very interested in his own shoes. Chu Huatian didn't flinch. Lord Yang visits MY family's pharmacy. Of course I come personally. More like you came personally to kiss up. When you muttered. He wasn't wrong. Everyone in this room knew exactly why this guy materialized out of thin air. I was an upper 8th rank officer with a clear trajectory towards 7th rank. In Zhao Kingdom, 7th rank fighters were regional kings. Every 3rd tier sect master peaked at that level. The entire Changhe prefecture had maybe 5 7th rank experts. Getting on my good side now was an investment in the future. Lord Yang, I hear you want spirit essence pills. Our Chu family pharmacy just acquired a premium badge from a Death Valley master. Please take a look. He opened a wooden box. 20 spirit essence pills, neatly arranged. I scanned them. All genuine high-quality pills. 500 proficiency points each. The real deal. How much per pill? He pushed the entire box toward me. Lord Yang, these are a gift. I admire your strength deeply. Not a single coin required. When Yu's jaw dropped. His gang members looked at each other in shock. 20 premium pills. That was 12 to 13,000 taels worth of merchandise. Just to suck up? I looked at the box. Didn't touch it. I have money. I can buy my own pills. You and I are strangers. Why would you give me something this valuable for free? His smile cracked slightly. Lord Yang, it's just a small token of. I glanced at Wenyu. Let's go? Seems like this place doesn't actually want my business. Wenyu jumped up instantly, and we all headed for the door. Chu Huatian scrambled after us. Lord Yang, wait. If you need something, just say it. What's with all the roundabout games? I frowned. You think I can't buy spirit essence pills? They're not exactly essence cultivation pills. Then he blurted out something that stopped me in my tracks. Essence cultivation pills? Our Chu family pharmacy actually has one. My foot froze mid-step. I turned around with a pleasant smile. Young Master Chu, if you need help with something, just be direct. As long as it's not murder or arson, we can talk. When Yu and his boys were practically drooling. The Chu family pharmacy has an essence cultivation pill. Every martial artist in the room knew what that meant. A pill that boosted cultivation method experience. Almost impossible to get. Most fighters would never even see one in their lifetime. Chu Huatian finally read the room and realized I wasn't the type for fancy dances. Lord Yang, the truth is, Bai Zhixing told me about you before you even arrived at the prefecture. He said you're someone who gets things done. Bai Zhixing? Right? He's the White Horse pharmacy heir, you're the Chu family pharmacy heir. Drugstore kids sticking together. I sat back down. What do you need? He looked at Wenyu. Young Master Wen. I need to speak privately with Lord Yang. You've got nerve. One look from me, and Wenyu swallowed his protest, leading his people out of the room without another word. Just me, Chu Huatian, and the fat pharmacist. Then Chu Huatian dropped to his knees and started kowtowing. Lord Yang, please save our Chu family pharmacy. The pharmacist hit the floor right behind him. Can you please just explain normally? My expression darkened. He took a shaky breath. A few months ago, we discovered drugs missing from our internal warehouse. Worth maybe 1,000 taels, nothing major. We punished some negligent staff and moved on. But something felt wrong, so I dug into the books. Turns out drugs had been disappearing for years. And someone spotted our missing products in Rhone Kingdom territory, still bearing our pharmacy's official wax seal. His whole body was trembling. We're terrified of reporting it. If the Iron Guard investigates and decides we're the wrong spies, and you want me to get involved in this, I laughed, but not the happy kind. Whether you're wrong spies or not is for the Iron Guard to determine. You think an 8th rank constable can shield you from that kind of accusation? Besides, not reporting it makes you look guilty. So what exactly are you asking me to do? My father received intelligence that the Iron Guard already recovered one of our wax seals, intercepted from Rome territory. His voice dropped to barely a whisper. It's only a matter of time before they come for us. Can't help you. And good thing I didn't accept those free pills. If you turn out to be wrong spies, I'd get investigated right alongside you. I stood to leave. Lord Yang, Bai Zhixing said you've personally killed many wrong agents. You're an expert in this area. I'm desperate. All I'm asking is that if you get involved in this case, please investigate thoroughly enough to prove our innocence. If we're cleared, the Chu family will reward you generously. I was already at the door. Not interested. Too risky, too political, too much potential for blowback. Then he played his final card. The essence cultivation pill that Sect Master Liang Yu received? Our Chu family arranged that deal. I kept walking. If Lord Yang is willing to help, we can offer 10 essence cultivation pills as payment. My foot stopped. Again. 10. Essence. Cultivation. Pills. 5,000 cultivation method experience points. My Diamond Bright King method needed 10,000 to reach layer 3. 10 pills would get me halfway there. That was months of daily grinding compressed into one payment. Are you seriously going to tempt me with that? My iron will was suddenly feeling a little bit soft around the edges. I'm not agreeing to anything, I said, turning around and sitting back down. But I'm willing to listen to the full story. Chu Huatian saw me sit back down and practically tripped over himself telling me everything. Short version. The Chu family claims they're innocent. Someone inside their organization had been stealing drug supplies for years and smuggling them to the Rhone Kingdom for their military. The Chu family only recently discovered the theft. Your family's negligence charge isn't going away, I said. Even if you didn't know, those medicines kept wounded Rome soldiers alive. Those soldiers then went on to kill Zhao Kingdom troops. That's a heavy chain of consequences. He wiped cold sweat. We'll accept the negligence charge. Young Master Chu, can you really guarantee nobody in your family was working with the Rome spies? You're just the young heir. You haven't seen everything. He straightened up. Our Chu family pharmacy is part of Zhao Kingdom's medicine guild. Born and raised in Changhe Prefecture. We make more money than we can spend. We supply drugs to major sections. We have zero reason to become Rome spies. How much was stolen total? About 20,000 taels. 20,000 was significant for normal people, but tiny for a family this size. If the Chu family were actually colluding with the Rome Kingdom, the numbers would be in the hundreds of thousands. 20,000 really did sound more like a rat stealing from the pantry. With your family's connections in this city, why are you coming to me? He gave a bitter smile. My father told me to stay out of it, said he'd handle it. But I was worried, and then Bai Zhixing told me about you. I understand. But I can't promise anything, and I'm not even sure this case would involve me. He started to protest, but I shut it down with a look. He couldn't find words after that. After I left, I'm sure he and the fat pharmacist were sighing about how the Chu family pharmacy was doomed. Getting investigated by the Iron Guard for Rome connections? That wasn't something local influence could fix. I turned down Wen Yu's invitation to go drinking and headed back to Lin Yan's place. 10 essence cultivation pills. Incredibly tempting. But I can't stick my nose into this. I thought it through carefully. If I were 4th or 5th rank, maybe I could throw my weight around. But at my current level, I had zero footing in the prefecture. Getting involved would only bring trouble. Instead, I focused on what mattered. Took the 6 Iron Guard reward pills and fed them all into tiger-catching Saber. Proficiency hit 9,900. Then I popped one of Bai Zhixing's defective pills, and that pushed it over 10,000. Tiger-catching Saber, perfection level achieved. That left me with 19 defective pills. I tucked them away. Both tiger-catching Saber and phantom step were now at perfection, needing 100,000 proficiency for the next tier. 19 pills would only give 5 or 6,000 points, barely a dent. Better to save them for a new technique and speed rush it to mastery level. Next morning, after my daily Diamond Bright King method practice and breakfast with Lin Yan, we headed to the Iron Guard office together. The moment we stepped inside, something felt off. The atmosphere was tense. What's going on? Lin Yan frowned. A middle-aged constable in 9th rank armor approached. He gave Lin Yan a polite nod, Chief Lin, then immediately locked onto me. Lord Yang, I'm Lu Zhan from Security Division 3. Security Division is in a meeting. Inspector sure said to bring you immediately. I checked his stats. Strength, 33, Agility 20. Thief-catching Saber at advanced level, Iron Guard Heart method at mastery. Stronger than your average 9th rank. Probably in upper 9th, close to 8th rank territory, but not quite crossing that line. The Security Division really did have the strongest people. Lin Yan asked what was happening. Lu Zhan's response was ice cold. Chief Lin, Security Division matters don't concern the Patrol Division. I'd advise against asking. Lin Yan's face twitched, but he recovered quickly with a smile. You're right. None of my business. He shot me a meaningful look and walked away. I followed Lu Zhan to a conference hall. Long table, 3 people seated. Sure Xin, familiar, Sun Biao, we'd fought, and a woman. Late 20s, maybe 27 or 28. About a dozen 9th rank officers like Lu Zhan were standing around the room. Every eye turned to me the moment I walked in. Youngling's here. Let me introduce everyone. Sure Xion's grim expression softened when he saw me. This is Sun Biao, Chief of Security Division 1. You've already met. Sun Biao was Division 1 Chief? Lin Yan said that position was 6th rank. No wonder the man was a beast. He was basically the top fighter in the entire prefecture's Iron Guard. Lord Sun, I bowed quickly. Then Sure Xin pointed to the woman. This is Yun Ruo, Chief of Security Division 2. I opened her stat panel, and my brain temporarily crashed. Yun Ruo's strength, 76. Agility, 48. Spirit, 20. Iron Guard Heart method, perfection. Azure Dragon technique, 2nd tier, perfection. Tiger Catching Saber, advanced. Azure Dragon movement, advanced. Affiliations, Iron Guard and 9 Immortal Dao Palace. Excuse me? Strength 76? a second-tier cultivation method at Perfection, connected to 9 immortal Dao Palace, a first-tier sect. This woman had 2 cultivation methods running simultaneously, both at high levels. Her tiger-catching saber was a full tier above mine. Her movement technique was advanced level, and she was affiliated with the same sect as Lin Tsai, the player currently ranked 2nd on the Divine Domain leaderboard. What kind of monster was sitting casually at this table? Chief Yunrua is upper 8th rank, just like you, Sure Xian said casually. You're about the same age too. If you ever have questions about martial arts, she'd be a good person to consult. Upper 8th rank? I had to fight to keep my face neutral. This woman was from 9 immortal Dao Palace. Her Azure Dragon technique was almost certainly 2nd tier, maybe even 1st tier. Based on her stat panel, when she went all out, both her strength and agility could break 100. Both attributes over 100. That wasn't upper 8th rank. That was 7th rank. If I ever fought a real 7th rank expert head-on, I'd get destroyed. Even with all my tricks, Phantom Step, Diamond Bright King method, Serpent Bone Saber, I'd only be competitive within the upper 8th rank tier. My real advantage was my spirit stat, but that needed time to mature into something truly terrifying. Seems like Sure Xian doesn't know Yun Rua's true depth, I thought. Maybe even Sun Biao doesn't. Then she looked directly at me. Young Ling, what cultivation method do you practice? The room went subtly tense. Before Sure Xian could intervene, Sun Biao laughed. Chief Yun, that's rather private to ask directly, don't you think? She paused, then nodded. My apologies. That was rude of me. I exhaled internally. Thank you, Sun Biao. Let's discuss the case, Sun Biao said, turning serious. This one involves the Medicine Guild. It could go big or stay small. He noticed me standing and waved me over. Why are you still on your feet? Sit down. The dozen 9th rank officers around the room practically glowed green with envy. Sitting at the table with 3 division chiefs? That was 8th rank privilege only. Sun Biao laid out the background. I know Chu Yuanchu personally, the Chu family patriarch. Born and raised here. His family's been in the drug business for over a century, building from a tiny shop to what they are today. I didn't expect their products to show up in Rome territory. Interesting. Sun Biao was basically vouching for the Chu family. So that was their connection, the top man in security division. Yin Ruo caught it too. Chief Sun, are you saying the Chu family didn't collude with Rome spies? I'm saying we need to investigate properly before drawing conclusions, she nodded. Our agents in Rome territory have already recovered Chu family merchandise. That's evidence. My plan is to personally seal their account books and warehouse for audit. She turned to Sure Xian. Inspector Sure, you handle detaining and questioning key family members. I think Chief Sun should coordinate this, Sure Xian said carefully. Yun Ruo frowned slightly, but didn't argue, deferring to Sun Biao. Sun Biao spoke thoughtfully. We can't let the Rome Kingdom lead us around by the nose. First, if the Chu family truly isn't colluding, we need to protect their business operations. If they collapse, it hurts the entire prefecture. They employ at least 50,000 workers, he continued. The stolen merchandise totals only 20,000 taels. For a family of their size, that's tiny. If they were actually spying, the number should be 10 times that after years of operation. And we'd have caught it sooner. Their drug cultivation and purchasing volumes are all registered with the Iron Guard. The books would show discrepancies. Of course, he added with a calm smile, I'm not defending them either. Anyone proven to be colluding with the Rome gets their entire clan executed. I just want this investigated thoroughly. We cannot let Rome spies use this as a divide-and-conquer strategy against our own people. Yin Ruo actually nodded in agreement. You're right. This could be a Rome provocation designed to destabilize the prefecture. Sure Xian stood up. I'll take Yongling's team to secure the Chu family members. Chief Yun, you handle the audit. Sun Biao stayed behind to wait for reports. Minutes later, 2 massive formations of armed Iron Guard constables were marching through the streets toward the Chu estate. Civilians scattered, whispering about what disaster was unfolding. Walking behind Sure Xian, I finally got a proper look at the security division's real firepower. Besides Lu Zhan, there were 4 or 5 more 9th-rank fighters. The 100-plus regular constables were all martial artists with stats comparable to Su Qing's level. This single squad could probably hunt down a 7th-rank expert. And the security division had 3 squads like this. Yun Ruo's team was pulling ahead of us. I took the opportunity to ask quietly, Inspector Sure, Chief Yun is so young and already 8th rank and a division chief. Her background must be impressive, sharp eyes. He glanced at me. Her origins are a mystery. I've never been able to dig up anything. But one thing's certain, she has relatives in the Iron Guard headquarters in the capital, the capital's Iron Guard. I could only imagine the monsters working there. Su Qing told me the Iron Guard commander was possibly a 3rd-rank Grandmaster, which meant 4th-rank Grandmasters were probably walking those halls too. There's something else, sir. I lowered my voice. I met Chu Huatian yesterday. Met who? He didn't catch the name at first. Then his face changed. Why did you meet him? I went to the Marshall Market shopping. His family's pharmacy was there. He approached me. Did you accept anything from him? No. Good. He exhaled with visible relief, then glared at me. Keep your mouth shut when we get there? Yes, sir. Mouth zipped. Got it. The Chu family estate. Chu Yuan Chu, the patriarch, was standing at the front gate with over 100 family members, looking grim. Most of them had no idea why they'd been gathered. They were about to find out. Our 2 Iron Guard squads came rolling in like a thunderstorm. Chu Yuanshu spotted Yun Ruo at the front and flinched, but then he saw Sure Xian bringing up the rear and relaxed slightly. At least it wasn't all hostile faces. Chu Huatian was scanning our formation too. The moment he spotted me behind Sure Xian, a tiny flicker of hope appeared in his eyes. I pretended not to notice. Yun Ruo walked up to the patriarch with all the warmth of a glacier. Chu Yuanshu, you know why I'm here. I'm sealing your drug warehouse and account books today. Are you ready? The family erupted in shocked murmurs. Yun Ruo's eyebrow twitched with irritation. Chu Yuanshu immediately barked. Everyone shut up. Silence. Mostly. Some elders looked like they were about to have heart attacks. Yun Ruo laid it out cold. The Iron Guard recovered Chu family merchandise, with your wax seals still on them, in Rome Kingdom territory. Analysis confirms the drugs were grown in Zhao soil from your farms. I'm here to seal your warehouse, audit your books, and determine if you're colluding with the enemy. Anyone who interferes will be treated as a Rome spy and executed on the spot. Every single Chu family member looked like they'd just been told the sun was falling. Yun Ruo swept inside with her team. Chu Yuanshu quickly assigned an elder to cooperate and prevent anyone from doing something stupid. Then he rushed to Sure Xian. Inspector Sure Xian didn't sugarcoat it. You're an idiot. You should have reported this the moment you found out, not waited until we discovered it. Chu Yuanshu's face went red. 1,000 excuses collapsed into a single sigh. I was hoping it would just go away, hoping it would go away. Great strategy. Sure Xian had everyone moved inside. In the courtyard, Lu Zhan's team corralled all family members in one area. Nobody could leave. Yin Ruo's team was already tearing through account books and sealing the warehouse. Chu Huatian kept trying to make eye contact with me. I kept looking everywhere except at him. Sure Xian told me to keep my mouth shut, and I intended to follow that order. Then Chu Yuanshu explained the situation to his family. The reaction was dramatic. Brother, how could this happen under your watch? Father left the pharmacy to you and you. That was Chu Yuanshu's younger brother, Chu Yuanhao, looking absolutely furious. His son jumped in too. Our branch of the family just collects our monthly allowance. We have nothing to do with the business. If uncle is working with the Rome, that's his problem, not ours. Enough, Chu Yuanshu snapped. This family rises and falls together. We've done nothing wrong, so stop panicking. I watched this family drama unfold and cross-referenced what I'd learned in the meeting. Sun Biao had briefed us. Chu Yuanshu was the patriarch who ran everything. He had one full brother, Chu Yuanhao, and several half-siblings from different mothers, all shipped off to various places to live comfortably, but with zero involvement in the business. The entire operation was under Chu Yuanshu's branch. 3 warehouse managers were brought forward, terrified and shaking. They handled all drug movements in and out of storage. Sure Xian interrogated them personally, while Lu Zhan and the other constables quietly studied every family member's body language. Mostly fear, anger, confusion. Nothing incriminating from observation alone. Sir, we only release goods when we receive authorized slips with the master's signature and seal, one manager stammered. Some of those slips might have been forged. We couldn't tell the difference. Is that how you caught it? Mismatched slips? Sure Xian asked Chu Yuanshu. Yes. The discrepancies were so small that Huatian had to check the books multiple times before finding them. Such a tiny amount of drugs. And someone bothered to smuggle it all the way to Rome territory? They could have just sold it and sent the cash. That would have been way less traceable, Sure Xan murmured to himself. Chu Yuanshu seized on that immediately. Exactly what I said. If we were really colluding, the missing amount would be massive after all these years, not just 20,000 taels. We're innocent. Innocent or not, that's for US to decide after the investigation. Not you. Sure Xan's tone went flat. Everyone here is coming back to Iron Guard headquarters for questioning. Chu Yuanhao, the brother, exploded. We have nothing to do with the business. Why do we have to go to the Iron Guard? Sure Xin turned an ice-cold stare on him. This case is complicated with multiple suspicious angles. All relevant Chu family members need to be questioned. Are you refusing an order? The man's mouth opened, then closed. Color drained from his face. Not another word. Meanwhile, my brain was working overtime. 20,000 taels and missing drugs. That's almost exactly how much White Horse Pharmacy gave me in gifts and pills. The numbers are suspicious. There are real holes in this case. But without finding the actual leak, the Patriarch takes the punishment. The drugs did end up in wrong hands. That's undeniable. Then something clicked. A hunch. I casually used my insight skill on Chu Yuanhao, the angry brother. Nothing unusual. Clean. Then I tried his son, Chu Huasheng. The one who'd been loudly insisting his family branch was totally uninvolved. Chu Huasheng, yesterday murdered a Chu family pharmacy manager. The body is hidden beneath the large pagoda tree in the western suburbs. Oh. My heart rate didn't change. 30 spirit points kept me perfectly calm, but inside my head, fireworks were going off. A murdered manager. Hidden yesterday, right when the Iron Guard investigation was closing in. This wasn't negligence or bad luck. This was someone inside the family covering their tracks. Suddenly, those 10 essence cultivation pills looked very achievable. Right on cue. Chu Huasheng puffed up his chest and declared loudly, "Sir, my uncle's mistakes are not our problem. If you insist on dragging us to prison, Chu Huasheng, protest." I looked at this loudmouth who had a fresh murder under his belt and was currently demanding special treatment. Bold move, buddy. Let's see how that works out for you. You protest? Who do you think you are? Sure Xian laughed like he'd heard the funniest joke of his life. Someone grab this clown and give him 10 strikes with the board. Lu Zhan moved in without hesitation. Chu Huasheng went red with fury. Our Chu family has been in medicine for generations. We have connections to every major sect. We're part of the medicine guild. Even if you're the government, you can't just beat me for no reason, Lu Zhan's expression said. I absolutely can though. Then I spoke up. Lu Zhan, hold on. Everyone froze. Lu Zhan looked at me, then at Sure Xian. Sure Xian frowned at me. Every 9th rank constable in the yard was thinking, why is this guy talking now? Chu Yuanshu and Chu Huatian blinked in confusion. I didn't explain. I just walked up to Chu Huasheng and sniffed him. Yes, I leaned in and sniffed the man. Sure Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened. He caught on immediately. Sir, he smells like blood. Either today or yesterday, this man killed someone. You're lying. Who even are you? Chu Huasheng went ghost white, trying to sound angry but radiating pure terror. Lu Zhan stepped forward and sniffed too. Then he gave me the weirdest look. He couldn't smell anything. Who is he? Sure Xian cut in with a grin. He's our newly promoted 8th rank Iron Guard. Registered upper 8th rank fighter. And his nose? Very sensitive. He's caught rogue spies in Green Mountain City the same way. Chu Huasheng stammered. I didn't kill anyone. Stop making things up. I tilted my head thoughtfully. There's also a smell of pagoda tree. I grabbed his sleeve. Show me your fingers. All 10. The moment I said, pagoda tree, the color drained from his face. He held out his hands on pure reflex, too shocked to resist. Sir, look at his palms. Blisters and abraded skin, consistent with gripping a shovel handle for extended digging. This man doesn't farm or do manual labor. His hands are soft. Even light digging would tear them up. Sure Xian examined the hands and nodded. You're right. These aren't training calluses. These are from digging. He smiled coolly. So you're saying this man killed someone and buried the body near pagoda trees? Correct. I believe he's directly connected to this case. Chu Yuanshu's head snapped toward his brother. Saw the shifty eyes. Nearly passed out from rage. Chu Huayan's face went through about 15 different expressions. He was putting the pieces together too. The western suburbs have pagoda trees, Sure Xian said. If someone buried something there yesterday, a quick search would confirm it. He turned to Lu Zhan. Take a team. Go check. Lu Zhan hesitated. Sir, really? Based on a smell? Would you prefer I send you with a handwritten invitation? Go. Lu Zhan gave me another one of those. What are you looks? Then headed out. Then Yun Rua's voice cut through the air. You're saying you can identify a killer in a burial site from sniffing someone once. Chief Yun, it's just a hunch, I said with a polite bow. He's framing me. Chu Huaxing finally found his voice. This is slander. Yun Rua pulled Sure Xian aside. If this turns out to be wrong, we'll be a laughingstock. The entire Iron Guard's reputation, Sure Xian didn't budge. He'd already sent Lu Zhan and wasn't about to call him back. I could go personally to verify, I started. No need. Lu Zhan is experienced. If there's something there, he'll find it. We waited. Minutes dragged into an hour. The Chu family sat in agonizing silence. Chu Yuanshu was burning holes in his brother with his eyes. Chu Huaxing was sweating through his clothes. Then, footsteps. Fast ones. Lu Zhan's team came rushing back, covered in dirt. And on a stretcher behind them, a body. Manager Qian, Chu Yuanshu shouted. The entire family recognized him. One of their trusted managers, supposedly out on a delivery run. Very much not out on a delivery run. Very much dead and buried under a pagoda tree. Every eye in the courtyard slowly swiveled to Chu Huaxing. Sir, there really was a body. Lu Zhan stared at me like I was some kind of alien. He bowed to Sure Xian, but his eyes kept drifting back to me. Yun Rua was visibly stunned. She looked at me with completely different eyes than before. You deduced all of that from your nose? It's a good nose, Chief Yun. A nose that can do that, she murmured. The cool detachment was gone. In its place was something that looked a lot like intense interest. Well, Sure Xian turned on Chu Huaxing. Anything to say? It wasn't. I didn't. The man collapsed to the ground like his strings were cut. Then it all came pouring out. I'm not a rogue spy. I just wanted to sabotage my uncle so my father could take over the family business. I forged the slips. I stole the drugs. I killed Manager Qian because he was starting to figure it out. I'm sorry. I'll apologize, family politics. The whole thing was an internal power grab by the younger brother's branch, disguised as a rogue spy operation. Chu Yuanshu looked like he wanted to murder his nephew with his bare hands, but also sighed with relief. The family wasn't working for the Roan Kingdom. The rest of the Chu clan was staring at Chu Huaxing and his father with pure murderous intent. A few members who were clearly in on the scheme looked like the world was ending. Then something unexpected happened. A massive wave of cool energy flooded into my body. Wait, experience points? From what? I didn't mine anything. I didn't kill anything. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point, level 29? I stood there stunned while everyone was focused on the confession. Did I just get experience for solving a case? Was this because I'd been promoted to 8th rank Iron Guard? Had the game decided that police work now counted as a legitimate leveling activity? If so, if every case I solved gave experience like this, I quietly dumped the attribute point into agility, now at 25, and tried very hard not to grin like a maniac. Then Yun Rua's voice snapped me back to reality. Young Ling, would you be interested in joining my division too? Sure Xian had been pleased that the case turned out to be family drama instead of actual rogue spies. Then Yun Rua opened her mouth. Young Ling, would you be interested in joining my division too? Sure Xian's face went from sunny to thunderstorm in about half a second. Chief Yun, you're poaching MY guy right in front of MY face. Division 2 needs talent like him, she said without blinking. Inspector Sure, he'd have a better future with me than with you. Dead silence. Every constable in the yard suddenly found the ground extremely fascinating. Lu Zhan and the other 9th rank officers were shooting me looks of pure envy. Everyone in the prefecture knew Yun Rua had serious backing. She'd been here over a year and never promoted anyone. Never taken a single person under her wing. And now she wanted me. That was a career fast-track invitation of the highest order. But I shook my head. Chief Yun, you may be talented, but your people skills need work. Inspector Sure raised me up from nothing. How could I turn around and work for someone else? Sure Xian's icy expression melted into the warmest smile I'd ever seen from the man. Little Yang, You've done well today. Once this case wraps up, I'm putting you in for commendation. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'd like to head back to Green Mountain City. I've been away too long. Fine, go. But remember, 1 year maximum. Then you're coming to the Prefecture, and there might just be a division chief position waiting for you. Every 9th rank officer in earshot nearly choked on their own spit. Division chief? Their dream was to possibly land that role after 40. This kid was barely past 20, and sure Xin was casually promising it. Yun Rua's face could have frozen lava. Being rejected was one thing. Being lectured about social skills by someone younger? That was a new experience for her. Are you angry? She asked, looking at my retreating back. She opened her mouth to call after me, then closed it. Didn't say anything. Outside the Chu estate gate, Chu Huatian came sprinting at me and shoved a wooden box into my arms. Lord Yang, thank you. And then he ran. Actually ran away. Like he was afraid I'd try to give it back. I didn't open the box in public, tucked it into my robe, and strolled home casually. Behind a locked door, I finally lifted the lid. 10 essence cultivation pills. Perfectly arranged. Beautiful fragrance. Every single one. 500 cultivation method experience. All genuine quality. Not a single defective pill in the batch. Liang Yu, a sect master, a 7th rank powerhouse, traded a 300-year blood ginseng for just 5 of these. The Chu family handed me 10 like it was a thank you card. But then again, I had basically saved their entire family from destruction. And my 8th rank Iron Guard status carried weight. Sects were powerful, sure, but they couldn't match the reach of the national government. Joining the Iron Guard was turning out to be one of the best decisions I'd ever made. From a certain angle, the Iron Guard was basically a first-tier sect with a government budget. Each pill needed 3 days to digest. 10 pills meant a full month of cultivation time. Better to hit level 30 first, grab that treasure chest, then start the pill marathon. Leaderboard check. Me at 29, still number 1. Lin Cai and Jiang Tianai breathing down my neck at 28. The top 5 were getting closer together, which meant they'd found efficient leveling methods too. Couldn't let up. I left a message with Yunyang for Lin Yin and headed home to Green Mountain City. When I got back to the red gold mine, things were not good. Wu Xiaochen, Chen Su, Li Tianai, and Wang Haodong were standing in a tense confrontation with a crowd of miners. And by miners, I mean the player refugees led by Inspector Luo Yu and his emergency response department crew. What exactly is your problem? Chen Su was fuming. You eat our food, drink our water, level up at our mine, and you're still not satisfied. Wang Haodong was yelling at the broader crowd. Why are you organizing a strike? Don't you understand? If production drops below 3,500 gene, Yang Ling could get fired as overseer. He leaves for a few days, and you pull this? Li Tianai said coldly. That's low. One of Luo Yu's guys fired back with a sneer. Oh, we eat your food? We don't work for it. We bust our backs mining, and what do we get? A few dozen copper coins a day. Meanwhile, you guys are rolling in money, becoming constables, getting class changes. Why do only you get to advance? Why can't we? You're just exploiting us. We're all players. Nobody's better than anyone else. Don't think you can sit on our heads. Yeah, everything here should be distributed fairly. We've hit level 10 too. We want class changes. Where's Yang Ling? Call him back. He's the head constable. Make him recruit all of us as constables. The crowd was getting heated. Real heated. Wu Xiaochen took a deep breath. Class changes aren't that simple. Green Mountain City has limited constable slots. Even as head constable, Yang Ji can't just fire everyone and replace them with you. Bull. You're lying. Someone screamed at him. Wu Xiaochen clenched his jaw and turned to Luo Yu. I heard you were a senior inspector in the real world's emergency response department. Did you organize this? What do you actually want? Luo Yu was quiet for a long time. They just want to survive. Sure, they wanted to survive. But what they were really doing was threatening to tank production to force my hand. Good thing I was already on my way back, because this little mutiny needed to be handled. And I had a pretty good idea how. And then what? Are they dying right now? Wu Xiaochen shot back at Luo Yu. Don't think I don't know you're the one pulling strings here. Just say what you want. Luo Yu laid out his demands calmly. Everything should be fair. None of us are martial artists yet. That creates an imbalance. I want you to provide martial technique manuals so more players can become warriors. One warrior can protect 10 people. Also, I know Yang Ling is now head constable. He can appoint constables. We have people stuck at level 10 who need class changes. I want at least 10 constable positions. One of his guys added with a sneer. And don't forget, this is just a game. You guys are acting like little emperors. When we get back to reality, the way you've been behaving, you're looking at prison time. Over in the corner, Gao Chun and his two sworn brothers exchanged knowing glances. Go back. There was zero evidence anyone was going back. But they weren't getting involved in this mess. Just keep quiet, keep grinding. Martial technique manuals? Those aren't cheap in Divine Domain. Everyone froze at the sound of my voice. Wu Xiaochen and the crew lit up. I was back. Yangji, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep things under control. They've been refusing to mine for days. Production dropped hard. Wu Xiaochen looked genuinely ashamed. Don't worry about it. I looked at Luo Yu. He met my gaze steadily. His team members shifted into a protective formation around him, watching me like I was a wild animal. The regular players behind them? Suddenly very interested in their own shoes. They knew who I was, number 1 on the rankings. The only reason they'd had the guts to do this was because I was also a player. Against an NPC with my power level, they wouldn't have dreamed of pulling this stunt. Young Ling, I listened to everything you told me last time, Luo Yu said with a smile. So today I'm bringing everyone to the table for a fair negotiation. I hope you can propose a fair system. What counts as fair? You're strong. You should lead by example, find martial techniques, help more players become warriors. 1 warrior protects 10 people. And use your head constable authority to appoint constables. People here are stuck at level 10. And what do I get in return? Luo Yu frowned. I can't give you anything now. Maybe when we return to reality, I'll file a report about your contributions. You'd receive commendation, so you still don't understand. Divine Domain EATS people. I kept my voice even. Energy conservation applies here too. I give you something, you give me something of equal value back. That's fairness. What you're describing is only fair for your side. One of Luo Yu's people sneered. You have to give us an answer today. What are you going to do? Kill us? Murder is a capital offense. Nobody's killing anyone. And nobody's threatening anyone. I smiled. You want fairness? Go find it somewhere else. The other top 10 players on the rankings, for example. Maybe they have the kind of fairness you're looking for. Then I turned to the mine guards waiting outside. Clear these miners out. Starting today, they're banned from the red gold mine. Dozens of guards flooded into the courtyard and started herding people toward the exit. The player crowd erupted. Some were furious. Some were panicking. Young Ling, is this really necessary? Luo Yu's composure finally cracked. Yangji, we were wrong. We lost our heads. Please don't kick us out. At least here we can eat and have a roof. If you throw us out, we can't survive. Some players were already backpedaling hard, apologizing frantically. You've all leveled up enough to do manual labor in Green Mountain City and feed yourselves, I said calmly. You've also saved some silver from mining here. Five Tails buys an official identity. That hasn't changed. Go to the Iron Guard office, find Chen Guoqing. He'll process your paperwork. Leaving here doesn't mean you die. You'll be fine. My mind was made up. The crowd could feel it. The whole eviction process went surprisingly smoothly. Nobody actually tried to fight. Because at the end of the day, picking a physical fight with the #1 ranked player who was also the head constable of the nearest city, that was a special kind of stupid nobody wanted to be. Their steel pickaxes were confiscated, and they were escorted out. Chen Su, go to Green Mountain City. There should be plenty of new players arriving. Bring them here to replace these miners. He nodded and left immediately. Yangji, why did they do this? Wu Xiaochen looked frustrated, like something was stuck in his chest. Li Ti and I laughed quietly. Because they see themselves as victims. They want everything handed to them for free, and they don't want to risk anything to get it. I glanced at Li Ti and I. Sharp kid, don't let it bother you. Focus on leveling and training. That's what matters in Divine Domain. Now let's go. Back to the mine. Let's go. Wu Xiaochen's energy snapped right back. We headed into Shaft 36. The others mined near the entrance while I pushed deeper, blasting through red gold or with frenzied 10-hit combos, watching the experience tick up steadily. Eventually, I reached the underground river entrance. And there was Little White. Except, Little White was now the size of a watermelon. You've been eating well, haven't you? I pulled up his stats. Greater red gold Mantis. Little White level, 10. Strength, 14. Agility, 19. Spirit, 11. Special skills, Gold Seeking, Whirlwind Slash. Level 10 already? And a new skill. Little White, show me Whirlwind Slash. He launched into the air, both arms spinning like a blender set to maximum. Then he slammed into the stone wall like a living buzzsaw. When the dust cleared, there was a crater in the rock twice his body size. If a 9th-rank fighter like Wu Man caught that to the face without paying attention, his head would come clean off. My little baby was growing up into a weapon. I called him over, and together we dove into the underground river, heading for the cavern where the Overlord ghost spider had nested. The cavern that should have been empty was covered wall to wall in fresh cocoons. Thousands of them. Dense and horrifying. So the one I killed was the male. There's still a female down here. My expression darkened. Then Little White suddenly bolted to the cavern exit, staring out at the dark water. Completely still. Alert. I moved to the opening and looked out. My enhanced vision could pick up shapes even in near-total darkness. Far down the underground river, something massive was slowly swimming toward us.